Chapter 450, to Noah, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. What nonsense is he blabbering? The frowning Magnus soon wrapped the threads around with a cold expression. Thousands of purple threads that looked as if they would snap any second were thrown around Hansu's body. It was an attack that would be difficult for Hansu's bloody body to endure. However, Magnus did not stop with just that. I will make sure to crush you. With a cold expression, he raised the sickle tightly. He had preserved his body thinking that he was able to before. However, now he knew that if he were to continue like this, he would continue to revive like a cockroach and look for an opening. No, it will be different. The threads were split again once more as something was beginning to pop out. At the same time. You damned bastard. Just die. Boom. Hundreds and thousands of other attacks from the Transcendence flew towards his back full of determination. It couldn't be helped since if Hansu were to die, the rest of them would be butchered up as well. Even now, Hansu was standing in front of him while preventing the mysterious infection of the scorpion with his red bacteria, but if he were to disappear, the remaining people would either be infected or mutilated. They were causing such a ruckus, but seeing them put forth such determination and forth, Magnus couldn't help but clench his teeth. Normally, it was right for him to pay attention to his behind by using his threads to attack the most threatening skills. However, Magnus was fixated to finish the battle once and for all in this next move. Roar. Some of the threads released and cut everything around it. Like a purple storm, it cut through the attacks in the air and rushed in. However, it wasn't enough to block all the attacks. Roar. Boom. Though its momentum had fallen, it still was able to push forward with force, allowing Magnus to take in a deep breath. With this much, his body would be able to endure and survive. To limit me to these options, you will bear the responsibility. Magnus, who was anticipating the pain, stared at Hansu full of rage. Then, he raised his sickle and jumped. Boom. There were no more blades on his cape, so there was no way for him to block the attacks. The skills that collided on Magnus with various skills began to burn Magnus' body. It ominously burned its mana, and even the poisonable liquids exploded as it melted the armor. Though he may be near invincible in his attack, he was relatively weak on defense, so pain transmitted throughout his whole body. However, Magnus coldly smiled amidst the pain. It was time for this prolonged fight to end. Giving up defense and not dodging attacks, he gathered all of his remaining mana onto the tip of his sickle. Different threads of blades that were of a different realm compared to the previous blades of the cape appeared as Magnus rushed in to envelop Hansu with it. A moment later, the transparent purple blades shot straight towards Hansu and enveloped him. The moment they saw this, sighs could be heard from the mouths of the Transcendents. What the hell? Sick bastard. They didn't expect that he would ignore all of their attacks and rush at Hansu. The power of the purple blade that was shot towards Hansu was much different from the previous ones, which was at least 10 to 100 times more powerful. No matter how well Hansu had endured so far with his armor and shield, there was a limit. Damn, do I need to run? Hosang clenched his teeth seeing the scene. Though the guy may have permitted them to assail his back, that didn't mean that their gap would narrow much. Now, it was basically determined that the rest of them would be slaughtered. The Grim Reaper-like man over there knew that, which was why he had gone on a full offensive to crush Hansu. When Hosang was contemplating whether to turn away or not, it was then. Hosang gave a puzzled look. It was the face of a man with a deeply distorted look. It wasn't an expression of relief or elation. At the same time, something began to roughly come out of the threads. Boom. Magnus, who was suddenly struck by something from inside the threads, was flown away in anguish to the location where the queen was struggling and fighting. Kureung. Within the dust storm that was created from where he landed, Hansu walked over with a grin. I'm not sure if I waited too long. Magnus, seeing this, gnashed his teeth. His appearance looked similar. He was still in a bloodied state with cracked armor. His shield was worn out and his hammer dirt-stained. In short, he was a total wreck. However, one crucial aspect was different. It can't be. It makes no sense. How are you a 5-star? It was truly unbelievable. To achieve a stage of 5-star, you needed crystals, and a substantial amount of that. Just in case he might gather crystals to ascend to the next stage, he didn't even call over the queen or his subordinates and continued to fight him. What scheme did he pull off to break over that wall in such a short time? Hansu laughed from his words. There are people like this and people like that. Why are you trying to understand everything? Thump. Thump. Hansu walked over as his feet hit the ground. Yes, this is it. The feeling of overcoming that large wall. It was a strong emotion that made you feel like you've become a different person, or a different creature. He had said that there wasn't a single joy to be found in this damned world, but he was wrong, since there was one good aspect. Transcendence. While growing with effort and time, ascending to the next stage was like rewarding all of his hard efforts with an enormous burst of strength. The strength in the Hungmador seed broke through the shell at the end of its growth and burst out. The power and energy that came out of the seed did not stop supplying to the Hungmador seed, but sent it to every nook and cranny of the other seeds that laid in the body, regenerating his broken veins and nerves, and even replenishing strength to the dragon essence blade. It wasn't just the seeds that coveted this new source of power. The blue armor that surrounded Hansu's body munched down on this energy as it began to restore to its original state. Yes. Eat a lot. It's not over yet. Hansu smiled as he looked at the banquet that had opened inside his body. It didn't seem that he was the only one that knew this fight wasn't over. Ruyu. Eek. Eek. Magnus, who stepped on the collapsed queen as he rose from the ground, coldly muttered. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have received those attacks from before. He had overreached to try and finish Hansu with one blow. As a result, the wounds that he sustained still throbbed. If it wasn't for this wound, even if that guy had ascended to the realm of 5-star, the odds would be in his favor. If he excluded the wound on his back and his depleted mana, he was fine, but that guy was in a mess opposing him. Even if he was recovering thanks to the new energy provided from the realm of 5-star, the wounds that he sustained from his unique ability would not disappear easily. However, the result was like this. This bastard. He purposefully bought time to lure me to attack him recklessly. Magnus grasped his sickle as he muttered. Now, he was scared. What he did just previously was close to a gamble of his own life. If he was a bit quicker to realize the situation, he would have turned his body to block the attacks, and if he was a bit late, Hansu would have been cut into 2 pieces by his own sickle. A rational man would never take on such a gamble. Even if the man engaged in battle knowing he was at a disadvantage, normally he would try and reach 5-star as quickly as possible before fighting him. However, the conclusion became like this. The overwhelming advantageous situation had disappeared. It could be said that he was at a disadvantage now. No, he still had an advantage. Hansu had just reached 5-star transcendence, and he had much more stamina than him. Even if he admitted that the guy was truly strong at the same stage, and knowing that his subordinates were still there behind him, he was better off. However, Magnus' thoughts were contrary to his beliefs. Am I truly at an advantage? Closing his thoughts, Magnus raised his sickle and put strength into his grip. It had been a long time since he had such an unfamiliar feeling. Feelings that he had never experienced after joining with Clementine began to rise from within his chest. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Am I scared? Hansu laughed seeing Magnus. How is it? It seems you've always fought at an advantage. First time fighting a crazy bastard? He was able to approximate at first sight. Seeing how he utilized his strength, he was well trained. There was definitely a teacher that pointed out his errors and flaws, and an opponent that allowed him to show off abilities. This was the standard. If he had a disciple who was dear to him, he would also raise him likewise. However, that was not the current case. Someone who was able to properly use his strength could never beat someone who knew how to use all his strength. A man needed to know all of the hidden cards of his enemy to win. Magnus gnashed his teeth seeing the staring Hansu. Defeat. What kind of bullshit was this? You, bastard. It's not over. Simultaneously. Boom. A large aura exploded from Magnus' body. Hansu laughed seeing this. That's what you think? Then. Boom. 13 shadows began to die in blood-like color around Hansu's body. Crack. It was the feeling of her heart becoming numb, the feeling of something significant disappearing. At the same time. What the hell? Magnus. Agnes, who was speeding merrily, subconsciously turned towards the north. Chapter 451, to Noah, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyu Umble. Huak. Kak. Seeing the fist that had destroyed his heart, Magnus coughed out blood. I've truly lost. Damn it. Magnus gave a despondent look as he continued to cough up blood. He had no regrets since he had fought with all his heart. His sickle was broken, and his cape was gone. He had utilized all of his techniques, experience, martial arts, and skills in his power, everything that he had accumulated over the 20 years that he had fought throughout. Even if he were to go back in time and fight again, he didn't think he could fight any better. He wasn't at fault. It was just that his opponent was stronger than him. Good for you. You bastard. Magnus looked at the guy that killed him. The one that might be in a more bloodied state than him. His armor was close to splitting, and there were various holes in his sturdy shield. His right arm was dangling as if it was almost cut off, and it was hard to find a place on his body that didn't have a wound. If one combined the blood that spilled from his body, one would be able to fill a few buckets. It was his superhuman stamina that was keeping him alive. Seeing the guy like this, Magnus laid back down. Yeah, fucker. I did what I could. Magnus smiled. From now on, that guy would become stronger going forth. He would probably soar to a place where he wouldn't be able to catch up or look at. If that happened, who else would put him in such a state then? That's not it. Come to think of it, there are quite a few. Not only that, he had somehow kept her alive, so he had completed his mission. Eek. Eek. Magnus had a weary expression after seeing the queen elope in shock after seeing him collapse. Since he had kept her alive, the plan would continue to progress. The queen would continue to live and suppress the desire return, while Agnes would gather her army and come up from below to try and constantly keep it in check. For that, he had succeeded in cleanly finishing his mission. Thump. Seeing Hansu walk toward him, Magnus internally sent a message. Agnes. I lost. However, I'll make sure that he doesn't go over there, so don't come over here either. Hey. Magnus, you crazy bastard. Hold on a little longer. Don't come over here and focus on your side. Be well. After finishing his sentence, Magnus grinned as he looked at the one before his eyes. Hey, baby. This isn't the end. Clementine will take care of you in my stead. If you don't want to die, then go somewhere else and put yourself in bed. The plan is almost finished. I feel like my ending is similar to a third-rate villain. However, he knew he had to do this. He needed to provoke the guy to march toward where Noah was. There were only 2 locations for this guy to head to. It was Agnes or Noah. Unfortunately, it would be impossible for Agnes to beat him. She wasn't specialized in combat, and her subordinates were currently struggling to deal with the army that was coming up from below. Therefore, he had to go to where Noah was and oppose Clementine. If it was Agnes, it would be difficult. If it was Clementine, he would definitely win. Avenge me. Soon. Crack. The soul shard within Magnus broke as he closed his eyes. Whoa. What a nasty guy. Suicide, huh? Hosang looked at the man closing his eyes with an uncomfortable expression. The ending especially made him more uncomfortable. Though he wanted to chase after the queen and capture her, it was too much after seeing that she was already surrounded by a swarm of troops. As if they were worried that she had attacked them previously first, she was not sending her troops against them. However, if they were to make a preemptive strike, it was certain that she would concentrate all of her forces here. For the queen and her army, what was most important was her survival. Indeed, as soon as the man's monarch rule was lifted, the queen slowly pulled her forces out against the Desire Return, since there was no reason for her to fight it to begin with. It was because the Desire Return was still enraged from being attacked and continued to assail the queen's army. However, with some time, that would also settle down. The Desire Return would be exhausted and go on his own way, and the queen's army would also be faithful and loyal to the queen in maintaining and reproducing their race. When that time comes, we will never catch her. Damn. That would be hell. She was already strong enough to oppose that large beast in the Desire Return. She was indeed worthy of the simple title, Queen. However, to let her accumulate her strength and army over time caused Hosang to be very uncomfortable. I should go and capture her right now. However, what made him uneasy was what Magnus had said before he died: the plan was coming to an end. Didn't that mean that a significant event would happen onto them if that plan was to end? Clementine. Was it you? Hosang muttered. It was impossible not to know. He was a comrade that appeared out of nowhere. He wasn't someone that had the leadership and quality to gather people toward her like Ares, nor was he analyzing and providing strategies on the situations at hand like Keldian, or Kangti, who was always charging first in battle. However, there were many by his side. At first, he didn't know why there were so many by his side, but after watching him, he was able to realize that those around him were able to feel at ease. No matter what predicament came their way, he was someone that was able to calm the situation and someone that never stopped smiling despite the circumstances. Even when enemies harbor hatred toward him, he didn't break his composure. He took on his opponents while taking his time and proceeding step by step. The mere sight of him gave others a sense of ease, a belief that they would be able to overcome anything as long as they were by his side. In addition, he actually proved that his composure wasn't a lie on the way. However, that kind of guy was scheming up a grandiose plan to kill all of them. It was quite unbelievable. If he was ordered by Clementine, then why did he say that sentence before he passed away? This bastard. Did he say that just to anger us? Hosang looked over at Hansu and asked, "Hey. Shouldn't we help those over at the elevator?" It was a battlefield of kill or be killed. Although the number of troops on their side was said to be increasing, it was unlikely that the battle would end anytime soon, considering how the opposite side was also replenishing its troops. At this rate, it was certain that casualties would continue to rise. The best option was already decided. They would go and help those by the elevator and clean up the mess before gathering and uprooting the queen. This was the best that he could come up with, and the most convenient one at that. What's with all of this trouble? Hosang stretched his tense muscles as he muttered. A small elite. That was nice, but what was better than a small elite army? It was a small elite army with a meat shield that would allow them to operate comfortably by clearing the path. If not, why did transcendents like themselves make subordinates and carry them around? Not only that, this was not a bad proposal at all to Hansu. No, he was definitely someone that needed the suggestion. Crazy bastard. Hosang gave a pitiful look at Hansu, whose body was devastated with injuries. Even though he was recovering at a quick rate, it was still obvious that he was not in good condition. If he were to continue fighting at this rate, even 10 lives would prove to be too little for him. However, Hansu sadly rejected his offer. Let's go to Noah. Huh? Wait, you're telling me that you believe what that guy said? It's obviously nonsense. In case the guy might go toward the queen or the elevator, Magnus had spat out those words. However, Hansu had no thoughts of going there to begin with. The priority was obvious. Once things were resolved in Noah, the other two armies would naturally be resolved as well. If he were to fail in Noah, then it didn't mean much even if the other armies had failed in their missions. It wasn't like Clementine had purposefully dragged out time here without a reason. It was because he knew that what needed to be done in Noah was most important, which was why he had gone there. Thump. Hansu raised his body. He had to move and enter Noah. Well, at least we're almost there. It wasn't that far from where Noah was at. Then, the answer was simple. Along the way to Noah, he would destroy anyone in his way and take Noah for himself. It would become a truly worthwhile reward for his hard efforts then, more than enough. How tiring is it to have to continue to fight? Hansu smiled. It would be complicated if he were in one space with a guy with a nasty personality. Even if he weren't trying to fight, he was someone that wouldn't hesitate to kill everyone that didn't follow him. He didn't want to follow him, nor did he wish to die. Well, he didn't want to be alive that much either, but that sensation he felt before intrigued him once more. It was the feeling of overcoming a wall. It was truly a marvelous sensation. Perhaps, God had purposefully planted desires in humans to achieve in his own fickle manner. If I do well, I should be able to overcome one more wall. He had become somewhat stronger after fighting Magnus. At this stage, he felt it was possible. Though he didn't have a skill, it was something he could attain along the way, even if it wasn't a level of a transcendent skill. If it was a zero numbering skill, he could do some work with it and attempt to overcome it. But it's not like it would fall along the path for me to pick up. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. It'd be nice if I could pick one up along that way. If not, then that's that. Hansu, closing his thoughts, rose up from his seat and began to start running without hesitation toward the north where Noah was at. Magnus. Boom. Sangjin hid after seeing the rampaging woman in the distance. Now, he had done what he could. No, to be honest, he had done his job here. Now, he needed to go and prepare for the next stage. Tremble. Sangjin, who felt the tremble of the soul shard that settled within his heart, caused him to clench his teeth as he rose. He had something to give. I'm going. Sangjin took a deep breath in after seeing a skill that had settled in his arms. Soon. Bam. Sangjin's new self began to jump furiously northward. Chapter 452, to Noah, 3. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Magnus has died. Clementine, who was walking forward without hesitation, paused for a moment at Teehee's remark. How many are left? Clementine fell in thought with a heavy look on his face. You're faster than I thought, Kang Hansu. His growth was faster than he had expected. All he had left was Agnes. However, since Agnes had her feet tied up, it was easy to assume that he would be heading directly for him. Well, I had bought enough time. Far away, he could start to see the end of the hallway. A glimmer of light was creeping in as if to claim that the end of the blackened corridor was over there. Kangti, who suddenly regained his energy, walked forward and beckoned Clementine. Hey. Come quickly. I think we're almost there. Clementine replied with a smile, I'll be right there. Wait. Clementine, who muttered quietly, slightly gestured toward Teehee. Boom. You, cockroaches. Del Marcus saw the alien species rush toward him and that caused him to have an annoyed expression. They had been repeating the same thing on their way to the north. Though they were beasts that couldn't even put up a punch against them head first, they continued to make sudden attacks. In comparison to their weak stamina, they had such strong attacks as well. Just a while ago, one of them had appeared from the shadows and left a deep wound on his ankle with its weapon. Though its defense was so weak that it would be cut in one blow, its attacks were emphasized as if their attacks were something to be feared. Del Marcus gave a quick remark to Hansu, seeing his ankle slowly heal. This is evidence that we're doing well. This must be Agnes, Hansu muttered as he looked at the various species blocking their way. Though they were weak head-to-head, they were quite efficient at holding and slowing them down. What was common for all these species was that they were controlled by a single entity. There was only Agnes that could deploy all of these guys on his way. The species that were strong in direct confrontation were holding down the army at the elevator while those who were weak enough to be swept away by the remnants of war were deployed here. I knew that she'd interrupt me. But she's quite aggressive, Hansu, who muttered internally, plucked one of the shadows from beneath his feet. He had gathered enough stamina to use his skill. Soon. The drawn-out shadow exploded like a black cloud instantly, covering the air. The moment the adventure stopped momentarily. Boom. The shadow that exploded in the air began to split into tens of thousands of pieces instantly. The Transcendence, who saw this, was alarmed. It was not easy to break the shadow like fragments. Disgusting. Oh my god. Keep that away from me. Hundreds of millions of fly-like insects began to sweep all over the place where the shadow had split. It wasn't a regular fly. They were parasitic flies that were full of red bacteria and fungi all over their body. It was a skill that was available once he reached 5-star. Now, it was possible for him to successfully mix the skills of the two seeds proficiently and use it. The flies swept through the vicinity like a large black cloud. No, to be exact, it was everywhere. It went into the ground, into the stones, into the water, and even the brushes. He was the owner of a legion. Mormert. Mormert's authority along with Hansu's allowed the black cloud to sweep all over the place and cause a reaction. Kayaaaaaaaaaaak. Kayaaaaaaaaak. The various species that were hiding started to scream and jump while some even used their limbs to penetrate through their skin to kick out the flies from their bodies. Of course, all of this was meaningless. Then, at some point, SSSSSSSSSS. The flies began to quickly crawl inside into the flesh and skin of the species as they began to melt. If the defense and health of the alien species here were a bit higher, they wouldn't have melted in vain, but they had come here to slow them down. It was too much for them to withstand the attack of Mormert and Hansu. As stated, the screams rose out from all directions. While the adventurers watched with uncomfortable expressions at the screaming species, Hansu gave a brief remark. Let's go. At the same time, the black clouds that melted the surrounding area began to fly toward the front as if it was to clear the path. Hearing the constant screams and the sounds of the melting flesh occur within the black cloud, Hosang couldn't help but shiver and have goosebumps as he gulped. Ugh. The visuals are not that great. It can't be helped. It'll be the same as what opponents think as well. The more he could instill fear into his enemies, the more effective this was. It might not work on the truly strong alien species, but for the mentally weak ones, having them hesitate and flinch was itself a success. Hosang sighed after seeing Hansu. This guy really thinks of nothing else than killing and fighting. Seeing how he had never heard of him before, it was certain that he had climbed from below before him, and yet it felt like he was someone that had spent decades on the battlefield, and a more fierce, harsh environment at that. Del Marcus, who didn't really care, ran next to him and spoke briefly. Well, now we can go forward more comfortably. Their speed went up much faster since they didn't have to worry about sudden attacks. At this rate, it seemed that they would reach Noah in no time. At that moment, Hosang spoke to Hansu, who had a somewhat pale expression. Hey, get on my back. Come to think of it, if he could use that, he would have done it already. The fact that he used it now meant that he had gathered enough energy without much room to spare. Hansu nodded after seeing Hosang. Hope you don't mind. He had already spent too much of his remaining mana. It's better to at least preserve my strength. Recovering on the way would be a bit better. Hansu got on his back as he wholly focused on recovering his body. He could feel the immortal soul work furiously to recover his whole body. Bang. Bang. Hosang asked with a curious expression while running through the open path. Hey. Is there anything you want to do? You think everything will be fine if you just destroy and proceed? In the first place, a man was not a creature that was suitable for battle. They just had the instincts to fight and survive. From those words, Hansu contemplated in detail before letting out a quick reply. Well, I didn't give it too much thought. Even if it's a woman or alcohol or even treasure. Won't you feel better having one of those at least? Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Well, I'll have to think about it once the fight's over. What? Boom. The flies of Mormert, who were pushing without resistance, were suddenly all melted down in a huge fire. In the first place, Mormat's power did not have much durability or defense, to begin with. What wasteful mana. He recovered the rest of Mormat's authority to regenerate his mana before jumping down on Hosang's back and scouring the place. So you're saying that you're done with the warm-up? Kayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayay Some of them were huge enough to be counted in kilometers even though they were independent, while others had horns that burnt everything in its path to a crisp. The beasts were either too dangerous or too violent. They were not particularly living creatures that would live in groups in unison under the queen. These were the guys that Magnus and Agnes had released without much thought on how to subjugate them. Such species were currently rampaging all over the place, trampling and crushing whatever was in their paths. Boom! Seeing how they were all released, it had been quite some time since all of the species in the White Rooms were released. Though it looked like she had a lot of power on the inside, it shockingly seemed that it was weaker than he thought as they were mangled up by the escaping species. Well, that's probably why they had succeeded in releasing them, Hansu muttered after seeing a few corpses far away. They were probably the subordinates of Agnes. They were ordered to destroy Noah's outer walls and free the creatures inside, but had died while trying to run away. Some of the 4-star transcendents weren't able to escape death, it seemed. That meant the alien species over there possessed such boastful strength. You don't mean to go in there? Hosang muttered while pointing at the ragged monster that was taking place before them. It looked more settling to go capture the queen than to go inside there. At least there was hope for them to resolve the situation. While Hosang drooled after seeing the monsters cause a ruckus and bite at everything, Hansu smiled. It was not the time to hesitate. If the beasts over there had enough time, they would sweep away the outer walls of Noah that lay dormant. That was also the reason why Clementine had not already released those beasts. The reason why they had released these beasts this time was simple. It was because they had determined that they would soon be able to awaken Noah, and if Noah were to awaken from its dormant state, then these things were truly non-problematic in comparison. Of course, he would be included as well in being swept away. He had to prevent this before then. Let's hurry. If we breach through there, you will probably get stronger as well. Hansu took a deep breath as he gave strength to his whole body. Soon. Boom! 3 shadows shot up from the floor as they revolved around Hansu's body, who was running furiously toward Noah. Ruyu. Very small tremors came from the hallway, but all the adventurers including Kangti inside Noah had no time to pay attention to it. They were too busy looking around. This is... Whoa. The adventurers were looking around and proclaiming. Through the long, dark hallway, they had arrived at this location. They were full of strange devices in the large, blue room. Ares walked toward Clementine. Good work. But, isn't it time you tell me? Clementine slightly smiled and asked back, what? Don't play innocent. After a short pause, Ares looked at Clementine. You. How did you know all of this? This was not a place that one could find by luck alone. Ares asked, looking into Clementine's eyes. Chapter 453, to Noah, 4. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. However, it was Kangti that answered Ares' question. Why are you so curious? Isn't he just a genius? I'm glad to see you're so relaxed. Truly. Ares sighed after seeing Kangti. To be honest, she had to admit to some extent if she were to fit the pieces that he showed to her. Clementine always preferred to be prepared for any variables and cases and was also excellent at properly distributing and executing with the information he had. He had also unleashed and distributed below to gather information and prepare for any contingencies. Keldian had complaints regarding inefficiency, while Ares herself was worried that it gave too much pressure to the people and Kangti not really giving it much thought. However, she knew now that if he prepared 10 things, 5 of them had become useless, 3 being significantly useful while the other 2 were to spare their lives. Perhaps, without Clementine, it would be right to say that their numbers would have decreased more than half while they ascended. It could be true that they could have all been annihilated. However, this isn't it. Meticulous preparation and information gathering along with reasoning and assumptions, these were enough to explain everything so far up to now. However, there was no explanation that could be made regarding this location, Noah. He had said it was north, but it was well over hundreds of thousands of kilometers that they had traversed to reach this place. This huge white structure was mysterious and was not detectable with their skills or abilities. Such a guy was able to discover such a thing buried beneath the ground. Not only that, there were a few unsettling aspects as they arrived there. Strange. Clementine smiled and asked, I have something I want to ask. If you answer my question, I'll answer yours. What is it? Ares narrowed her expression and asked back, causing Clementine to smile and reply, Ares, you said you've wanted to save as many people and join up with them. You said that everyone had unlimited possibilities. Ares subconsciously nodded. She truly thought like that and believed that only people could be believed in this damned world. Humans were permitted to become infinitely stronger and were the only way to fight back against the species. As each adventurer became stronger, all of them would become stronger when grouped up. The only question in hand was how to unite and lead them. Furthermore, Ares had used all her power to practice her beliefs and so far had not been proven that her practices were wrong. From the nod of Ares, Clementine smiled and asked another question, I'm really curious. If you had the authority to enter the new world with those you pick, would you truly choose everyone by just looking at their possibilities alone? Clementine, who had finished speaking, looked toward the south. Boom! John Stone breathed in as the slime-like creatures attacked. Though they looked easy, it was resistant to all kinds of attacks and was able to melt one's skin with just touch alone. It would digest the melted bodies of its opponents to recover its health and even enlarge in size. Damn. This slime is basically a level 1 dragon. What the hell is this? It was meaningless to freeze or burn it. Even if he used poison, it would simply devour it and replenish its health. When he first saw it, he had wondered what he could do to capture it. John Stone soon raised his right arm. In that instant, a tremendous tremor surged on John Stone's fingertips as he used those vibrations to attack the outer layer of its skin. Chia-ing. He could clearly hear its skin melting. However, John Stone also heard another sound. The sound of millions of cores that made up its body being thrown into chaos and confusion by the vibrations. As soon as he heard that sound, he raised his axe with his left hand and swung it down. With a large roar. Hey, 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 hey. A red-colored axe cut through the slime. Normally, even when cut, it would stick its body back and attack, but this time, it was different. As if its body was like shattered ice, the hardened slime broke into pieces and was shattered. Seeing this, John Stone raised his voice and shouted, "Raise your vibrations and prioritize paralyzing the core before smashing it. Let me know if you find a better way." Okay. Kai haha. Boom. Soon. Skills roared out from all directions as the warriors that had survived up to the 7th zone gradually pushed out the slimes in formation. There were no warriors who couldn't do what John Stone said. As long as they had the solution, there was no reason for them to be pushed back. John Stone, who hadn't relaxed even with an advantage in the battlefield, let out a sigh of relief. He was hoping that another new species wouldn't pop out apart from the slimes. It's done. It's a bit better. Normally, another species should have popped out with a different appearance and specialty or even devil-like beasts. The reason why they were pushed back so far until now was because of that. It was difficult to fight these alien species that were entirely different in form and appearances with varied qualities. They were easy to deal with once one knew their weaknesses, but since they were new species, they couldn't possibly know how to start. However, at some point, the new reinforcements of other species began to slow down. Though the numbers didn't decline, it was the same monsters that came rushing in. This was why he couldn't help but relax. Then, after a while, Ruiyuiyumble. After destroying the last monster, one of the adventurers let out a large cry. Ah! It's over. They had finally finished killing the large monster with the horn and had cleaned up. Whew. John Stone, who was finally able to sigh with ease, closed his thoughts. We need to catch up. From what he heard, those that had already come up had already moved up north. Though this location was important, they had to make sure to gain control using whatever method. All right. Though the rest may be tired, we can recover as we travel north. John Stone loudly shouted, "Wait. Don't rest. Let's work just a bit longer. We need to go up." John Stone's cry resonated throughout the place. Everyone who heard that voice had already heeded his advice when they were fighting the slimes, so they had no need to doubt his words. Unfortunately, there were some that had different reactions from before. Why are they like this? Seeing the silent ones, John Stone frowned. Boom. Ah. Really? Hey. Why are we the only ones working? Hosang shouted after crushing the monsters that rushed at them. There were literally enemies everywhere. Since he had helped Hansu before, he thought that he would receive some help if he looked like he was struggling, but he had to fix his mentality since he might be thrown into the front and possibly die. He thought that Hansu might have become a tad softer from their talk, but there were no exceptions when he was needed. Boom. Hansu, who crushed one of the beasts in front of him, quietly muttered, "We don't need guys that can't be controlled." There was no disappointment since he didn't have expectations, to begin with. If he had some expectations, he wouldn't have come up here alone, to begin with. He would have ascended up and ordered them around to his liking. However, Hansu had no confidence that he could control them all. He wondered how he could control millions and hundreds of millions of people under his command. It was a number that was beyond the limit of his pandemic blade. To compare, he was a warrior that fought in the vanguard, not a general or even a king. He felt it was easier to resolve a situation by swinging his hammer once than investing the time to command them. Hosang asked with a flabbergasted face, "What? Us?" Hansu shrugged his shoulders. There was no need to explain. From Hansu's attitude, Hosang and the rest gnashed their teeth. The guy was right. They had let them do as they would in the first place, but the difference in their positions was clear. He was the owner, and they were the slaves. It was just that he put himself forward and didn't rest, so that was a little better. No, he was always focused on crushing the enemy by fighting the hardest in the very front. By the way, is he getting stronger? Or is he just recovering? Hosang fought with a blank look on his face. It should be normal for one to be tired when fighting. However, he continued to use his skills with more force as the battle progressed. Like the time before, a huge swarm of insects similar to the ones that roared previously with deafening buzzing sounds. They were similar, but it was clearly different from the previous swarm of insects. This time, they weren't his subordinates, but beasts that held enmity toward them. They even looked different. Each bee was as big as a human palm, and there were literally millions of them. Even if one were to use a skill, it was basically the same as cupping water out of a lake. At that moment, boom! He put his foot down, and yellow clouds shot out into all directions. The moment the black cloud and the yellow cloud mixed, an unexpected event occurred. K-A-A-A-A-A-A-Ok. K-A-A-A-A-A-A-Ok. The insects that were flying toward them in a straight line began to look and bite each other's bodies, including their wings and legs. This was the authority of Melchisaurus. Before, he wasn't able to utilize it at such a wide range. While Hosang was drooling after seeing the yellow smoke cause the beasts to fight each other, Hansu spoke briefly, "We're almost there." Huh? When? Once the black clouds began to fade while fighting amongst one another, a scene appeared before them. It was a clear passage through a white surface. However, they began to see something different. Whoa! Is that power restoring? Though his description was sloppy, Hosang spoke exactly how he felt. Literally, a large hull was slowly lighting up and was radiating with a blue light. Seeing this, Hansu mumbled, "Choose one or the other. Destruction or manipulation." What Clementine had chosen in his previous life was the large ship, Noah's destruction. Though he didn't know how to control it, or if he had another reason, Clementine was actively rushing in to try and destroy it while he and his comrades fought desperately to stop him from doing so. However, he didn't know this time as well. What will you do? Hansu muttered as he saw the ship light up. Chapter 454, Solitude, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. We have to move. No, let's wait and see. We don't know what kind of world this is. That doesn't mean we should stay still. Seeing the mess unfolding before his eyes, John Stone shook his head. What a mess. There was one word that could describe the situation. Disunion. Since they were controlled in the lower zone, they worked together under one body, but they realized that this zone was not yet controlled. If there was, they would have already put them under control and not be pushed back. They were remaining quiet and breathless since they were being overwhelmed, but they were all individuals that grew with desires and ambitions. After given new strength, it wasn't strange for them to have ambition. Since the reins were released, the desires that were shut within now erupted out immediately after. Since there was a strong enemy before them, they didn't keep fighting, but that didn't mean the situation was for the better since they were some in the middle of trying to gain control over one another. So there are bastards doing politics as well. John Stone clicked his tongue after seeing people form factions attacking others simply to gain control. Rumble. A slight tremor swept through the place where they were standing. What's that? Far to the north, there was a bluish light that illuminated. John Stone and the rest frowned, seeing that. Blue light began to radiate around Noah as a large roar caused it to stir as if it was trying to jump out of the ground. Seeing this, people had uneasy expressions. What's that? Is it trying to move? Until now, they had thought it was a huge structure or some research institute. It was too big for anything else. The surface that could be seen on the soil reached a few kilometers already. Based on the curvature of the surface, the overall size of the structure would be incomparably large. However, that kind of thing was trying to move. Then, an unexpected event occurred. The beasts were shaking in fear as they screamed. The alien species, who seemingly roamed around with fear, was so disturbed that they began to run around in circles doing nothing productive. What is that? People became more anxious at the sight. They knew the strength of the beasts, but for them to be shaking in pure fear, it caused the people that were momentarily thinking to raise their weapons. Well, it's a good thing in a way. Until now, they were deemed as dangerous targets worth avoiding since they were so vicious, but in another, they were like treasure chests that poured out crystals giving the elite more. In fact, some of them had become so strong that they had transcended in the middle of a battle and the lead representative of that was Del Marcus. He was already quite strong among the 4 stars, but he was the one that fought most bravely in the front, and also the same that had harvested the most amount of crystals. It was a great opportunity while the beasts were stricken in fear. In those conditions, he could quickly eliminate them and attain more crystals. Yes. Well, they were enemies to be eliminated anyway. In addition, it was a situation where they were unaware of what kind of guys there were inside. He needed to be as strong as possible. Though their reactions were abnormal, it couldn't be helped. Nothing in the world was normal anyway. Soon. Boom. Hosang, Del Marcus, and the rest of the Transcendents used skills and began to devastate the field from all sides. Those that were shaking in fear came to their senses and began to pour out their attacks in rage. They were more angry at the bugs that were threatening their survival than being captured and dominated once more. However, that was all. The situation was different from before when the various alien species attacked to kill. Most were terrified and were at a loss of what to do, and only a few of them struck back. One simple sentence was enough to explain the situation. It was to defeat them one by one. Literally, they began to attack the weakest ones and became stronger through their crystals. This lit a fire in the adventurers to hunt. Ahahaha. Amazing. You hurry and do it as well. Hosang shouted loudly as he spread his own skills with the barren tree roots all over the place, entangling the various races. Grip. Kayak. Due to the roots, their bones were broken and the collapsed beasts fell down and became corpses. Those dead bodies were absorbed by the barren tree roots as nourishment, and the absorbed crystals provided more strength to Hosang. Having his skill enhanced, he began to hunt for other prey. If they looked too strong, he avoided them for a while and hunted the weaker ones first. As a result, a game of survival became just a regular game. For the Transcendents that were fighting with their lives on the line not long ago, this was the work of God basically. However, it was only Hansu that didn't have a good expression. TCH. I don't like this. Boom. Hansu muttered as he struck the monster in front with a hammer. It didn't refer to their judgment to hunt. To be honest, they made a good decision. Since they didn't know what was inside, it was normal and natural for them to raise their strength in preparation since the difficulty became suddenly lighter. What he didn't like was the sudden lowered difficulty. Normally, he fought with his life on the line and had become stronger facing tougher opponents. In short, the previous situation was the best scenario possible for him. It was a scenario where he had to use all his skills possible to fight. Therefore, he wasn't fond of this current circumstance. Well, the world never revolved like how I wanted. We should compromise at this rate. Boom. Hansu fought the strongest alien race while destroying one of the rushing beasts. He was looking for ones that could truly threaten his life individually. Soon, Hansu was able to find such guys. It had the appearance of a dragon as it was about 1 kilometer in size. It was the same guys that were coldly monitoring the situation with heavy eyes while the others were causing a rampage. If it was them, they were capable of giving him quite a great deal of challenge. Since there's no chance of winning even if I enter, I'll raise my strength before going in, Hansu mumbled while gripping his hammer. Though he was in a hurry, he wasn't a fool. What was inside was essentially a tiger's den. He wasn't sure how much Clementine had control over Noah. If he was unlucky, he could have already operated the inner defense system. Then, he would truly be burnt alive along the way. Even if that wasn't so, what if he met against Ares or Kangti? Though he was strong for a 5-star transcendent, they weren't easy opponents by any means. If all of them rushed at him, It would be truly troublesome. The moment he was about to explode from the ground and fly to the dragon-like species far away. Whoa! The blue light that surrounded Noah became stronger. At the same time, the white hull that was covering Noah began to change color as it rose. It was the outer walls of the hull that were torn apart by the angry alien species. All of a sudden, those outer walls that were torn apart began to grow while the debris on the floor melted like water as soon as the blue light touched it before turning them into white liquid. The liquid that had changed, as if it had a will of its own, adhered onto the wall again, resulting in quicker regeneration of the walls. Instantly, the ship covered in blue light began to reconstruct its walls into a clean white surface as if it was reversing the time of broken pottery. Damn it! What the hell is happening? Hosang mumbled as he swept aside the monsters. He would have continued to focus on hunting if the change was minimal. Something the size of a mountain was restoring time to its original state as if it was fully prepared to utilize its functions. So, how could he concentrate when this was all happening? Should I go in? Or should I continue hunting? However, Hosang's worries were short. It was the beasts that helped him reach a decision. Kayak. The guys in the vicinity were shaking in fear and began to cry out in fear before furiously beginning to escape somewhere. That was also temporary. The dragon species that Hansu aimed for made their decisions first and began to elope. They were running to the largest space that had the most damages full of holes in the white room. The moment they saw that. Kayak. The other alien species that were deep in thought also began to move inside the ship that they had so much wanted to escape. Boom. The other locations had already been restored to their former state and had their entrances closed. Naturally, thousands to tens of thousands of alien species began to rush in. The Transcendents, seeing this, had weary expressions as they fell back. Though they were madly trying to rush in, it didn't feel like they would be able to follow them in. Ugh. Hosang shook his head after seeing all of the species flooding in and piling up. The interior space was quite spacious. At first, it looked like it had a width of at least a few miles. The number and size of these beasts were in the kilometers. To enter and hunt, it was basically the same as begging to be killed. Now that I think about it, it looks like a solitary pot. Inside a pot, dozens to hundreds of nasty beasts were stuffed in. Once that happened, those who were startled or were starved would become angry, bite, and eat each other. As time passed, when one opened the lid of the pot, only one species would come out victorious. This was done to increase the ferociousness and killing intent of that beast and prove itself to be the strongest. I'm not sure if they will do that. No, they wouldn't do that, Hosang looked inside and mumbled. Even if they fought and ate each other, there wasn't much to eat, to begin with. No, fighting would rather cause a loss than letting them become stronger. If it were them, then it might be different, but as if they had realized this, they were wary and cautious of each other and were not attacking. At that moment. Wait. Someone entered Hosang's sight. As if he was intrigued by the large solitude that was being made inside, the person that was the most vicious in his eyes stared inside with much interest. Don't tell me this crazy bastard. Hosang looked at Hansu with a look of doubt. Chapter 455, Solitude, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Karen Belfigor, who had just recently transcended into a 4-star, looked delighted as he felt an overwhelming power stream throughout his body. So this is it. His body was radiating an aura that made him feel like he could do anything. However, it wasn't that one particular aspect of why he was feeling this way. He had overcome walls from below, but there was something different this time around. There was no presence that was suppressing him. It was quite frustrating downstairs since no matter how much he got stronger, there was always someone above him. In zones 1, 2, and 3, the World Tree, unmanned robots, and huge mechanical battleships dominated them. In Zone 4, there were Transcendents who had already built their own factions, so they could not even dare to look at their eyes, and in Zones 5 and 6, they were oppressed by the enormous power of the star. To start, what could one do against a Transcendent who controlled the power of the stars? However, it was different now. There was no overwhelming presence to stifle him, and although John Stone and the others might be all strong presences, it would be quite difficult to control them since, unlike downstairs, this zone was not fully organized. The recent battle proved that theory. He clearly saw them fighting in the front since they couldn't afford to order and command them. If that's so, it's possible. There were no more beings to control him. Then, there was no reason for him to follow their words. Of course, he could not openly express his intent. First, he just needed to incite a small rebellion. Concluding his thoughts, he added his voice to the already boisterous crowd. So, let's split up. Some will go north and investigate the blue light while others will cover this place. The group that headed north must be them. It was a blue light as clear as day that could be seen from him. If a normal person were to see this, they would be captivated by the light. That was how beautiful that light was, shining as it enveloped the sky. He didn't know what was there, however, he had realized something as he had ascended. Authority was given to those that move. If one wanted to occupy something and go further in standing above others, one had to move even if it was dangerous. We came up here first and fought bloodily, so shouldn't we have some say? This wasn't a bad situation. With all the clamoring in the vicinity, Belfigor smiled after seeing John Stone shake his head as if he had a headache. Kureum. Hosang was dazed after seeing the monsters far away march inside. Hey. Don't tell me you're going in there. Why was he trying to discourage him from going in there alone? The problem was there was a risk of them being dragged in as well. If that were to happen, it would be manslaughter. For now, there was at least an opening for them to escape from that option. However, if they were trapped inside that quarantine-like zone, only one conclusion remained. They would either all die or kill all of them. It was one or the other. By all means, it seemed that the former to occur was much higher in his eyes. That was how dangerous it looked inside. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Not sure what resentment and bitterness grew within them, they continued to growl and groan endlessly while entering. It wasn't like their anger had reduced, but it was rather the opposite. Rage had reached the tip of their heads but was forcefully suppressed. If they were to enter such an area, it was certain that they would be the target of their anger and rage. Hansu chuckled from Hosang's words. Don't worry. I'm not going in. Whew. Are you serious about that? Hosang let out a sigh of relief, seeing Hansu nod. Of course, it was a pretty nice opportunity to go in there. If lucky, he might even overcome that wall. However, he was lacking one definite factor. Seed, Hansu mumbled while looking inside his body. That was right. He still lacked one seed. Though his body was recovering right now and he was getting stronger as he fought via the growth of his other seeds, he needed to sprout a whole new seed to get over that wall. However, what remained was the spirit exploding seed. In order to completely germinate the seed, he had to die, and he had no intention of wasting his life in such a solitary pot. Hansu clicked his tongue. If he were to die using the spirit exploding seed in such a pot, he would be dying meaninglessly. What that meant was as long as there was nothing major to die for, it truly wasn't worth using it. This wasn't the reason why he had traversed so far in his journey. He spun away from the entrance of the ship that was about half closed and briefly spoke, "Let's enter." It seems like the entrance hadn't closed yet. The moment Hansu tried to lead the Transcendents, who let out a sigh of relief, toward the entrance. Rumble. A large crevice appeared in front of Hansu. Huh. What the hell is happening again? The Transcendents stepped back in worriedness at the hidden attack that they couldn't sense. They instinctively knew that it wasn't an attack that could be made by a person that was slightly stronger than them. It was the remnant of an attack created by someone that was a stage above them. Damn. There's no end to those bastards. However, unlike the others, Hansu leisurely looked back. They were airwaves that were quite familiar to him. We meet again. At the remark, Sangjin, who was standing far away on the hill, looked down and nodded silently. You must have had a hard time from when we last met, Hansu mumbled as he looked at Sangjin's body. It was covered in wounds. Not only that, seeing the airwaves that were rumbling out of his body, it was clear that he had been engaged in a fierce battle not long ago. Of course, he had made sure to reap the cost. You've already crossed the wall, Hansu mumbled once more after seeing Sangjin. Well, it would have been stranger if he had not transcended after being engaged in such an intense battle prior, since he was a 4-star transcendent for quite a long time unlike him. The evidence was the difference in the level of fighting power he displayed compared to the others. Although it was a short period of time, it would not be strange to transcend if he had fought so fiercely and absorbed some crystals. However, that wasn't important. We meet again. What's going on? Sangjin threw something at Hansu from those words. Hansu frowned after seeing what was thrown to him. Seed. It wasn't a normal seed at that. It was at least the level of the immortal soul. Feeling the aura, he could sense that it might be above that. In other words, if he used this properly, he might be able to overcome the wall. This was a very valuable item. If Sangjin had used this item, he would have been much stronger than him. It probably required blood, sweat, and tears of effort to acquire this. However, the reason why he had safeguarded this until now was for one reason: to hand it over. The reason why you're giving me this, is to tell me to enter over there, I think. Sangjin nodded at Hansu, who was glaring at the pot over there that was nearing its completion. If you go in like that, you'll die. The place he was referring to was not the solitary pot but rather Noah itself. Hansu could also vaguely feel it as well. That probability is quite high. Unfortunately for him, things were more favorable for the ones inside. They had good comrades, and since they were moving quickly, they were able to take Noah first and occupy an advantageous position. Not only that, they held good skills and talent. He had done everything he could do to catch up to those that had come here 20 years before him, but now he had to face the harsh reality that such words were ineffective in this kind of scenario. What was important was that he needed to win. At this rate, it was obvious that he was inferior. However, if he used the seed and were to use solitude, then the story would differ. Staring at the seed in his hand, he looked at Sangjin and spoke, even if you give me this, it could be in vain. I'm a little different from who you used to know. He had already heard the reason as to why he was going to this extent. He was following him since he believed that he could see a better hope by serving him. Before he lost his memories, he had clearly shown results to him of what would happen if he were to help him. However, I can't guarantee that it'll happen in the end as well, Hansu mumbled. The result had come out better than expected after a myriad of events below. However, that was not due to his will but rather a combination of the circumstances and luck. The picture could be quite different from what he was anticipating, but he was helping him to this extent. Sangjin strangely smiled. That's if you're still alive. I do not want to see you die. Hansu chuckled. I don't know. He had no thought of refusing since he couldn't lose this opportunity. Making a decision, he raised the seed and devoured it, hoping that it would become a new skill. Hey. Hey. Don't tell me. Seeing the Transcendents shout in urgency, Hansu chuckled. Don't worry. I'm going in alone. No matter what. It'll be perfect if I go in alone, Hansu muttered, feeling the new seed that took root in his body and energized him. With this much, it was more than sufficient to oppose those guys inside to transcend to the next stage. Well. I could die as well. However, whichever road he took, there was always a possibility for that. The key was taking a path with a higher probability. Until I come out. Be well. Huh? Hey. Hey. Whoosh. Looking at the gap of the outer wall of Noah shrinking rapidly as it recovered, Hansu immediately jumped inside, sparing no time for the people in the vicinity to speak. Chapter 456, Solitude, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyuyumble. Huh? You're crazy. People had dumbfounded expressions after seeing Hansu plunge inside. If that were to happen, what should they do? Follow him inside. Even if they didn't want to, they couldn't enter, to begin with, since the white surface that swallowed Hansu was now fully recovered and closed. Now, there was only a smooth white surface amidst the blue light. Seeing the blue-colored white surface, Del Marcus took a deep breath as he raised his weapon. Hey! What are you going to do? Kai ha 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 ha. Before Hosang was able to stop him, Del Marcus let out a large scream and delivered a blow with all of his strength toward the huge structure in front of them. Boom! The powerful blow literally ripped through the air as it crashed down onto the surface like thunder. Though the distance was about 2 kilometers away, the blow, which gave off such intense force implying that it would never be intercepted, struck the white surface directly in less than a second. Soon, a large roar was heard. Boom! Whoa! When did this bastard get so strong? There were dirt and branches flying all around. Hosang, who was watching from the side, looked in awe at the huge sandstorm that was created from a simple shockwave. He knew that Del Marcus was strong, but for him to possess such power. Well, I did become quite strong as well. Grip. He grasped on his fist and felt the overwhelming power stream through his body. He felt that he had become much stronger in the span of less than a week than he did in the last 6 months prior. It wasn't easy to follow Ares while fighting and hunting, but the difference was this vast. It was a hell of a training. He was forcefully carried around and fought like crazy in life or death scenarios. He had to utilize all of his skills, experience, and his proficiency in his weapons to survive in these intense crises. Not only that, he obtained a lot of crystals from killing the beasts to reward his efforts. As long as he stayed alive, there was no way he wouldn't get stronger. Hosang frowned after seeing Del Marcus in the sandstorm. There's not even a dent. The terrifying blow that was struck down by Del Marcus did not even dent the white metal surface as the blue light that swirled above it perfectly blocked his attack. If Del Marcus's attack with that much force was blocked, it was meaningless for them to attack in unison. It was a shield that boasted absolute defense, causing the Transcendents to swallow back in envy. It was a scene that helped them realize that they had no choice to start. Now, there was nothing for them to do with the guy who had entered the ship. All they could do was wait or decide on what their next course of action would be. Damn it! Seeing the blue light become stronger, the Transcendents turned their heads toward a specific direction. They looked at the man who had created this present situation, the one who had given Hansu a new skill and induced him to go inside. Who are you? What are you thinking? Hosang asked Sangjin. It was then. Hook. Hook. Crash. Sangjin kneeled down and let out rough groans. It wasn't because his body was a total mess, but it was because his body was recovering at an astonishing rate. 5-star. It was a strength that was more than enough to destroy the planet Ankara in the lower zone. However, that current strength was the problem itself. Beat. Beat. His heartbeats became rougher. No, in fact, it was Naripa's soul that was divided into him by the Naripa Emperor that was becoming bigger. He had done all he could to suppress the strength of the soul. It normally didn't go on a rampage like this, but there was only one reason he could think of why it suddenly began to fluctuate. Groan. As expected. That structure. Sangjin kneeled down and drooled as he looked at the huge white structure in which the blue light was becoming brighter. Is this, the red jade? The one that we had seen below? Ares muttered subconsciously. When they arrived at the space, Clementine had walked over to a certain area and raised his hand over something, causing the whole area to brighten. Once the place lit up, she realized that they were at the control unit of this huge place. The blue light began to spiral all across the place, and what changed foremost was below them. The floor of the space, which used to boast a heavy dense material, suddenly became transparent. Ares couldn't help but be surprised to see what was happening as they looked under their feet. Something familiar caught their eyes. Ares gulped as she saw the sight of dozens of red beads that were shining under their feet. They were smaller than the ones that were shining on the planet Ankara but didn't look like they would lose out in power alone against them. Dozens of red beads were currently spiraling below them. Even while admitting that this structure was massive, it was still an unbelievable sight. In the first place, those giant red beads had enough supply to charge a planet's core and was able to store dozens of them. It would have taken up as much space for one red jade like how one did for the planet Ankara. However, this structure in calculation from the curvature on the outside was by no means as huge as that planet. I still haven't received my answer from Clementine. Since her question wasn't answered, her curiosity grew more. Ares looked at Clementine as if she was urging him to answer. She had the right to know. However, it was another existence that passionately responded to Ares' stare. A translucent hologram began to form in the air before them. It soon identified their shapes and adapted into a common human form. We folded the space and stored it here. In order to securely store this liquid energy body of this size, and since we can't compress the storage of the red jades, we couldn't help but fold the space and expand the storage. As a result, we were able to store all 18 red jades. Truly remarkable, is it not? There was pride in the hologram's face, who smiled while pointing at the 18 red jades that were circulating in a dark space similar to outer space. It was as if the person was boasting a carefully crafted work of art. Seeing this hologram, Ares frowned. Though he couldn't feel a killing intent, he was an unpleasant fellow. Seeing this, the hologram paused momentarily before having an enlightened expression. Ah! Are you making such a face because I haven't introduced myself? I should have done it earlier. I was confused about why you were so displeased. There's no reason for you to be displeased. Ares narrowed her brows while looking at the guy, who was making wild guesses. The hologram smiled and continued. I have a name. But for now, please call me Noah. This is a name that you will need. The hologram, who finished speaking, walked around and smiled. Ruyu humble. Hansu, who was fighting furiously inside, felt something suddenly and frowned. The level of energy remained unchanged, but the flow of energy was different. The energy that was constantly flowing under established rules so far had at some point began to flow with a different purpose. There was only one reason why such a scenario was occurring. It has awoken. In fact, He didn't know what exactly happened to Noah here on out since they had failed in awakening Noah in his previous life. The only attempt to awaken Noah was blighted by Clementine. Though he lost his head to him in the end, it had been quite a while since the control room was destroyed by him. They might have been able to fix the control room if they had enough time, but they didn't have time to spare since the beasts of the abyss attacked them relentlessly. In the end, they gave up Noah and chose to dive deeper into the abyss naked. They fought endlessly and continued to do so like what he was doing right now. Boom! Hansu struck down his Mjolnir onto the beast that tried to bite him. Boom! Kayak. He was fighting endlessly, again and again. The beasts that were trapped inside were full of rage as they all focused on expressing their pent-up anger to him. He was cut and blown away. In return, he also made sure to return the favor as he destroyed them, and amidst the process, he became stronger. Krayak. The seed that had settled within him was growing quickly. Hansu, who was able to feel the seed's growth, began to concentrate. If he were to make a mistake, he would really die. Whatever they did, it didn't matter. Just like how he couldn't afford to care about them, it seemed that they didn't bother to think about him as well. This was evidenced by the huge flow of energy, which immediately faltered temporarily before resuming its normal stream. After being somewhat rattled momentarily, he quickly recovered and began to fight relentlessly. Ruyu. Wait, a bit longer. With Ares behind him, Clementine asked Noah, are all the features available? At those words, Noah, to be precise the hologram that named itself Noah, shook his head with excitement. All the features are not available yet. It hasn't been long since I had awoken, so we are missing a few conditions. From Noah's words, everyone looked below. Like Noah had said, there was only one active red jade out of the 18. As Ares and Keldian both narrowed their brows, Clementine, who was standing in front, smiled and said, then, can you float? Clementine laughed from Noah's words. First, go up. I want to show these friends of mine something. Soon. Kureung. The huge white structure that was Noah began to tremble in its entirety. Chapter 457, Solitude, 4. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Huyu. The people were shocked to see something large rising. It was a white thing the size of a mansion covered in blue light. There were still hundreds of kilometers north of their current location. It wasn't that short of a distance for these superhumans, but that didn't mean that it was a distance easy to traverse either. What had initially caught their eyes was the blue light, but now their eyes were fixated on the overwhelming size of the structure with its beautiful white surface curves. That was how grand the object was. One of the transcendents that had seen this subconsciously uttered out a word. Moon. To be honest, it was much smaller than a moon and there was no way a moon would be buried under the ground, but there wasn't another word that could explain the scene that unfolded before his eyes. It was a round white sphere with a sparkling cold blue that radiated sadness. The long battle had prolonged the day into the night, and the blue light that was sprinkled by the object was as if it was protecting them. It was overwhelming and unrealistic that those who were quarreling among themselves were left in a speechless daze. Karen Belphegor, who had insisted on heading to the north, loudly shouted. We need to immediately head north. From Karen's cry, everyone had doubtful expressions as to what they just heard. Seeing the crowd mumbling among themselves, Karen shouted once more. Everyone should know on their way up to the elevator that this is the last zone. Everyone nodded their heads. It was true that the last floor that the elevator ascended to was this place, the 7th zone. There were no more floors that they could up. Everyone thought that since this was the end, it would be the zone where they would restart their lives. Whether they dislike or like the place, they had to survive. Belphegor, seeing their expressions, continued. But, are you going to just stay here and watch that suspicious object float? Whether we go investigate or destroy it, are we going to let those things float above our heads without any response? The people nodded since he was correct. Surely, there was no reason to fixate on the issue of the object floating unless this was the last place they would spend their lives in, since they would just train themselves before ascending to the next zone. However, this time, the story was different. The elevator had signaled that this was the last zone, and if this issue wasn't resolved, they would be swept with discomfort as they live on. No, it would be a relief if it was just discomfort, but what if that object was something dangerous? What if it were to activate and instantly wipe out all the creatures in every direction? Then, they would have to pay the full price of negligence with their own lives. At that moment, there was a cry of disapproval from another side. So, are we going to leave this place and depart? If we leave, then what do we do with the others before? It was truly difficult to ascend up to this place. If the other transcendents had not been holding the formations in place, they would have been killed by the monster army they had seen earlier. They had defeated them and pushed them back, but it didn't mean that they had completely overwhelmed their opponents. They were just readjusting and replenishing their armies. They would have pushed on if they had judged that they could completely defeat them. However, the monsters had retreated despite knowing that there were still more people ascending from the elevator. There was meaning to that. It meant that if they all united and reorganized their divisions and numbers, they had confidence that they could win again. However, if they were to take their forces and head north, then it was obvious that the others that were currently ascending would be engaged in tougher battles than before. No, it could be said that they could be cut down and slaughtered. At the cry of such a man, Belphegor frowned for a moment before muttering internally. What do you know? Experience had told him so far that there was a supernatural power in each zone. The first zone had the world tree, and from zones 2 to 6, all of them had such cases as well. There was someone that had controlled all of mankind and had enough strength left over, the one that was extremely famous who had that kind of power in his hands. Kong Hansu. He was the true ruler of mankind, who possessed all of the transcendental weapons in all 6 zones. He hadn't personally ruled or controlled them, but no one could escape his influence. People grew stronger as he had ordered, and was controlled by his orders henceforth. Rules have risen, and people were not able to act of their own free will. Of course, there was no way to deny that it allowed them to reduce internal conflict and grow rapidly. However, Belphegor could not be satisfied with this much. He wanted to vent his strength to his heart's content, and become a presence that was in the top 0.01% of humans. But, what was the situation? At this rate, they would become mere spare parts to the system that was created by him. They would grow as he had ordered, and be forced to fight if he wanted. He could never be content with such a rule. He wanted to enjoy the right of authority, make his own subordinates and men, and reign like a king. He wanted to take whatever he wanted, and keep all the women he willed. Until now, it was impossible since Hansu's strength was too enormous for them to dare resist no matter how much they struggled. However, it was different now. That strength had appeared before their eyes. There was no room for doubt. That object would be the ultimate power to control this area. That, if I could control that thing. Belphegor tightly gripped his fists. The one that was able to laugh last was the final victor. Even if Hansu was the one that had devoured the previous 6 zones, he would become the final king by occupying this zone. And, there was still an opportunity for himself. If Hansu had already occupied that power, there was no way that sphere would have stopped working until now. Hansu would definitely have wiped out the alien species or used it to control them. Something should have already been done. The fact that no actions were taken place, it meant that he hadn't succeeded yet. Belphegor shouted once more. I have no intentions of letting that thing stay above my head. I need to know what that is. I'm going to go investigate, so you guys stay here. Belphegor shouted loudly as the surroundings began to shake. Haha. The hologram created by Noah was able to show the full appearance of the large moon-like ship to everyone. Keldian gulped as he watched the towering white body. He knew that it was enormous when he first saw the hull. However, he didn't expect such a large object to float in the sky. It's good, right? Well, with 1 red jade, there aren't a lot I can do, but this should be enough to enlighten your eyes. At Noah's words, Keldian frowned. He recollected Noah's words previously. There are conditions to fully awakening these functions. Curious of the conditions needed to awaken, he asked Noah. You've said that there are conditions, so what are they? Noah shrugged from his remark. The hologram, who made a pretty sly expression, looked down towards the red jade and spoke. Basically, as an arc, Noah is very efficient. Just because it was liquid energy doesn't mean it will give off an infinite amount of energy. It would be better to preserve such wasteful energy. Yes. Noah laughed from Keldian's nod. It's good to have a quick conversation. To put it simply, this Noah was built on the assumption that millions to billions of users would use it. If there were many registrants, then maybe, but with a small minority, there's no reason to use all 18 red jades, correct? You mean? It's simple. Increasing the number of registrants solves everything. Noah smiled as he saw Keldian narrowing his eyes, looking at the large populations of people over at the elevator. Ruyuyuyuyumble. Countless beasts from all sides swarmed onto Hansu. Dragon-like creatures swirled all around Hansu while hundreds of millions of cockroach-like beasts gnawed mercilessly into his armor to dig out his skin and whatever existed beneath. Boom! Melting everything around him with fire, he could hear a voice of frustration. It was the voice of the demon, Barmamont, that had reappeared after a long while. It couldn't be helped, since if this guy was to make a single mistake, he would die all for nothing. It hadn't even seen him in despair yet, so it would be quite problematic for him to die, so much so that he was somewhat regretting giving this man power. The reason why he had taken away his memories in exchange for their strength was largely due to wanting him to create chaos and disaster. They had wanted to see him destroy what he was protecting. However, this idiot was using that power to crawl towards his death as if he was jumping on a chance to finally die like a lunatic. They were flabbergasted to see him crawl into higher areas of danger the more strength he garnered. They didn't even like the seed he had received from below. It was a skill focused on self-sacrifice. With that kind of skill, his soul would be shattered and scattered. If it was a skill that destroyed one's soul, it was certain that they would disappear regardless of their contract. It would mean that an unimaginable strength would burst out. However, that was his position, since there was nothing beneficial for them. What would be the point of using a doll without a soul? You lunatic. Please leave. There's still a chance for you to leave. My power. Use my power. I will immediately allow you to leave. The demons were roaring, which caused Hansu to smile. It's up to me to decide what to do with the power I was given. Shut up. If he were to choose one of the few pleasures from this damned world, it would be the distorted faces of those demons. You son of a bitch. Are you even sane? If I die, try saving someone else. From those words, Barmamont including the rest all groaned and gnashed their teeth. If it was so simple, they wouldn't even be speaking. Transcendent. The rest were all fake. They were like weeds born through the cracks of the abyss and the underworld. It was too special to let waste of a soul where only one true transcendence was born in each world. Where do they get the opportunity to make the sacrifice of another admirable soul contract elsewhere? However, that guy knew this, and yet, he was like this. Deep underground, Barmamont muttered. Chapter 458, Solitude, 5. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Roar. Belphegor gulped as he saw the huge ball floating in the air. Seeing this from up close, he could feel a different level of pressure than before. It wasn't just a matter of size. Of course, there was a sense of pressure seeing how it covered the entire sky, but he wouldn't have come here, to begin with, if he was afraid. They were the ones that could break the mountain if needed. Even if a star of this size were to float in the air, they were confident of splitting it down in the middle given time if this was a normal, moon-like star like before. However, that blue light that was surrounding the white sphere was like a calm, overwhelming burden weighed on their shoulders. Seeing the energy flowing through the surface of the white sphere like a river was like a premonition that this could never be stopped by the power of humans. John Stone, who was next to him, spat out. What? Are you afraid to enter after coming here? I'm not sure what you're talking about. By the way, you were saying this and that to come here and remain here. John Stone frowned from Belphegor's remark. You bastard. That's because the situation keeps changing. How could he come up with consistent opinions and orders when the situation kept changing? At first, they had thought about going up since they wanted to help out Hansu. However, currently, they weren't in a position to back him up. Rather than worrying about the loss of contact with Hansu, they needed to be more aware of preserving their power in the near future and confront the armies that would come toward them. They had sent the vanguard out, but they could not find any traces of them, whether they had flown into the sky or were buried in the ground. This is truly crazy. Where the hell did all those guys go? John Stone was not happy with the faction splitting that was happening in the midst of all this. It was already an extent to send a scouting party ahead, but for a bunch of guys to swarm to this location? Looking around, he immediately knew there were tens of thousands of people full of ambition here. They were the determined ones that took the initiative to find out the secrets of this newly emerging object. It was truly a far-fetched hope that these guys would use their power morally for the right cause if they were to attain it. No, there was a higher probability that they would do it for the opposite. These were the ones that had taken the risk of this white object to get their hands on the potential new power, and they didn't look like those that would risk themselves for others. He had to do what he could to stop these blockheads, to stop them, which was why he had followed them. Damn. It would be nice if these guys were freaked out and ran away for their lives after seeing something incredibly dangerous inside, John Stone muttered, looking at the white sphere floating in the sky. That possibility wasn't out of the question. Through his conversation with Kiriel, he had heard the story broadly of the path that Hansu took. The dangers that he faced were unbelievable. Upon hearing the obstacles he traversed and what he did, John Stone had no choice but to admit completely that the guy was truly a madman, even if he was crazy himself. Before he had lost his memory, and after, he was crazy regardless. No, it could be said that he was more humane after losing his memories. If he was in his right mind or even had a speck of wanting to live, he would not have crawled into such dangerous places and did what he did. I hope these guys run away fully depleted of spirit. John Stone took a long deep breath and muttered, seeing Belphegor and the other warriors ready to jump in. The faraway entrance was well over a few dozen kilometers high in distance. Even if it were them, they had to leap for quite a while to be able to enter. The moment the others were preparing their whole bodies to jump off the ground. Boom! Huh. What the hell? The sudden blue light frightened the warriors. The blue light was currently shining above them from the ground that they were standing at, like the spotlight given to the actors in a movie theater. They looked on at the eerie light that looked to capture them. When a few of them began to falter back. Papa. The light in the air quickly began to dance and change its form as the blue light intertwined with each other, creating hundreds and thousands of plates out of that blue light. All of them were about 1 meter in thickness as they began to line up from the sky toward the ground like stairs, as if it were guiding them toward the entrance. Both Belphegor and John Stone gulped after seeing this. Of course, it didn't mean that they couldn't enter without this. The important part was something else. There was someone else inside that was looking at them. That inviting, bright, extended staircase was proof. It was made playfully, but the power of light that was condensed was beyond imagination. If the person inside didn't want them inside and had attacked them instead, it wouldn't be strange at all, but the fact that the stairs were made was clear that it was an invitation. While the people hesitated from the sudden response, Belphegor ventured toward the staircase. Damn. I already started this. He didn't know what was inside, but if he thought there was someone dangerous in there who had the will to kill them, there was no reason to invite them. In other words, it wouldn't have been strange to attack them. Therefore, there wasn't a real reason for them to refuse this invitation. He still hadn't got what he wanted. Thump. 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 Although there were many steps, each of them had a wide gap of several meters as Belphegor jumped on the stairs as if he was walking. The other Transcendents, who saw this, gulped before soon soaring after Belphegor with similar thoughts. Damn. It's not like I can't go in. John Stone, frowning, sighed before following the footsteps of the men inside the giant white object. You want to let them all in? Ares nodded from Chaldean's word. I told you. The ark is wide, and if we want to use all of its features, we need to increase the number of registrants. Noah laughed from the remark. A wise decision. The more registrants there will be more functions available for use. Ares exhaled, seeing Noah. Ares always thought that there were causes and reasons for every result. From her point of view, there were reasons why this large white object was made, why it needed this much power, and why engineers had built Noah. There must be a reason for everything, and her intuition told her that the reason for all she had mentioned above was not particularly in their favor. In the first place, for those reasons to exist, there needed to be a common cause, which meant that there was an opponent for why Noah needed such great power. In order to prepare for that scenario, we need to build up our strength, Ares muttered. If Noah was designed to have 18 red jades, it meant that there was definitely a time where Noah had to use all of them. In case that was to happen, they had to increase the number of users, which was in line with her ideology, which respected the potential of humans and save as many as possible. However, she wasn't a fool. There was nothing more foolish than blindly trusting people in this world. Ares looked at Chaldean and Clementine before speaking, then. All of you agreed to bring these people in and watch them without registering, right? For now, they would watch them to see what intentions and thoughts they had to enter the ark and the motivations that led them there. They didn't know anything, so it was best to examine for now. After they make room in the ark for them and observing their actions, they would decide whether they would let them stay or not. Chaldean nodded from her words along with Clementine. Clementine, I don't know why you asked that question earlier. But I will be right again this time. If she were given the power to take someone to the new world, she would take as many as possible, since they would be her friends and colleagues that would protect each other's backs. In this damned world, the only thing that could be trusted was humans. Isn't it? Ares bitterly smiled, seeing Clementine with a mysterious smile. That confident smile always gave ease and stability to others, but when opinions differed like this, it made people nervous. She thought that Clementine might be right again this time, but Ares shook her head. No. If she couldn't even trust humans, then she could really only despair. It would truly be too scary to be left alone in this large world with no one to believe in. All right. I believe you. So far, he had been right. Therefore, it was enough to prove going forth that he was right in the future. Taking a deep breath, Ares prepared to meet the adventurers that had climbed up the stairs and were walking through the hallway. Boom. There are more and more people that are indecisive. Shouldn't we go out slowly and clean up? Hey. It's serious outside right now. The demons kept talking inside Hansu. Though they were quarantined inside, they were able to get some idea of the situation outside through Mormat's power, the master of authority. The flies that were wholly swept all over the place earlier had not fully recovered. They wanted to see what was going on around Noah. Although it was not possible to see inside Noah from far away, being able to look around Noah was a great help. Do what you want. Hansu ignored the words of the demons and began to lash out with his shield against the beasts in the room. Boo! The bright red aura that surrounded his shield made the wolf-like beasts running toward him into a paste. The red jade-like light that looked like blood continued to shine brightly, a slightly red fungus color different from the pandemic blade. The demons watching from the inside frowned. You crazy administrator. To give a madman a weird skill like that. Barmamont gritted his teeth as he watched Hansu, who was swimming in bright red colors on top of black and gold. Chapter 459, Heaven, 1. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyumbel. Belphegor had an uncomfortable expression while looking at the long, black hallway. Why is it like this? I feel like I entered a prison. The hallway looked like a pathway to the execution chamber, as most of his powers and skills were restricted, as if it was telling him not to resist. However, Belphegor soon shook his head. If they were trying to kill me, there's no reason to be so complicated. Earlier, when he was climbing the stairs, he realized that the vast waves of energy came from the entrance. With this large object, they could kill him whenever they want to. Swallowing back, Belphegor walked with certainty toward the far visible light. If he walked straight, he would arrive. There was still some distance left, but an estimate of 20 minutes at most would all it would take for them to arrive. Let's go. At that moment. Humble. Huh. What? The sudden trembles began to shake the dark corridor. Soon, the walls of the hallway turned into small black cubes before changing their shapes like a broken graphic screen. It wasn't just the walls, as strange noises began to resound from the cloud-like black cubes for reassembling and creating a new path. It wasn't a straight path like before, but a hallway that headed for somewhere else. The explanation might be long, but the change was instantaneous. Less than a second later, the hallway that led to the distant light had disappeared, and in its place, a slightly curved path that was to the south arose. Seeing how this carefully assembled hallway had suddenly appeared, Belphegor hesitated. If you're not going, get out of my way, man. Johnstone stepped forward, pushing Belphegor to the side. Bastard. He's scared. If they were trying to do something strange, they wouldn't go in such a roundabout way. It would have been easier to crunch the hallway from earlier and kill them. It was but a short moment, but he definitely felt the ominous, creepy energy that was in each black cube. Although those cubes' purpose was merely used for changing appearance, what he had felt from before could have been a staircase to hell. And it seems that the light had become subtly brighter. The end of the hallway was brighter than before. Johnstone walked toward it as if it was a location that was welcoming his arrival. Picking up his speed, he soon arrived to the bright light which leaked out and covered Johnstone's entire body. Walking out of the hallway, Johnstone groaned subconsciously. MHM. Hey, big guy. Stop blocking the road and step aside. What is it? Since Johnstone's body was very big, the people behind him could not see a single thing. Belphegor, who was following just behind Johnstone, pushed him aside and walked out. At that moment. MHM. Belphegor uttered the same groan as Johnstone. The same went for the warriors who began arriving behind Belphegor and Johnstone. Wow. What is this? There was a huge, luscious beach with the sand shining brightly that was scattered on top. There were the sunshine and the cool, fresh breeze that was around them, and the benches and trees that were in the streets as well. It wasn't just that. Wow. Over here. There's a ball. Throw it this way. There were countless numbers of people filling the beach. There were hundreds of buildings and white houses standing tall on the beach. What is this? Is this a hallucination? Johnstone and Belphegor both faltered back. This is Florida, a warrior, who followed from behind, said with a bewildered expression. How is it? I reenacted the happiest place in Ares' memory. It's nice, isn't it? From Noah's words, Ares swallowed back. It wasn't just nice. Before she was dragged into this hell, it was the place where she had spent her life at. It was Florida. For every intersection, there was a building. Although her memory of the place had somewhat faded over the course of the last 20 years, she still remembered clearly what it looked like and what it had. The scene that reflected from the scene perfectly filled the gaps in Ares' memory of Florida. It was literally the city that she lived in more than 20 years ago, and it looked exactly the same. Her eyes quivered as she looked at the faces of the people over in the screen. Even my friends. Her friends that were dragged into the abyss and had died were definitely alive at the time. They had gathered at the beach in order to celebrate her birthday party, and the words happiest moment in my life could not be more fitting than this. This was definitely the brightest point of her life, and its reproducibility of that scene was horrifyingly accurate. Ares clenched her teeth before looking at Noah and asked, how did you do that? Noah laughed loudly in amusement. Ahahaha. What's so hard about this that you had to ask? Isn't it the basic of basics to create an environment for the residents to live in? Ark. It was an ark that was built with great technological prowess. There was only one purpose. It was to make residents as happy as possible from the harsh environment that could reappear whenever forever. The grand energy from the red jades with the combination of the liquid energy allowed these miraculous events to be recreated so simply. It wasn't even a job to create a replica of an environment when it had a hallway that could destroy transcendence. Of course, it would be a little far-fetched for it to be a joke since it was quite big, but with a bit of effort, it wasn't much. It was able to sprout trees and make sand from the empty spaces. Through the distortion and crumpling of the space, it was able to artificially create the sun and seawater, wind, waves. With the energy of the red jades, it was too simple. The fish, people, and pets that were in the set. These were materials that could make anything, and as long as one had the memories with it, it could recreate it with the energy in hand. Of course, it needed all three of the materials, energy, and design to make this happen. It was able to create a killing robot that could wipe out a country, so how could it not make something as simple as this? Of course, it was hard to make a perfect human being, but it was nothing like making a seemingly unpleasant resemblance to that of a human either. All these technologies were used for the happiness of the residents. Look at their expressions. They look a little dazed. Shouldn't you go over and say something? A phrase like welcome to heaven. They could make anything they want, whether it was food, items, and even people. If they wanted a private space, they could set up their own private spaces that matched their desires since there was so much space anyways. Although the capacity for space expansion was lacking at the moment due to the lack of energy, it could simply expand the interior of Noah immensely using the red jades directly if needed. Then, it could build a kingdom for each one. A giant territory with countless citizens as well as beautiful and handsome slaves. This was a space where all materials and energy were used to satisfy a single pleasure. This was essentially the height of pleasure. To be honest, these desires were automatically fueled by the level of civilization. There's nothing else worth using. However, how lucky are you all? You all have desires inside, and you now have the option to meet them. However, are you truly not going to go and greet them? The screen that Noah had shown in the air displayed the adventurers and the transcendents walking around the residential areas. Ares frowned from Noah's words. Boom. I don't know. Do as you please. Seeing Hansu rampage and destroy everything from all directions, the demons muttered. The red light that surrounded Hansu was becoming intensely stronger as it started to look like blood. This meant that the guy was constantly getting stronger. Of course, the crisis around him was not over yet as the beast's attacks remained strong, and their numbers remained finite as well. No, it could be said that the situation had become more dangerous. Although he had become stronger, from fighting for so long, his body was filled with large wounds. However, if he were to try and leave, he would have left already. Was it comforting to think that the guy that was fighting viciously was becoming stronger or no? If it looks like he will die, he will probably leave. Bang. Barmamont muttered deep in the basement, seeing the guy pushing the beasts back. However, there were some that still hadn't given up. It was Dopadus, the demon of indolence, greed, and desire. He was constantly frustrated at the sight of Hansu fighting through his 5 senses. It couldn't be helped since its least favorite thing was to busily move in such a dangerous place like this. The pleasure that Dopadus reveled in was seeing humans be devoured by pleasure and power, so it was no wonder that it was displeased. Hansu did not retort to Dopadus' words. Pleasure. Not bad. However, there was a precondition. There had to be an environment where he was relaxed enough to soak himself in the water. Even if he were to think like this. What if there was an enemy hidden that was targeting him? All the pleasure that he took would have to be repaid with his own life. While he was resting, his opponents would constantly move. I'm almost done. Crack. The seed was growing without hesitation within his body. Catching up with its pace were the other 6 seeds that were becoming stronger as well. Among them, the seed of the pandemic blade was also there. By the way, what are those guys doing? Hansu mumbled as he recalled the men with pandemic blade in their bodies. Ruyu umble. Seeing Sangjin destroy the ground and running, Hosang sprinted while breathing heavily. Hey. Let's go together. You might be a 5-star transcendent. But we're all 4 stars, so how can we keep up? If the guy had not borne wounds, they wouldn't have been able to catch up at all. Damn bastard. Since he's so strong, I can't even catch up. Seeing him flung his body forward without hesitation, Hosang shouted to the back of his head. But where are we going? Aren't we going inside? There was a giant, white body floating in the sky. At first, everyone including Hosang thought Sangjin would ask them to enter there. However, the direction which the hurt person was flying toward was the south. As a result, Hosang and the rest were all following him south back to the way they had come up from. By the way, there are quite a lot of people. I wonder if all of them will try and go in. The white moon that was rising in the sky, and the elevator that they had passed by caused Hosang to mutter. There was already an overflowing number. At first, he had wondered how so many had survived, but every time he looked back and saw the white sphere, that thought vanished. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine all of the people being able to enter the large, white object. It was then. We're here. Huh. Sangjin, who was fiercely running, stopped, causing Hosang to automatically stop as well. What is he looking at? Hosang was curious why Sangjin was looking far below the clouds. He followed suit and looked down as well. Then, Hosang gulped back. What is this? There was a steep cliff that was perched beneath their feet from the vast jungle that started to the point where the cliff had ended. However, that wasn't the point. Umble. Boom. The jungle was set on fire. In between, he could see the huge number of armies that they had seen previously. It was the large numbers of the Queen's army that had opposed the Desire return earlier. Although their numbers decreased because of the loss of troops against their battle previously, not sure what method they had employed, but their numbers were even greater. If they were to attack them, no matter how strong they were, it was certain that they would be swept away. It was a situation where running away wouldn't be strange. However, Hosang and the other transcendents didn't run away since there was no reason to. They're all dead. Kruyumble. The transcendents couldn't help but groan and gasp, seeing the Queen's army all dead and become corpses. Chapter 460, Heaven, 2. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Why are you delaying? Clementine chuckled from what Ares had said. Ares, you still haven't finished your bet with me yet. What would you do if they are weird people? I wonder what they will do. Iris paused momentarily before shaking her head. There's no reason to fight because of them. Even if they didn't fight, all their pleasures and desires were fulfilled. Though they have not yet given them the right to register, as Noah had said, this place can literally offer everything they want without restriction. That was why there was no reason for them to fight. Clementine chuckled once more. How long do you think we will wander around this world? Iris flinched from his remark. I wonder how long. To be honest, it would be great if this was the last stop. She wanted nothing more than having no further threats, with Noah's Ark being the last. However, would that be possible? Right now, she had no clue for what reasons this unidentified white ship was built for, and even Noah wasn't aware as well. I have no previous memories. I just opened my eyes and saw you standing in front of me, and I just merely knew what I could do. To be honest, it's only my guess that the functions that I was designed to have were to make everyone happy. If not, there would be no need to have such features. She hoped this would be the end. However, she had an ominous feeling that this place would only be the start. Clementine continued to speak to Iris. We don't know how long we will be in this realm. Of course, it would take longer if we were to stay with those people. But, can you believe that? Do you think we can spend decades with them together inside here? If you think so, register them right away. Iris couldn't forget what he said, since he was right. The forces over there were strong enough to create heaven or hell. The materials and energy that flowed in Florida could quickly turn into a mass murdering weapon more frightening than anything else. The moment these people were to be registered, these functions would be available. It didn't look like there was anything different from here. The authors and the people all had equal rights. It wasn't like Iris believed in the goodness of humans. She just believed that with proper control and enough resolutions, humans could work together instead of engaging in conflicts to find solutions. So far, Iris had the power to enable that proper control. If they combined the strengths of Kanti, Kelvin, and Clementine, that was possible until now. However, what if they got a hold of this enormous power? Then, they would truly be beyond their control. I agree that there should be a lot of people. However, I don't agree that everyone should be here. Let's observe for now what kind of people they are. We don't even know what faction they are in. We have to hide our existence to observe them properly. Faction. Kelvian sighed heavily. That is certainly unusual. If they had risen separately and grew from below their jurisdiction in the first place, it wouldn't have even taken much effort to discover what and who they were, since they wouldn't be much different from themselves. They would be moderately selfish and violent. If it was dangerous, they could abandon their comrades as well for their own safety. For them, they had the confidence that they could control those forces. However, they were completely different. They all had the same armor with the same formality. In addition, they had similar auras radiating that unknown power. Though they looked to be somewhat split, they were not hostile against one another. This meant one thing. They were completely unified from the lower zones. Who in the world would be able to do this? This meant that the person had unified all of mankind. Keldian didn't understand how such a feat was possible. No, it was hard for humans to ascend up the colored 7 zones, to begin with. They had to worry about survival and adapt to their environments, but they were all unified. Did this mean that they had resolved all of the problems in the lower zones and found solutions for all of the disasters below? From his point of view, that was impossible. This would be impossible even if he returned back in time. Humans showed a completely different side depending on whether they were unified or working independently, depending on who had created the group and the purposes the group or faction has. What if the people there had extremely dangerous ideas like fanatics? It would be suicidal to distribute Noah's authority to them. Seeing those people, Clementine smiled. So, let us wait and see while we adjust their desires and wants moderately. Then, they would be able to witness their various appearances. At that remark, Keldian frowned before nodding. Umble. Bang. The demons tiredly looked on at Hansu, who was surrounded by bodies. This lunatic had truly made it? There were only piles of corpses lying around. The entire room were full of corpses on top of corpses. This lunatic had managed to pull through, trapped inside the room of 981 species. The reward of that fight was converting it to his strength. The seed that had settled inside his body had crazily developed and pumped power into his body. However, for the time being, it will be a little difficult for it to operate since the guy was almost half dead by now. This was why they had said he was a sick bastard. He had fought to the point where he had holes all throughout his bodies, with all of his muscles to the extent of them being cut off. Despite all of this, he continued to fight. If his seed related to body regeneration had emerged, then it would be different, but the growth of seeds that were aimed for pure destruction would definitely not help the user's body recover greatly. Of course, his recovery was still accelerating, but it would take a while before the immortal soul, the seed that is in his body, allow him to fully recover. The immortal soul began to suck up the bodies around him by melting the corpses and convert them into materials aimed to accelerate his recovery. Hooray! After seeing that Hansu's body began to recover quickly, the demons let out a sigh of relief, since the death of this madman had somehow been prevented. Not only that, his beautiful soul was still fine. Now, all they had to do is watch him go out and destroy everything. I'm going to go manage my territory. Call me if trouble occurs. The moment the demons were about to scatter. Hey. That sounds fun. There are a few more coming. Mormat with an excited expression shouted as he used his White Moon army to observe outside. A private space was created next to the control room. Teehee, who was finally alone with Clementine, looked a bit relieved. Outside, she had to always be aware of Aries, so it wasn't easy to talk. By the way, I wonder how Clementine had woken this up. Though they pretended to wake Noah up, in reality, it was Clementine that had done it. With an intrigued expression, Teehee shrugged her shoulders before beginning to speak. She had to finish her report. Things are progressing well outside. I'm not sure where that guy had gone, but he's quite a hassle. Teehee shook her head and muttered, recollecting about Hansu. As long as their plan progressed, it wasn't something that one guy could easily block. To be honest, I really don't know what he's thinking. Everything would be over if they killed everyone inside Noah. This was a job that they had done along the way as well. She could not understand why they had to front an innocent act. I'm sure this is being done for a reason. It has been close to 22 years since she had begun following Clementine, and her faith had always been rewarded. It was quite unbelievable to think she was complaining about why she couldn't understand since it happened more than once. As if he was trying to console her, Clementine smiled before having a satisfied expression. You did a great job. Good job, everyone. It's almost done. Teehee, slightly relieved by Clementine's words, smiled politely. It's nothing really. But, seeing Teehee slightly leaking some words, Clementine asked again. Ask me if you're curious. What is it? Clementine asked, seeing the somewhat hesitant Teehee. Magnus had made his final report before he died. This time, he had not seen the ring from the guy. It wasn't just Magnus, but after the fourth zone, everyone that had fought him had said the same thing. Ever since the battle against Matiron and his elites in the yellow zone, it seemed that the ring had disappeared. He couldn't explain how surprised he was when he first saw the ring. It was the symbol of Clementine himself. Nirmaha's ring. It was a rare artifact that could only be obtained in the tutorial. Other than Clementine, he had not seen anyone else obtain it, which was why he was so surprised when he had seen it. Did he lose it? Or is that the ring has other functions? If he was hiding it before using it as a hidden card, they needed to prepare for it. This was how strong the Nirmaha's ring was. Normally, the artifact was treated a level below once the first few transcendent walls were overcome. However, Nirmaha strangely maintained its power, which was why she had asked Clementine. Other than Clementine, there was no one else that had the ring, including those closest to him. I wonder why he's not telling me. Teehee had a somewhat sad expression, but Clementine's attitude remained unchanged. Clementine shook his head and replied. I don't know. However, there's no way he has not used it. I heard that he had nearly died a couple of times, so maybe he had used it at those times. Teehee nodded at his response. That's what she thought, which was why she had asked. Then, I will finish it. Soon. Cheek. In the room where Teehee disappeared, Clementine laid absent-mindedly looking at his fingers. In fact, he was looking at the shining ring on his finger. Possibly this being his last break, he wanted to rest, but he was also curious. If he had it, there's no way Noah would be this quiet. Did it truly disappear? There were only two possibilities. It's either been erased, or it has dug in. Whoa. Clementine, who was spinning the ring, muttered softly to Noah. Chapter 461, Heaven, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Whoa. This is awesome. One of the warriors that had followed Belphegor, Simon, lied down on the beach and mumbled while looking up at the sky. The people that lived here had told them this while they were wondering what was happening. They realized that the creatures made here were robots not long after. Some suspicious ones soon caught and tortured the fish, revealing their inner appearances. Of course, since they need to be cautious, they hadn't scattered yet and had agreed to gather at one side. The lives that they had lived so far were too rough for them to leave everything down just because it was a heaven prepared for them. However, at least it was clear that they could live a much more comfortable life than before. Grab. Wow, this feels real, Simon muttered while he was fondling the butt of a woman lying down in her swimsuit beside him. As if she was asleep, the woman did not show a response, as her beauty was overwhelming than any other woman he had seen on television. It wasn't just one or two women, but there were dozens of them playing around in the vicinity. They acted cutely and even playfully teased them. With this, is there a reason to fight each other? Simon scratched his head as he looked up into the sky. There needed to be a reason for them to fight to begin with. It wasn't like they were crazed to kill. To begin with, guys like Kong Hansu had gone up initially and had destroyed all of them. The rest that was left was greedy and ambitious, but not without reason. Though it was clear that the reason why they had followed Belphegor was because they wanted something as well, there were others like him that were chasing a better environment to live in. There was no need to cut people and see the blood of his own and his opponent when his back was warm and his belly was full. There were people that wanted to live a hard life like Belphegor, so he could rest for a while. Simon, who laid on his back, looked up into the sky once more, extending his legs. Something's a little uncomfortable. His body couldn't be any more comfortable, but something was nudging him inside. It was then. A presence. Far away, Simon leaped onto his feet after he felt a presence from the hallway that he had entered from. Simon quickly dug out the sword that was buried in the sand next to him and gripped it. Since he was the one closest to the entrance, he was able to see everyone. Ever since he had settled there, not one person had left outside. In other words, whoever was entering the place they were in was another person. Simon's muscles in his body began to tense up as a storm began to swirl around him. A normal person would immediately lose consciousness from the aura that was radiated by him. Wait. If I do this, will these people not faint? Remembering the countless beauties that were prepared for them, Simon glanced to his side. However, Simon soon frowned. As if nothing was happening, the women were flaunting around. Oh my. What's wrong? Have some more fun. You've had a hard time. Tell me more of your stories. As soon as Simon saw this, Simon realized what was nudging him inside. They are not afraid at all. Different from the alien species that they had fought so far, they were different from other humans. They had power, which was why they were always cautious and wary of those that could potentially hinder their paths. However, these women were accepting them too comfortably. There was only one scenario why this was happening. They didn't care what they would do in this unknown location. So, they had tried their best as well to adapt from their warm welcome. At this point, he felt very uneasy. *T. I should leave. Come to think of it. When has the world ever been so kind to us? The sweetness of this place was slowly beginning to get on his nerves. It was as if he was being devoured. Go away, you girls. Of course. What nonsense is rest in this fate? Tightly gripping his sword, Simon swung it around as he pushed the women clinging to him far away. Whoosh! Someone walked out from the entrance. The moment he saw that. Who are you? It was a woman he had seen for the first time with a large man. Behind them was an intelligent-looking man. There were only three, but Simon held his sword even tighter. The moment he saw them, he knew. Monsters. He could not even guess just how much power they had from their bodies. It was infinite. He had reached the 4-star transcendence himself. That was why he was tasked with defending the entrance, since he was recognized for his strength. However, the moment he saw them, he realized that he could not handle any one of those three people. No, if one of them had stepped forward, it was certain that he would not last even for a minute. Simon began to earnestly fluctuate his aura around his whole body before breathing in to warn everybody. At that moment. Ugh. It would be complicated if you make a fuss. Grab. What the hell? When did he? Simon was shocked to see the man clutching his neck. He didn't even see his movements. He was absolutely certain that he was beside the woman. However, in a blink of an eye, the man was beside him. Ugh. Grip. When Simon had an expression that he was losing consciousness as the hand tightened on his neck, a voice of salvation was heard. Kangi. Stop it. Huh. Was I too harsh? He is pretty strong though. Drop. Simon, who was floating in the air, dropped to the ground. Huck. Ares, with a solemn expression, walked over to him. I'm sorry for the sudden use of violence. However, there's a reason why we can't make a ruckus. We would like to talk with your boss. Before Clementine returned, they had to quickly finish the conversation. What thoughts they had to ascend, and what their objective was. Clementine wanted to observe them, but something was unclear. Why was it that they should not contact them and just observe? The attitude that Clementine spoke to these people, was not an attitude toward the same human beings. It was as if he was speaking to inferior creatures. Clementine, for the very first time, I don't trust you, Ares muttered, recollecting Clementine who was away for a while. Wow. This girl has some moves. Noah shrugged his shoulders as it watched Ares suddenly storm into the residence. Well. I did as I was told. He did as he was told. He hid the contents of Ares and other images that needed to be properly edited and hidden while giving adequate stimulation to the living creatures within the living space. Following up, it was to show Ares and her group how they behaved without filtering. But, he didn't remember hearing an order of this sudden rush inside. If you were so concerned, you should have kept your seat. Noah smiled softly, recalling Clementine who had been away for a while. Of course, Clementine thought it would be fine to be absent in this short gap. However, how could reality flow as it pleased? The conclusion was already made. No, it could be that it might become more interesting. Everyone's busy. So busy. Noah smiled while observing the countless organisms running around within the ark. It saw Clementine outside the ark meeting someone and being handed something. In the inner corner of the ark, it saw Belphegor busily being engaged in something, checking every single nook and cranny. While, in the residence place, Ares and Johnstone were meeting and talking about the truth that Clementine so wanted to hide. What's most entertaining, is here. The residence space and the species conservation room. Noah looked inside the species conservation room. To be exact, it was looking at the unidentified cocoon. It looks like it will hatch now. Noah whistled. You want us to believe that now? Chaldean's eyes trembled, who maintained a calm attitude, at Johnstone's words. Johnstone looked frustrated by the way they behaved. Yeah, I'm serious. If I ever catch that son of a B***TCH, I'll break his legs. Of course, he didn't think he could do anything to Clementine. However, that was how heated up he was. How could a man look pretty when he was trying to destroy mankind as a whole? By the way, what's wrong with these guys' faces? Aren't they in the same faction as Clementine? Johnstone shrugged his shoulders. He just answered honestly of how they had lived. There was a bastard named Clementine who created such a mess that caused all of them to nearly die before barely breaking through and climbing up. The people here seemed strong and could survive from the grasp and hands of Clementine. That was why he was trying to convince them so that they could be of great help. But while he continued to tell the story, their expressions became strange. They showed expressions of a child as if they had just realized the secrets of their unknown births. At that moment, above the residence room, a strong wave erupted. It was a wave full of anger and killing intent as well as shock. Johnstone and Ares both jumped up from their seats at the intense eruption of a new life and anger. Well, that's what happened. How unfortunate. Watching the screen that displayed the residence room, Clementine grabbed something hard in his hand. From the moment Ares and Johnstone met to the point where everything about him was confided between them, all of them were shown in Noah's live documentary. What, could you not wait any longer? I just wanted to show you guys. Grey-ob. Clementine's face began to distort viciously. Ruyumble. I wanted to sleep more, but they won't let me rest so easily. Hansu, who came out of the cocoon, grinned at the strange ripples that were sent across Noah. Chapter 462, Heaven, 4. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyumble. Hansu, who came out of the cocoon, took a long breath and exhaled, feeling the excess power rushing through his body. Great. Truly great. The power was unparalleled to what he had felt before. Besides, it was different from the time when he overcame the wall. It wasn't the feeling of taking a step forward. No, a better explanation would be that he felt like he was one step closer to somewhere. That was why he felt disappointed. If I could take that next step. 7-star. It wasn't like he had simply jumped into a 6-star transcendent. It meant that his trait had been developed and all his 7 seeds had been cultivated. In addition, he had completed all of his traits that symbolized transcendence. There was no doubt that something else would unfold. Well, only the shell is left. Hansu shook his head to shake away his disappointment. The spirit exploding seed was in his heart. To awaken the seed meant that he would explode his soul. This meant that he would not be able to exist as himself. The demons could control me. And I could become a puppet. I really have no idea what would happen. Hansu shrugged his shoulders. His existence would have already disappeared from this world by then. Of course, it wasn't a situation that he wanted, so he preferred that this wouldn't happen. It's time for me to go. The hammer is a bit loud. Hansu, who briefly looked at Mjolnir, latched it around his waist and began to focus on his fingertips. The moment he concentrated, roar, the waves of aura enveloped his whole heart and body before driving toward his fingertips. When the black gold energy was mixing crazily with the blood red energy, whoosh! A large light began to form on the tips of Hansu's fingers. He climbed above the mountain of corpses in the white space before arriving at the wall. Then, he brought his fingernails to the blue-colored wall of Noah. Rumble. The walls that the beasts raged crazily to escape before began to be pierced before him like tofu as Hansu slowly began to walk through the open path. The walls tried desperately to recover the damages from the internal structure by flooding the place with blue light, but it was simply not enough. Rumble. At some point, as if he was walking through clouds, he walked through the white wall with the energy in his fingers constantly piercing through the wall and appeared in the hallway. It was the same white hallway that Ares' group, as well as Johnstone and Belphegor, had passed through. Inside the hallway, he could see a blackened corridor and a huge wave of air coming from beyond. Well, it's not easy living in this world. Hansu chuckled before quickly moving inside toward the border of white and black. Roar. The towering aura that was being erupted from above caused Ares to be startled. Unbelievable. Was Clementine this strong? She knew that Clementine was strong. However, she thought he would definitely be a stage lower than Hansu. Unlike Kangti who focused on his physical skills and Keldian who carefully managed his own modifications to enhance his own skills with the crystals, Clementine didn't seem to be very interested in them. There were so many things to be done, so crystals were always at a shortage, and since they were in the upper echelon, he didn't need to be greedy about the crystal allocation. If he had emphasized a bit more, he definitely would have been allocated more crystals than Kangtaek. However, the aura that just erupted was beyond her imagination. It was so much that even Kangti had a flabbergasted look. Wow. It seems that this old man is right. This is a sly bastard. If he had this much power, they could have easily overcome the crises that they had faced. There would have been fewer people that died and got hurt. However, didn't this mean that he was hiding his strength until now? It was only natural that Kangti's gaze was distorted along with Keldian and Ares. Clementine. Why on earth? Ares, who gnashed her teeth, briefly shouted to Johnstoneham, all of you. Quickly bring all of the warriors scattered over here. All. Ares nodded from his remark. Yes. Immediately. Though the reason was constantly urging her that Clementine would never antagonize them, the aura that burst above was too threatening to be seen as such. But, it's not like it's impossible to win, Ares muttered. Clementine's mentality might be unimaginably wicked than she imagined, however, they were not easy opponents as well. Kangti was incomparably strong, and Keldian was an elite that could handle Tehe. Though they might be slightly inferior to them, they were still 5-star transcendents. First, we will oppress them, and then ask for the whole story. The truth that Johnstone had spoken to them was truly shocking. However, no matter how much she thought about it, it didn't feel false of all the things that Clementine had shown to them. Rather than that, Clementine had fought so devotedly for them. This was why she needed to ask the person who had caused the situation. Everyone gather. There's no time to play around. Boom. Johnstone's loud shout caused all the warriors in every corner of the reproduced residents of Florida to gather around Johnstone. They realized that the situation had heightened to the point where they couldn't easily rest here. Ares spoke to Keldian, seeing these warriors, let's hurry and go up. They had to quickly go and meet Clementine. It would be great if they could avoid conflict, but if the worst situation was to come, they need to prepare for it. Seeing Ares raising her fighting spirit and equipping herself, Keldian nodded. It was then. A voice could be heard from the black hallway. There's no need for that. I've already come down. The moment they heard his voice, Ares sighed. Clementine. Seeing Clementine and Tehe both come down from the control center, Ares narrowed her eyes. Even Tehe. It won't be easy. The moment she saw Tehe standing behind Clementine, she could see how things were going to progress. Seeing how she wasn't startled at all, it seemed like she had shared the same purpose with him for a long time. Then, Keldian, who was standing next to Ares, spoke calmly, I haven't seen your angry face in a long time. Seeing that, it seems like what he said was correct. Keldian pointed to Johnstone behind him. There was only one reason why he was suddenly infuriated. The truth that he wanted to hide had been discovered. From his words, Clementine, with a somewhat calm face, opened his mouth. Just a bit. Why didn't you wait just a bit longer? He just needed a bit more time. Then, things would have gone according to his plan. He would have been able to control those close to him through his trade without force, and they could have remained comrades until the end without knowing his secrets. However, when he had briefly left in that period of time, everything was ruined. Keldian briefly replied to Clementine, you should have shown an appearance worthy of us waiting. Yes. Why are you so urgent lately? It's like there's a hole in your actions. As if he was still having a hard time believing what Clementine did, Kangti asked him with a worried expression. From Keldian and Kangti's words, Clementine smirked. I see. Yes. It wasn't that they didn't trust him, but they had directly moved since he had failed to instill trust in them to fill the hole of the empty truth. The cause for this was himself. To be exact, he had no choice but to rush himself. Kang Hansu. His progress was so much faster than he had expected, so he had to continue to accelerate his plan. Without any time to proceed methodically, he had to move actively. In the end, he was complacent. He hadn't expected to meet such a weird guy like him. However, Aries and the others were more meticulous than he thought and didn't hesitate to act. That was all. Clementine, whose anger had somewhat subsided, looked at Aries and spoke, "Even if I asked you to trust me and wait a little longer, you wouldn't have listened, right?" Aries nodded. "I'm not sure what you're thinking, but stop and tell us what you have been doing." It was Clementine. It wasn't just some random person, but it was Clementine that was plotting. She didn't know what his plan was, but he had chosen to plow down the human race for his own ends and had even hidden these from them. Whatever it was, he had to be stopped for now. She would judge once she had heard the whole story. Clementine laughed bitterly from Aries' words. Sadly, there's no time for that. There was only one way left for him. It was to light the bomb. Then, boom! Kanti's figure disappeared, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Clementine. However, it wasn't Clementine that moved. "Get out of the way. How dare you humble?" He snorted as she blocked the huge sword from Kanti's hands. How dare he interrupt Clementine? Jijia Eniac. Jing. While Kangti and Tihi collided, huge shockwaves all over the place smashed the ground. From these energy waves, Johnstone frowned. Hundreds of thousands of spheres began to rise into the air from the man named Keldian. At the same time, a colorful white light burst around the woman's body. What the hell? Johnstone became speechless. Among the hundreds to thousands of spheres, each one looked like a different type with a different skill, while there was that unidentifiable light that amplified her power several times. He had never seen this. I had wondered, but they are truly monsters. Though their opponent was strong, it didn't look like they would lose either. While Johnstone was exclaiming, Aries clenched her teeth and shouted, "Clementine, stop now. You can't beat us." Clementine smiled softly from her remark. "This is why I liked you." Then, she looked at what Keldian was holding in his hand. The plan had gone awry because he had gone to receive this. Then, shouldn't the person who caused this to happen revert it back to its original state? Keldian, who saw this, was startled. Crystals. It wasn't just a measly amount either. There were hundreds of millions of them ground together. Where did he get that much from? No. Ba-ba-boom. While Keldian was pouring his skills out from shock. Our relationship will be restored, back to normal. The muttering Clementine gulped down the crystals in his hand. Chapter 463, Mad Demon, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Humble. The large explosion surprised Keldian. Unbelievable. Impossible. For there to be such a large amount. It was a mass heap of crystals that would allow him to overcome the barrier at a moment's glance. However, Johnstone gnashed his teeth after catching onto something. Could it be? The alien species outside looked as if they were being controlled. There were thousands to millions of humans fighting against the overwhelming numbers of these beasts. What if the man had converted all of those beasts into crystals? It wouldn't have been difficult. If he was able to command them to fight, then it would be easy to order the beasts to suicide. No, it was rather weird that he had only gathered that many crystals. There might be more. However, Johnstone realized that this was not important. Humble. Clementine shook his head, feeling the strength flow through his body. It wasn't that he didn't like the power, but he was discontent with how he was forced to ingest this much power. Normally, it should have not been necessary for him to use this strength. Well, it's not bad. It was just that he needed the strength to forcefully settle matters, which was what he was discontent with. Clementine gripped his fist and muttered as the overwhelming strength flowed through his veins, causing his whole body to be filled with energy, giving Clementine a new sense of superiority. No matter what was in his way, it was a strength that made him feel like he could resolve any hindrances. Now, he was able to use this power to deal with the current situation. Grip. Clementine, with his grip fists, looked around and looked at the tense eyes of Kangti and Keldian. Yes. It's not too late, Clementine muttered. It wasn't too late. There was still trust in their eyes. It was just that they were suffering from his current appearance to the one that he had displayed in the last 20 years. At that moment. Humble. A small explosion was heard in the distance as the sound of something being crushed and smashed resonated. He had already activated the security system of Noah to defend against intruders from those outside. So he's coming, Clementine mumbled, looking deep into the hallway. Boom. The black hallway of light, which had welcomed Belphegor and the other adventurers, was fluctuating violently as the black fluid swirled like waves before rushing to repel the intruder with its icy energy. Hansu grinned as he blocked the black waves that poured onto his shield. It seems he's not happy to see me. However, it wasn't bad on his part. If they really had the leeway to oppose him, they would not have bothered to utilize such a trick. Jijek. Thunder began to shoot out from Jalmir while Hansu swung down the hammer hard at the waves in front of him. Boom. The huge lightning cloud that came out from the hammer dived straight into the black waves as the Exenium cubes, which could shapeshift into structures that could injure humans, was unable to cope with the powerful blows of lightning before melting away. Humble. He burned the waves with his thunder, and the mana that shot out from the center of his body prevented the aftershocks by forming a barrier around his body. In the meantime, there were a few wounds that appeared from his body, but it wasn't enough to slow him down. He's over there. He pushed straight toward the place where the mana was resonating at. There was no one else other than Clementine that could emanate such mana. If he went there, he was sure that Clementine would be at that place. It has been a very long time. Boom. Hansu smiled while muttering to himself, smashing away the black waves with his shield in front. To see the face of the man that had bothered him for so long, it felt refreshing for Hansu, thinking how this fiasco had reached its finale. He wouldn't be this excited, seeing his long-awaited lover. Boom. Hansu, who was withstanding the waves, began to raise his speed toward the light-lit entrance far away. After some time, he jumped inside the light after burning the black waves relentlessly before looking around. It was the state of Florida that depicted its beauty. It was a place that any adventurers would dream of going to for vacation. Unfortunately, there was nothing that Hansu wanted there. Huh. Look at this. Why are you alone? Hansu chuckled, seeing the person in front. The aura that surrounded the person was definitely that of a 6-star. However, it was not Clementine that was waiting for him but someone else. At that remark, Teehee, who was holding a halberd, chuckled as well. That man is busy. Isn't it my job to play around with a guy like you? Teehee bang. She was one of the owners of the 7 soul shards. It was the main attribute that allowed Clementine to rule over all the zones. Hansu laughed from Teehee's words. Well, he sure has a talent in breaking people's hearts. It was truly difficult to see his face. If he could, he would want to ignore the woman in front and rush out, but it looked as if that was not an option. Teehee had another nickname. For Clementine, it was critical for him to control and rule over the lower areas, and it was his main strategy to utilize the 7 soul shards to accomplish that. Of course, the owner had to be stronger than anyone and have the mentality to tackle difficult issues. That was why Clementine had passed on all the most valuable possessions he had acquired and given them to Teehee. She had no special characteristics in combat, but she possessed all the skills that Clementine valued. She was Clementine's most trusted aide, as well as his strongest. That kind of subordinate had ingested crystals and had become a 6-star. I'll see you in a little while. Hansu, who recollected of Clementine, began to raise all of his mana while looking at Teehee. The moment Hansu instilled his mana and concentration into his armor, hammer, and shield including his entire body. Whoosh! Teehee, who was spinning her halberd, suddenly disappeared before appearing above Hansu. Hansu raised his hammer high to block the blade of the halberd. Boom! A large black explosion burst out with Hansu and Teehee being in the center of that explosion. Soon. The residential spaces in Florida began to be crushed and smashed from the collision of the two transcendents. What the hell? Aries had an incredulous look. She had confirmed that Teehee had become a 6-star. Other than Clementine, there should be no one that would be able to confront her, but for there to be a battle. At that moment, a man passed through her mind. Don't tell me, it's the man that John Stone had mentioned. Kong Hansu. It was the man that had subjugated all 6 zones below and had provided human beings a place. It was the same man who had provided humanity that was nearing extinction with hope. As if Clementine guessed what Aries was thinking, he smiled and spoke, yes. It's that guy. How amazing. He had come and destroyed all of his plans that he had so carefully designed and crafted in the last 20 years, including his ongoing plan. He was constantly moving to destroy his plans, and he needed to fully complete his mission before fighting him. There are already so many hindrances to account for, Clementine mumbled, alternating glances at the ring in his hand and Noah. However, it couldn't be helped. Though he had wanted his plan to proceed without difficulties, now that it had come to this, he needed to finish this through sheer force like how Aries and her friends were being directly led somewhere. Clementine. Kill if you're going to kill, and spare if you're going to spare. Stop joking around. You didn't spare us since you needed spectators for your deeds. Keldian, who was tied up in chains, gave a cold look. Anger. It wasn't that he was fearful of death since he had overcome dozens of crises like that, nor was it because the comrades he had trusted had backstabbed them. He had already considered that possibility. Humans were bound to have secrets even if they spent years together, and though he had believed him for nearly 25 years, it was only a matter of minutes before someone could backstab another at the end. What really infuriated him was the ray of hope and belief that he had for Clementine. The circumstances were now clear and transparent. Clementine had deceived them and was now playing with them. It wasn't that he was angry because he was overwhelmed in power, but rather how he was unable to give up that last strand of hope and belief for him. Clementine smiled, seeing Keldian. Surely not. I'm someone that does not like to joke. The moment he ended his sentence, the translucent capsules that surrounded the people including Clementine released before they descended somewhere. It was a space different from the control center. Aries frowned at the place where only white space existed. Suddenly, something began to appear before them with a thud. Seeing the figure, Aries frowned. Noah. However, it wasn't a hologram. When everyone frowned at the masculine, physical figure that appeared before them, Noah smiled and opened his mouth. If you had received the authority of control, we wouldn't have had any problems. Simple registration would give me little control. That was right. What was only possible at the operation center was registration. In order to be recognized as Noah's true master, one needed to complete the recognition process in a place deeper inside Noah. Clementine frowned. I have come now, so that's enough. Let's start. Finally. Noah raised his right hand toward Clementine as if it was asking for a handshake. Clementine also extended his right hand. The moment his right hand with Nirmaha's ring touched Noah's hand, there were wild vibrations everywhere. Boom! Hansu smiled after seeing Teehee bounced off him. It's good to take it slowly. But, if she were to drag the fight out so openly, it was ambiguous to wait either. Hansu, who was looking at Teehee, spoke briefly, tell Clementine to reassemble your corpse later. At the same time. Ruyu. Hansu's eyes began to turn red. Mad demon. In order to overcome that wall, he had to abandon everything and cut everything off that bound with him. Beginning with his conscience, he needed to let everything go. It was a skill that would transcend once all life forms were killed in a single flash. A red aura began to surround Hansu's body. Chapter 464, Mad Demon, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyu. What the heck? What's going on? Belphegor gritted his teeth, seeing the chaotic residential area. While he was trying to get some information out of this place, the sudden intrusion had put him on alert, not to mention that a large amount of energy exploding out. Belphegor was still a 4-star, but he instinctively knew that the airwaves were created from those one wall above them. The residential area that ranged from hundreds of kilometers on all sides was engulfed by a gale of gusts. All of the water of beautiful Florida evaporated from the torrent of energy, and the sun, which was bathing its sunlight onto the city from the sky, was exploded by the flash of lightning. Earthquakes trembled incessantly from the ground as all the well-made buildings were smashed. These structures were not made from dirt or concrete but of some unusual material. But, all of these materials were being crushed by the aftershocks of the battle. This was at least a 6-star. He didn't know if it was higher or lower since there was such a large gap already between them. But, there was one important thing. The place where they believed to be heaven had transformed into such a mess where they had to risk their lives to survive once more. Boom. Ack. Oh, shit. A huge flash of light from far away brushed past their sides before melting the whole ground, causing Belphegor and his men to scream, nearly being swept away by the aftermath. One of the subordinates screamed at Belphegor. Belphegor. What are we going to do? At this rate, everyone will die. They were worse off than shrimp battling against a whale since they could flee into the sea. Though it looked like a spacious place, it was too small to escape the aftershocks of the fight between those two monsters. At this rate, the damages on all sides would worsen, and they would be no less different than being entrapped bugs in a microwave. What the sh*t? Since they're fighting by the entrance, we can't even run away. As the subordinate was looking at Belphegor while gnashing his teeth, a black hole appeared before their eyes. Just a while ago, the red light had penetrated the deep space of the earth. However, it was somewhat different to call it a simple hole. Belphegor, who contemplated momentarily, gnashed his teeth and shouted to his surroundings. We'll run toward there. Soon. Boom. Boom. In the pouring lights, Belphegor and his men began to rush unhesitatingly into the black hole. The moment Clementine and Noah shook hands. Ruyumble. Access. Complete. Starting authentication. Noah's face, who had always maintained a playful attitude, was now expressionless. The moment Noah had uttered a machine-like voice, his body began to melt like water before changing. At the same time. Rumble. In the white space, dozens to hundreds of chains popped out and began to connect to the fingertips of Clementine. At the sight, Keldian frowned. You. How did you do this? This huge structure was giving him special treatment. It was clear that they had proceeded in registering together at the operation center. But this huge structure, Noah, was not concerned about them and was working solely with Clementine. Clementine smiled and raised his hand from Keldian's remark. It was Nirma's ring to be exact, where the hundreds to thousands of white chains dangled from. You know what this ring is, don't you? Iris and the others frowned at the remark. How could they not know? Nirma's ring. It was basically his sigil item. It was a precious item that Gangti and Keldian always coveted, shouting that if they were able to go back to the past, they would get that first. The nullification of mana. Slow. Bleeding. Lifesteal. Mana absorption. 5 cents paralysis. Null magic resistance. Null physical resistance. 1 additional feature was added per zone, and 8 additional effects were imposed on the user in the violet zone. With each attack, the opponent's mana would be struck, and with its defense ignored, the opponent's offense would enter disarray. With mana and physical strength robbed with inclusion to the paralysis of 5 senses and the slow magic, it was the ring that made Clementine a war weapon in the early months where runes were important. Even after the walls of transcendence had appeared, that fact did not change. Usually, after the transcendent walls were opened, the previous weapons would become less powerful, but the ring that Clementine equipped grew more powerful and stronger, boasting efficiency incomparable to any other weapon. When Iris and the others all frowned similarly, Clementine smiled, laughing at John Stone, who was also captured. You would know well that there are special items in each zone. It was a sudden change of subject, but John Stone nodded subconsciously to his question. He had fought with Kyrielle and conversed with her a lot before, and he was able to derive one possible estimation from it. At first, he thought it was a lie. Starting from the world tree, physical enhancement, civilization of the natives and the spirits up to the dragon god armor and the red jades, each of the 7 zones that they came up from was so disparate, yet the strength that was given to mankind had all something in common. The environment, race, power, and culture were all different. That was why, despite them boasting of their transcendent power and rising from the bottom up, John Stone did not doubt that all of those powers had something in common. But, as they had gathered as one and ascended together to fight against obstacles, John Stone began to become uneasy. The probability was lower for a random monkey monster to pop out compared to if the materials and beasts were all made and released for a specific purpose. Therefore, he began to have suspicions while looking at Noah. Maybe, everything had started from Noah. Clementine, who looked satisfied with John Stone's reaction, smiled while looking at his friends around him. That friend seems to roughly know. This is a legacy left by a race. It was a great race, the legacy of Nerapa. No, to be exact, they were a superior race in which the savior of the Nerapa left its last legacy behind. The last treasure, Noah. Therefore, the savior that had left his belongings in the 7 zones ended up completing his mission, but failed to save his own race in the end. This was why the 7 zones were left unattended. Later on, as if God had found it interesting, he took it to his own game board without anyone knowing and scattered it across the 7 dimensions. In order to make it more interesting and fun, God gathered the legacies of the Nerapa and separated them into 7 colored zones so that the people that come across these would have the strength to work harder in creating chaos. From Clementine's words, Keldian stopped gritting his teeth and spoke. So? You mean that God gave you the privilege since you were favorable, that his gift will eventually fall into your hands? Clementine smiled and shook his head at his remark. We need to see to the end. Clementine, who silenced Keldian, looked around and opened his mouth. If it's all over the 7 zones. It wouldn't be weird if there was another one scattered in the tutorial zone. Clementine laughed as he spun the ring at his fingertips. Ruyu umble. Ack. Red eyes. It was a body moving without consciousness. Looking at Hansu's relentless blows, Teehee felt as if her bones were going to break. Crazy bastard. Your body will be ruined as well. Each skill that came out from her body was out of the ordinary. Whether it was the magic of the 5 kings to the Temple of Heaven, they were all elite, prestigious skills that were being shot out. Yet, all those skills were being cut down without hesitation from the red light that was created from burning his blood. Boom! The demons clicked their tongues at the sight of Hansu, who was focused solely on striking Teehee without saying a word. What, a tough bastard. I think it's definitely his. The demons mumbled, recalling the description of a certain guy. The area that they occupied in the abyss was extremely vast. Aside from the dragon tribe, there were only a few that had more territory than them. However, the territory and strength of subordinates were not a measure of strength. There were certainly some powerful elites that made the abyss tremble in small numbers. The rumors of those guys were absolute. There were 2 important factors in the abyss. Either find a weak fellow and eat to build your strength, or avoid the strong ones who were trying to eat themselves. Therefore, even with how vast the abyss was, there was a character that was widely rumored. In order for everyone to avoid him, it was a must for them to memorize his appearance and characteristics. Mad Demon. Despite being a human, he was the only one that was permitted to have the title of Mad Demon. It was a name that wasn't exaggerated. He releases all limiters and sacrifices his own body to gain strength. Soul money. It was a strength that burned blood to spew out great power. Of course, the pain would not be small to boil one's own blood. One could literally use one's own blood to crush his or her opponent. While in use, in order to block the pain, it would block its own consciousness from interfering, so there was no way to stop it. There was only one option to stop this mode. It was the destruction of the opponent that was targeted before one loses consciousness. It was so disgusting that even the demons couldn't help but avoid him as well. The administrator generosity is truly big. Does God really give out all of these? Well, with how they find the world boring, they too found enjoyment, seeing others fight to the death, which was why they agreed with these current state of affairs, but this was quite generous. Is he trying to raise the stakes? Oh my. Clicking his tongue, Barmamont looked at Hansu. Well. It's almost over. Ruyu umble. Okay. The intense pain and shock that came from her arm that she used to block his attack caused Teehee to vomit blood. She wasn't aware whether or not Clementine knew the opponent was this strong or not. However, one fact was clear. If we had fought together, we could have won. Don't tell me you used me as a sacrificial piece. Teehee murmured, recalling Clementine who went up. Chapter 465, Mad Demon, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. However, Teehee gritted her teeth. That can't be. There was definitely a reason why Clementine believed in her and left her to this task. Then, she just had to hang in there until Clementine found another solution to resolve this predicament. Whew. I really didn't want to use this. Teehee took a deep breath. How could she stay calm when he was running like a mad cow? Teehee recalled a skill that she had been saving. You bastard. Let's give this a try. Teehee clenched her fists and recalled the skill that was dormant in her body. The name looked quite lackluster, but it was the most important skill that she had gained most recently. The moment Teehee breathed in. Tick-tock. A small gold watch appeared on Teehee's wrist. At first glance, it looked to be an ordinary watch, but what was unique was the number of needles. On the gold-decorated watch, there were a total of 17 needles operating at different speeds. The moment Teehee injected mana into it, the 17 needles on the watch began to accelerate frantically. At the same time, whoosh! Teehee's body began to accelerate at several times its normal speed. Teehee now caught up with Hansu's speed, who was originally attacking with overwhelming power and speed. The quick acceleration of actions allowed her to attack Hansu quicker and allowed her to counterattack the destructive power that he had. Soon. Boom! Ruyu-umble. Roar. The two bodies clashed and began to create unprecedented shockwaves. Inside, looking at the scene through Hansu's eyes, Barmamont looked surprised. Nargle's watch. You even released that kind of skill here. Nargle's watch. This was one of the skills that the famous great mage in the abyss, Nargle, had made. The effect was very simple. It brought the time of the future to the present. The time of the future would be randomly slowed down in return for a sharp acceleration of the current time. In another perspective, this was a very fatal drawback. Nothing would be more dangerous than having her attack speed halved amidst an intense battle. But at a time when one was about to die, few people would worry about the future. Look at this girl. This girl also has a lot of hidden cards. Boom. Roar. Barmamont muttered as he watched the two clash and bang against one another. From specifications alone, Hansu should have the overwhelming advantage. With his body enhancement along with his 6 powerful skills in his body with inclusion to his overwhelming combat experience, no one would beat their contractor if they were on the same level. But, wasn't it true that the world was unfair? The world didn't always separate the fights between lightweight and heavyweight bouts. In terms of the current situation, Teehee's ceiling might be even higher. Although it was quite pretenseful how she had overcome the walls using crystals and would suffer from reaching that point too quickly, however, the strength she had gained currently could not be underestimated. It doesn't look like she's a sacrificial pawn, Barmamont muttered, looking at Teehee. No fool would invest that much resources into a pawn. Boom. Seeing Teehee relentlessly activate her skills with the current strength she had gained from the crystals, Barmamont clicked his tongue. Well, that girl would have been fine being a contractor. She has all sorts of skills. With the high amount of crystals, she had a lot of stamina with plenty of mana. In addition, although each of her skills was inferior to Hansu's, she had a larger variety. The skills that he had heard once or twice were all bursting out centered from Teehee's body. Despite being in the deepest part of the abyss, he had heard these skills once or twice, meaning that the true owner of these skills was powerful enough to shake up a section of the abyss. Well, she is holding on despite overextending herself. Through Nargle's watch, Teehee, finally being able to catch up to Hansu's movement, was pouring out all her skills toward Hansu, using the full range of her mana and physical capabilities. Boom. The moment of blood, red light wrapped around his body. Whoosh. He accelerated her body to pull herself out by jumping into the air. Some could call this a blunder. At that moment, Teehee's strike caused a tremendous chill to rip through the space and freeze the place. The skills that exploded caused Florida, which had become hell due to the collision of the two, had freezed as if it had entered the Ice Age. This was the skill of the Ice Queen, Hera, who had destroyed the entire race of Arcata. The moment Teehee looked at Hansu, who was trapped in the ice. Crack. The ice began to crack as the icebergs, which were over several hundred meters thick, were crushed and dark energy spilled out from within. Boom. Read the next chapter on our VIPnovel.com. Teehee looked at Hansu with a blank face, who had broken out the ice in an instant. She had never thought that she would kill him so simply. Mjolnir flew toward her. If it were before, she would have felt the pain of her arm breaking the moment she was hit, but now it was different. He lived in a different time. With Mjolnir flying toward her, she raised her halberd and cut it in half. Boom. Blue light burst out from her halberd as the attack was halved. On her right hand, the blade was resonating a red light of the sun. On her left, there was a cold blue light similar to the moon. Sun and moon. Teehee, who emerged from the attack by swinging with her blue weapon, concentrated her energy on her right hand before swinging it down with all her strength. At that moment, the space was split in front of Teehee, causing a large unknown hole to be dug into Noah's residential space. Watching the red energy push Hansu as if it was trying to split the shield he was holding, Barmamont opened his eyes wide. You have that as well. It was the sword skill of one of the warriors that had cut down one of his earls in his own territory. In order to find and rip him apart, he had searched arduously to find out where he was hiding, but for his skills to be so skillfully executed, the administrators seemed to have put some effort into their game board. However, this was really good. I paid too much attention, Barmamont frowned as he muttered. The air is different. Rumble. After walking through the deep hole, Belphegor realized that they had arrived at a different space. Outside, the shockwaves were relentlessly vibrating out. With that level of power, it was impossible for the shockwaves to not reach them from traveling a few kilometers, but seeing how the tunnel was completely absorbing all of the shocks from the outside, it provided them stability and relief. If that space was one that could achieve their desires, this place felt like a cozy rest area where they could relax without being disturbed. If those monsters hadn't decided to destroy the whole place with their monstrous powers, it looked to have been very difficult for them to find such a secret place, since there was no reason for them to explore this giant wall that was several kilometers thick, knowing that the previous space was an ideal place to live. No, that's bullshit. He was uneasy with the level of discord there in the first place. After judging that there would be no disadvantages of moving personally, Belphegor decided to become more active before shouting. Hey. Let's try to make a light. Understood. At that moment. From the several hundred warriors, a bright light burst out. With the bright blue light floating around, it revealed every inch and corner of this unknown space they had entered. Soon. What is all of this? There were tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of huge coffins lying around. This overwhelming scene, the Transcendence gulped. As if they were a thief that had just broken into a pyramid, fear and pressure overwhelmed the warriors from this strange atmosphere. They felt this was a place that they should not have entered. While the Transcendents were greatly pressured, the first to initiate action was Belphegor. Everyone, let's search. There definitely must be something, Belphegor muttered as he looked at the open space before him filled with those large coffins. There was a dark space hidden below the white space. It was a space of rest hidden under a space of pleasure. This large structure was hiding these things. In his opinion, these coffins must mean something. Belphegor, who scattered the people, began to inspect inside the coffins. Rumble. What's going on? Kiriel looked at the white structure far into the sky and shook her head. The blue light surrounding the huge white structure in the sky was getting brighter and brighter as if a small moon had been erected. Unable to handle the huge amount of energy, the lightning began to flash and thunder was heard next as if to foretell that something great was about to happen. After a moment's thought, Kiriel looked back and shouted. Everyone, raise your speed. Move quickly. From her words, the enormous number of adventurers to the rear of Kiriel began to match the increased speed. The scouts have long finished scouting hundreds of kilometers within the vicinity. They, too, have long discovered something. It was the corpses of the alien species armies. There were two factors that had bothered them. One was gone, and the other was getting on their nerves even more, so there was no need to hesitate. Kong Hansu, is everything going well? As always. She could feel that everything was gradually approaching the end. However, the problem was, whose end that would be. Kiriel clutched her hand, seeing the large white object far into the distance. Chapter 466, Fateful Encounter, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Roar. This is. Belphegor narrowed his brows as he watched the strange species lie in the coffins. The coffins boasted enormous numbers that could not be easily counted. This was what they could see with their own eyes, so the whole structure could boast even large numbers, and each body was locked in each of those large coffins. Is that really a corpse? Belphegor gazed at the sleeping bodies in the coffins. They had blue skin and were about 3 meters tall. Overall, they looked to have a human figure, but they were certainly not given their features and skin. They were at a perfectly still state with no heartbeat or energy response to be detected. It perfectly met the conditions of a normal corpse. The problem is that these guys are of a different species. The standard of death that they measure with might be different for these guys. Completing his thoughts, Belphegor looked around, shouting loudly. Hey. Everyone. Open the coffins and bring what's inside. There was nothing wrong with having a careful dissection of these bodies. Loudly shouting, Belphegor grabbed the translucent crystal tube in front of him and began to grip it tightly. It seemed to have been built to protect the users, but it wasn't enough to withstand the power of the 4-star Belphegor. When Belphegor gave strength, the lid that was covering the front of the crystal tube was torn off, and purple liquid began to flow out. Belphegor, who held the body with his hand, took it out of the coffin and laid it on the floor. He had no hobbies regarding touching dead bodies, but he was also quite familiar with it as well. Belphegor began to scrutinize the blueskin alien species in front of him. Incredible. Belphegor used his skill to look inside and outside. There was an enormous density of the skin with solid bone tissues with incredible rigidity and strong internal organs. They boasted strengths and durability dimensions apart from humans. Not only that, but the nervous system and energy flow systems consisting of certain structures also looked completely different from humans. Belphegor always regarded knowledge as a weapon, so he had never neglected his studies when the opportunity came to him. He especially had much interest in regards to medicine. Even if they had transcendent powers, they were still in a human body. Mana, strength, skill, and martial arts. They were all dependent on the structures of their own bodies. This was why he knew that the bodies of the creatures in front of them were different from theirs. Looking at them, the blood, nervous system, and cerebral tissues that made up human beings almost looked like amoebas in comparison. What kind of guys are they? Full of curiosity and interest, Belphegor became more absorbed as he scrutinized the body. It was then. Here it is. I brought it out. I did too. But this. Belphegor began to hear murmurs from behind. Obstructed from his state of immersion, Belphegor frowned from the noise coming from behind and cried. Be quiet for a bit. I'll tell you the results once I analyze it. One of them uttered bluntly from Belphegor's words. You're going to look at these all by yourself. Belphegor had a puzzled look. This was strange. What do you mean? Frowning, Belphegor looked behind before rubbing his eyes. It was because of the scene that unfolded in front of him. What in the world? Belphegor looked dumbfounded. He naturally thought that the coffins would contain the same bodies. But, his prediction was completely wrong as dozens of corpses with different shapes, appearances, and characteristics lay in front of them. Shit. What the hell is this? Belphegor frowned at all kinds of corpses his men had gathered in front of him. Boom. Teehee's body flew hundreds of meters away before sinking into a corner of Florida's sky. The impact shattered the hologram, leaving the figure of the sky into a crumpled white wall. What the hell? Teehee, who rose herself from inside, gnashed her teeth as she watched Hansu fly toward her with a kick. She didn't know that she would be pushed back even with Nargle's watch. Boom. Teehee, who barely managed to turn her head away and avoid the hammer, took a breath and kicked Hansu away. Boom. That accelerated time and body transformed into energy literally as it hit Hansu, who bounced off far away and plunged into the dry sea. Look. As she gasped for breath, she had a look of despair. Though she had kicked him away, she just bought a little bit of time. At this rate, she would definitely lose. She had already used 16 needles of the watch. The 16 needles that span slowly had long since stopped moving, and the remaining one was not as busy as it was. As soon as that needle stopped, this bout would end. The 17 needles that had rewound the future would begin to faithfully calculate the time that they had stolen so far into their own time at random. Time would slow down with each needle turning. Even if she were to fight with all her might in her current condition, she would not win if any of the 17 needles took away her time. Damn. I have all these skills, and I still can't beat him. Teehee despaired while looking at Hansu, rushing towards her wrapped in a red light. Despite rewinding time with the determination to destroy the whole world, she wasn't able to stand on par with the red light that was emanating out of his body. It was sheer brutal power. The skills that would wipe out warriors in the thousands were being broken and smashed by the red light that surrounded his body. Damn. High risk, high return. As if he was boasting about the existence of his skill, he was showing extreme efficiency as he clashed onto her once more. She was unable to escape like this. The moment she tried, his attack would penetrate through her back. While Teehee despaired and was about to close her eyes. A brilliant blue light began to wind up and cover Teehee's whole body. It was the sign of teleportation. The moment Teehee saw this, joy filled her face. You didn't abandon me. At the same time, Teehee's body disappeared somewhere. Boom. With Teehee's body disappearing, Hansu suddenly looked around his surroundings to find her trace, but it was impossible for Teehee to be in the vicinity after being teleported away. After confirming that Teehee had disappeared, changes began to take place in Hansu's body. Whoosh. The red light that filled his eyes were extinguished as the energy caused his muscles to swell as if they would burst. The seething blood cooled slowly and the steam from his whole body faded away. Before long. It was almost over. Hansu, who regained consciousness, looked around and muttered in disbelief. He had never guessed that she would retreat while fighting him. Though he had indeed abandoned his consciousness in order to repress the pain, but after the end of the battle, all of those memories returned to him vividly. Well, there's nothing I can do about the girl that ran away. It didn't matter if she escaped. With that body, she would definitely not be able to engage in battle for quite some time. Since she had exhausted all of her mana and abilities, her mana supply would be a complete mess, and it would take an extremely long time for her body to recover. With how she had used certain skills to avoid his attacks, it was certain that her soul was damaged as well. The key was Nargle's watch. Now that the wristwatch's penalty would begin to apply, it would be up to the needles to decide when they want to take back their stolen time. If two needles decided to recover back their time during a battle, her time would be halved twice, and if she was unlucky, it could be tripled, which would cause her immediate death. First, let's move. It was meaningful that he had eliminated one of the opponent's important forces. Hansu, who abandoned his lingering feelings after seeing Teehee's disappearance, quickly flew toward the entrance where he had entered. He didn't know where and how far Clementine had gone, but it was not really good for him if he were to give him a lot of time. Whoosh. Stepping on the air before flying, Hansu checked his own body condition. It seems I've exhausted myself more than I had originally thought. To be exact, the skill of Mad Demon burned a considerable amount of blood and stamina instead of mana. For you to release so many good skills. Hansu shrugged, recollecting the large myriad of skills that she had released in their fight despite them not being the same quality as his. But, some of it did help him. I've gotten stronger. It was like a furnace where a steel sword was pressed against an anvil. Though he himself did not grow since he abstained from using the soul exploding seed, but with his extensive use of his other 6 skills, their proficiency had increased considerably. After concluding his condition check, he jumped on the ground even stronger, heading toward the black hallway. He had a rough estimate of where Clementine was. Though he was not able to tour Noah as much in his previous life, he understood the structure and design of it. Hansu, who went out of the black hallway, smiled at the metals that began to regenerate again. They were wiggling and moving around as if they had their own will. They were fully reflecting the intentions of someone. So you've succeeded in obtaining Noah in your hands. In the previous life, both he and them had failed. Clementine succeeded in destroying Noah. This time, however, it seemed that the opposite was true. But, it won't be perfect. If he were fully using Noah's energy, the black metals would have already regenerated. This meant that he had not obtained full control. Boom! Hansu, who smashed and smacked the approaching metals, quickly kicked into the air and flew toward where the guy might be. Good work. Clementine. Those were her last words. Teehee, who was in Clementine's embrace, had fainted. Looking at Teehee with subdued eyes, Clementine flicked his fingers. At that moment, Hui Ening. Teehee's body began to be engulfed in the blue light once more before being teleported to a corner of Noah, a safe place. Keldian, who watched the scene from start to finish, asked calmly, what exactly are you thinking about? He knew that the guy was able to qualify to obtain Noah because of Nirmaha's ring. This was proven from mere sight alone, seeing how teleportation was being used inside Noah, which was prohibited beforehand. Perhaps they, who had recently registered, had acquired rights that they were not aware of, but there were still some things he didn't understand. What are you plotting? Keldian looked at Clementine and muttered. Chapter 467, Fateful Encounter, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Have you checked on the outside situation? Belphegor, who had sent out reconnaissance because he was curious about Noah's sudden dormant state, tasked his subordinates to gather information. The subordinate shook his head. It's completely destroyed. It's in ashes. The paradise that remembered Florida was completely destroyed. The sandy beaches melted and turned like glass, and the sea had dried up like a desert. Even the artificial sun that was floating in the sky was destroyed, and the heat of destruction remained, burning up the entire residence. Belphegor asked the subordinate who had a very despondent look the most important question, what about them? I think they are gone. Belphegor frowned at the answer. It would be best if they were both killed. But, there's no way things would unfold so simply. Damn it. They had initially found heaven, but he couldn't help be uneasy, seeing those demon-like people that had climbed up from hell. If they were proudly boasting their presence it would be better, but it was extremely disturbing since everything was so quiet. Whether he should go out or stay here a bit longer to investigate, Belphegor quickly came to a decision. He decided to stay a bit longer. Investigate the area a bit longer. We need to first resolve the situation here. Yes. Instructing his subordinate, Belphegor turned around to examine the man who offered his cause to remain here. Even if I were to leave, I need to find out a bit more. There were hundreds and thousands of bodies in front of him as Belphegor pressed down his fingers on the curious pattern carved next to the neck of the dead body. This seems to be some sort of hint. On the back of the neck was engraved with a curious line of patterns. Not just the bodies he had examined, but the rest had them as well. This was the only that all bodies had in common. It was then. Kiyeyening. Suddenly, the red pattern on the neck of the corpse began to glow. At the same time, Shiyeyening. Something began to flow from the strange tattoo into his body. What the hell is this? At the contact of something foreign trying to penetrate inside his body, Belphegor instinctively flexed his muscles to protect his inner and outer body. Something that had been flowing was mostly scattered in the air from Belphegor's quick response, but in that short gap, some of the smoke had seeped into Belphegor's body. Belphegor, with an unpleasant look, stopped for a moment as he tried to divert in his inner strength to burn up all of the smoke. Roar. Power. The unknown power that began to soar through the veins caused Belphegor to hesitate. Keldian frowned at Clementine. If you could take full control of Noah, you didn't have to kill all of them, so why did you work so hard to cause that? That was correct. If Clementine had not known about Noah, then it would be ambiguous. Clementine knew through the ring that there would be an existence called Noah. If he were to have Noah in his hands, whether it was millions or billions, it didn't matter since he would be able to control everything. The question regarding residence. Earlier, he was able to confirm the functions of Noah. As Noah had mentioned, this small moon had the ability to provide all of mankind that was on board a paradise. If he was unaware of Noah, then it would be different, but what if he had complete information about it? The answer was rather simple. All he had to do was come up faster than anyone and wait for the others to come up slowly. Afterward, he would need to simply sweep them all up into Noah. Security and happiness, both of them were provided, so there would be no rebellion from the adventurers against Clementine either. Even if one were to rebel, one wouldn't be able to beat the power that was Noah. Besides, they, including Clementine, were at the forefront of mankind. If they had sped up instead of wasting time like that, the guys behind wouldn't have been able to keep up in the first place. In other words, why did he bother reducing his numbers to keep a wary eye on adventurers coming up from below? Clementine laughed at Keldian's remark. I don't know what's so strange. I just want to carry my people on this ship. Keldian frowned from his answer. People. Clementine answered with a straight face, yes. Not those animals. They are no different from monkeys. They are the ones that have left their world for more than a decade without a proper leader just to survive. The same goes for the new ones that had just ascended. I'm just trying to use my newfound powers efficiently. Then, Clementine looked at Ares. If they had come up one by one and came into your sight, you would have wanted to take them all aboard. Ares remained silent. She definitely would have done so. She would have asked him to take them all and give them a chance. If they could not afford to, then it would be different, but with such overwhelming power, there was no reason not to. You didn't even want that. Ares was shocked to see the other appearance of Clementine. She couldn't believe that her comrade, who always stood by them, would have such thoughts. This was more than just dislike but closer to abhorrence. He didn't even want them to be in his sight, so he was filtering them all, to begin with in case they would ask him to let them on board. It was as if he was determined to not be beside them for one moment. If there was a problem. Clementine's abilities were too excellent. He was able to eliminate and get rid of all the humans below and filter out the competent people that deserved to be on board to serve him. This was a power that was more than able to overpower them who had been together so far. John Stone. Your words were right, Ares muttered, looking at John Stone who was bound beside her. At first, it was unbelievable to hear that Clementine had subordinates that they were not aware of, which was driving humanity to extinction. However, she now knew that all of that was true. Clementine had a bitter smile, seeing Ares shocked. I wanted you to stay in that state at least. Clementine had no intention of accusing Ares of being wrong for insisting on taking all humans on board, nor did he have any intent on blaming Keldian and Kangate who would have agreed with Ares. This was why he had liked them and those that followed them. They were different from those who were desperate to live by trampling on others daily. What was the difference between a beast and an animal that focuses on survival by hurting others? No, they were worse than animals when it came to abusing their strength. At least animals use their powers only for survival. However, they were different. Even in this world, they had not lost their humanity and optimism. They used their power to save others without using it recklessly. They were determined to protect humans despite living in this damned world and were capable enough to do so. He did not want to fully control them through his own strength. This was why he did not touch them, since the moment he did, that naivete and purity would be destroyed. This was a long road ahead. At least, he wanted the people that stayed with him to keep their determinations and hearts intact. I'm not wrong. Even now, his purpose remained unchanged. However, seeing Ares and the others looking at his exposed self, he could not help but feel bitter. It was then. Within him came Noah's synchronized voice. Why do you have so many worries? I can just erase their memories. Erase memories. Noah nodded at his remark. Of course. Since I had just woken up recently, I have not been able to figure out all my functions. But there is definitely a function like that. To be exact, it wasn't erasing memories. It was to destroy the soul that had memories and regenerate the soul. For instance, if one destroyed the soul that had lived for 30 years and regenerated it for 29 years, the memories that were intact for that last year would be wiped clean. This was essentially folding time and space to change the soul. Naropa, the species that made themselves, had been in contact with the fundamental units of space and life. This was truly an easy task in comparison. Clementine, who frowned at the comment, stood up before shaking his head. This was a problem that could be reconsidered later. There were more important issues at hand. Flick. The moment Clementine flicked his fingers. Whoosh. Everyone, including Ares, who was bound around Clementine, began to disappear into the light toward a safe area. This place would soon become a sea of fire. At the same time. Boom. Someone slowly walked in from the outside, exploding into the white space where Clementine was at. He was fully equipped with blue armor, a hammer in his hand, and a shield on the other. It was the image of a man who was emanating red and black energy, foretelling an ominous aura as if he had crawled out of hell. Clementine laughed at the man walking out of the pitch-black area, contrasting the white space. Looking at this, don't you think I'm on the side of justice? Keldian would have definitely found the sight to be strange. For Clementine, Kong Hansu was the main culprit who ruined his plan and caused mayhem. It was normal for him to be full of anger and fury the moment he saw Hansu. But, Clementine didn't really feel that way toward Hansu. Rather, he was very curious. Who the hell was he to push himself this far? Keldian, Ares and Kangti. They were great. However, that was that. In the end, they could never stand up against him. The results spoke the truth. However, that guy had come all the way here. A man who had started 20 years later in this world was now standing in front of him, destroying everything he had carefully built for 20 years with a stance as if he would strike him down at any moment. When Hansu saw Clementine looking at him with a curious look, Hansu grinned. You can afford to be an Isha. Though he had lost his memories of fighting him were crystal clear. This was why his memories of Clementine remained intact as well. When Ares and the others were about to take over Noah, he was the main culprit that destroyed Noah, saying that he could not hand it over. For that kind of guy to now hold possession of Noah, it caused Hansu to clutch his hammer at the smiling fellow. Ease did not come from anywhere. It was from those that possess it to release such ease and relaxation. He's one that has a lot of secrets. Even in his previous life, the guy had smiled before he had perished as if he knew something that others did not know before dying. This time. I'll make you spill it all out. The moment Hansu stepped on the ground strongly. Boom. The white space began to roar in the clash between the two. Roar. I'm entering. Sangjin, looking at Noah's entrance that began to tremble with sudden vibrations, jumped inside. Chapter 468, Fateful Encounter, 3. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Kiyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeyeye There was only one reason. This strange energy was constantly penetrating into his body to try and fuse with him. No, to be exact, it was trying to dig up the 6 areas inside his body. The 6 legacies of the 6 zones. 5 if the world tree was excluded. Body enhancement, monopool, spirit, red jade, and the dragon god armor. Belphegor frowned, seeing the faint energy continuing to intrude like a cogwheel that was in a loop, as if it was trying to show off its presence. The problem wasn't that the energy was heterogeneous to his. Rather, it was the opposite. It was coalescing well with his. It was trying to say as if it was the last remaining part that was needed for the circulation in his body. No, it wasn't just mixing well with his. As the smoke continued to flow through the blood vessels mixed with the dragon god armor, the output of the energy increased with the armor, becoming thicker. With the assimilation with the spirit, the ability to assimilate increased and helped the cycle of the monopool. This was why Belphegor couldn't get rid of this strange, yet familiar feeling. The amount of smoke that he allowed into his body was just a tiny fraction of the amount that came from the tattoo of the body. Yet, the power and influence it had on his body were amplified to this extent. What if he were to absorb all of the smoke that he had rejected so far from the tattoo? Belphegor, who swallowed his saliva, shook his head. Wake up. There's no such thing as a free meal. It was ominously sweet. Besides, there were still too many things he didn't know of. No, to be exact, he didn't know much. Under these circumstances, if he were to ingest more of it, he wasn't sure what kind of side effects might appear in his body. I need to control the others. The moment Belphegor got up from his place after concluding his thoughts. Ruyumble. Far away, a great rush of energy began to flow out from one of the corpses. Phew. What? The surprised warriors got up from organizing their equipment and watched the sudden explosion of energy as if they were worried that a new enemy had appeared. However, contrary to the situation, the man in red armor was crying out in glee, shouting, "This is awesome. Mwahaha. What the hell? It's amazing." Seeing the man, Belphegor frowned. Arantel. He was a man of great ability and high fighting power, but he was full of greed who was quite thoughtless. He was useful to use as a pawn, someone that was uncomfortable to keep too far away and dangerous to keep too close. This was why he had watched it at an ample distance. Although he was a 4-star transcendent, his energy was now soaring beyond comparison. Belphegor could easily guess the catalyst for this cause. Rumble. Hey. What kind of meal is this? The energy from the red tattoo on the neck of the corpse was strengthening his entire body. The spirit surrounding his body was visibly clear, as the red mana that was flowing out of his armor seemed like the sun before sunset. Seeing this, Belphegor uttered in a heavy voice, "Arantel. Erase that tattoo this instant. It may be dangerous." With his skills, he would be able to turn the energy around and erase the strange patterns that had penetrated inside his body. If he proceeded with more calmness, it should be okay. Arantel, who paused at the remark, smiled. "No, explain to me in more detail. Why should I get rid of this power?" Well. Before Belphegor was able to finish speaking, Arantel shouted loudly, "Don't tell me you want me to wait and see because it could be dangerous. You won't erase it despite knowing." From his remark, Arantel laughed. "I'm not an idiot. I know this may be dangerous. But there are guys more dangerous than us. Have you not seen those guys?" From Arantel's words, all the people around hesitated. The two monsters tore the sky apart and dried the sea. Arantel, who saw the faces of such people, smiled and opened his mouth. "You want me to disarm knowing that such bastards are strutting around in here? Wake up. I know this is not heaven. Are you still distracted by the sight of Florida with those beauties?" Belphegor had a tearful face from his remark. When did he ever lose his sanity? However, looking at the expressions of the people, it seemed that they were already leaning toward Arantel. Belphegor growled before shouting, "They are gone. We have plenty of time. It's not too late to investigate further and decide whether to accept this power or not." However, before Belphegor was able to finish. Boom! A large roar came out from the residence where they stayed. It was incomparably loud in comparison to the sound that Arantel's roar made. Those who were surprised quickly ran out through the hole they had entered. In front of their eyes. Roar! Rumble. Hell was literally unfolding. Boom! The armor-clad warrior was fighting frantically with the man whose whole body was surrounded in blue light. Every time they struck one another, Florida, which had maintained its shape, was being crushed to the ground before disappearing as the androids that had collapsed were literally being burned to ashes. Seeing this scene, one of the adventurers swallowed back before muttering, "I know that one side is the bad guy." The man, who had white wings, was surrounded in blue light while the other was full of red and black energy fighting with 13 shadows. Of course, it was foolish to grasp good and evil by appearances, but when you look at it, one side was an angel and the other side boasted a visual that could be understood as a demon alone. At that moment. Boom! The rays of light from the white man struck the man and made a deep hole through the living space, while the man who was floating in the air flew straight into the hole. When Belphegor was drooling at the sight of two men who quickly burned one of their living quarters to ashes, a defeated voice was heard from his side. They disappeared. From Arantel's words, Belphegor was silent, unable to say anything. Ruyumble. Hansu, who smacked Clementine that was relenting against him aside, began to summarize the situation. "This is not easy. There were blue and white cubes wrapped around his body. It wasn't the same material that made up the black cubes or the living space that used to attack him earlier, but it was a higher level of composition than that." Clementine smiled, seeing Hansu. "It's quite nice, isn't it?" With Nirmaha's ring at the center, the blue and white cubes were swirling around and changing shapes at the owner's command. This was internal control granted to Noah's recognized person. Seeing this, Hansu had an annoyed look. This wasn't just nice. To be honest, Clementine himself is not a big deal. Ruyumble. Instantly, he transformed one of the cubes into a spear before trying to penetrate Hansu, causing him to block his strike and mutter. In his previous life, Clementine terrorized people with his overwhelming items, skills, and large quantity of runes including his Nirmaha's ring. However, that wasn't Clementine's strongest advantage. The strongest advantages he had were the faithful men that he had acquired through the Lord trait. In addition, through careful planning, he had prepared ahead of others. Clementine always fought after faithfully raising his power with advanced skills and traits with arms, and with that overwhelming strength, he was able to raise an army that swept through the opponents like a mantra. It was a style more fitting to an emperor rather than a warrior. This time was like that as well. Clementine handed out his valuable skills and artifacts to Teehee and other subordinates, not to himself. One of the items that stood out would be Nirmaha's ring. Of course, his level of skills and artifacts were not low in standard, but they were definitely behind in terms of the quality of Teehee's skills and items. However, the newfound strength that was circulating around him was so strong that it offset the penalties. Boom! Constantly, who had been constantly attacking him with the fluid, had not begun to attack directly as he began to use his feet and hands. Ruyumbal. A long white sword appeared before his right hand. The moment he raised his sword to strike down on Hansu. The dragon essence blade circulating Hansu's body began to intensely circulate before beginning to be caved in. No matter how much Clementine had gotten stronger, this was something that should not be possible given their difference in skills. There was only one reason. Mana nullification. Mana absorption. Defense nullification. Nirmaha's rings was incessantly shining. No, if he were to be more detailed, there were 8 kinds of light that were shining. It was absorbing his mana and absorbing his health as well. It cancelled the skills of the defensive prowess that surrounded his body. Where the hell did mine go? Damn it. Boom. Hansu frowned, swatting away the guy rushing toward him with his shield. He definitely had that as well. However, after being dormant to overcome his transcendent wall, it had disappeared. However, Hansu soon shook his head. It was a waste of time to think of something that was already gone. He found it more than sufficient to focus on knocking down the guy in front of him and holding the ring. Still, it's not time to use Mad Demon. After using it against Teehee, it had put too much strain on his body. He wanted to use it, but his body was instinctively rejecting such a thought. What was more, the biggest problem with Mad Demon was that it made him lose his consciousness. Opposed to him, it would be barely sufficient to fully concentrate, so he didn't know what would happen to him if he were to use Mad Demon and lose his reason. If you don't have luck, you could be struck all the way down there. Boom! Hansu muttered, seeing the 18 red jades that were below his feet. As they fought, they had at some point reached the core of Noah's heart. Even though it was controlled, the enormous heat that was radiating from the red jades that were located in the large space below could be felt. If he were stuck there, he was certain that there wouldn't be anything good to witness. This was a time when he needed to fully concentrate. It was a situation where a frantic fighting machine was not appropriate. In that moment. Whoa! Changes in the red jades where only one of them was operating so far have begun. Additional flames began to break out in some of the dormant red jades. That. Read the next chapter on our VIPnovel.com. Hansu, who saw that, became conspicuous. Where is it? Sangjin muttered, wandering inside Noah. He wasn't looking for Hansu. That would be too easy. Boom! In the distance, there were many shimmering scintillations of light coming out from the holes as battle roars resonated. He quickly gave it no additional attention and turned his eyes away. He came to look for what he wanted, not Hansu. It was then. The fully melted residential space inside Noah came before Sangjin's eyes. Inside, there were transcendents. That is. Sangjin frowned as he saw the transcendents with red tattoos on their necks. Chapter 469, Descent, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ah, oh ho. The people uttered strange groans. An unidentified power was flowing through them from the engraved tattoos on the necks. As if their body had just equipped relics, their mana was accelerating as it was rising to a new height. What they had gained so far was indeed great, but they didn't realize that this kind of potential had been hidden. So, it wasn't weird that people were shouting exclamations of admiration and shock. Seeing these people, Arantel cried in a loud voice. Ahaha. See. Look how great it is. It's amazing. Arantel looked at Belphegor. So, how is it? Do you think that we still need to investigate and wait? From Arantel's words, Belphegor swallowed. The power that was flowing through their body was too sweet to tell himself that it was worth deleting. It was a power that recalibrated the body, skills, and artifacts that he was using and bring out the hidden potential to its best condition. He couldn't deny that it wasn't powerful. It hasn't been that long since he obtained this power, yet it made the clanky relics in his body make it as if they were a part of his body like hands and feet since he was born. It was a heightened awakening of the whole body. By erasing this pattern, the power in his body would disappear and he would revert back to his dense, dull body. If he wasn't aware of this feeling, then there may be some doubt, but after knowing this kind of feeling, could he live in content reverting back to his original condition? Belphegor was not confident. Arantel, who was looking at Belphegor's expression, grinned. Belphegor, let's face it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance for us. Chance. Arantel nodded at Belphegor's words. Yes. Chance. This is a chance for us, no for you to take full control of this land. You mean? Arantel nodded from Belphegor's narrowed expression to his words. To be honest. I have to admit. I am quite ignorant, so I am not capable of managing people or leading them. I mean, I could do it, but I don't want to. That would be quite a headache to deal with. If someone like me was at the head, it would be a relief if a knife wasn't stabbed into my back while I'm sleeping. Belphegor nodded at his remark. These kinds of events had occurred numerous times in the past. Tyrants with great authority were much more likely to lose their necks from the inside, not the outside. It was no wonder that Arantel, who is greedy and violent, would possibly be backstabbed. Arantel looked at Belphegor and continued. However, you're not like that, right? Don't you think it's worth a try as long as you possess that strength? Yes. If I have the strength. Belphegor nodded once more. Yes. In the end, he had great desires to stand on top of the people, and he had excellent persuasion and political skills to deal with people. In the end, the most important key to this damned world was power and control. The reason why they were unable to stand at the top was for one reason. They did not have overwhelming power. However, it was now possible for them to possess that power. It may not be perfect, but it was more than sufficient for them to take the initiative. If we were to monopolize this power, it would be sufficient for them to take the initiative and take control of those who were coming up from the elevator. However, Belphegor soon shook his head. What nonsense. Didn't you see those guys? There's not one, but two of them. Belphegor muttered in a weak voice as he mentioned the men who had disappeared under the hole. Indeed, their power was certainly great. With this power, even to capture John Stone would be crushed. However, those guys from before were on a completely different realm. At least one stage. No, those two had at least more than 2 stages of power between them. They were the ones that had broken the barrier of 6 star. I have no confidence to win. Belphegor muttered helplessly. Arantel with a frustrated expression spoke. Hey, you old man. Stop thinking so complicated. You should be relieved it's only 2 of them. A while ago, they were fighting at almost even terms. Then, no matter who wins, the other person will be in a total wreck. Belphegor's expression slowly loosened from Arantel's words. Seeing that Belphegor was agreeing with him, Arantel continued his words with excitement. You could try and take control of this giant structure while they are busy fighting. Well, earlier I heard that this was some sort of spaceship. Then, there must be a cockpit while the 2 men are fighting. Before Arantel could even finish his words, Belphegor sprang up from his place. Let's move. We'll separate into teams. This was not the time for them to dawdle around. If they were going to do this, they needed to be sure. A part of them will move to gather information and intel about Noah while the 2 are fighting, while the rest will observe the fight between the 2 monsters in order for them to achieve their objective. Seeing Belphegor like this, Arantel laughed. Very good. Soon. Boom. Hundreds of adventurers with red tattoos on their necks began to split apart from the group and descended through Noah's interior, which had been drilled through by the fight between the 2 monsters. The person that was leading the charge to observe the fight between the 2 men was Belphegor, since it would be very troubling for his subordinates to try and observe. At times like this, if he didn't take the lead, no one would acknowledge him. Yes. It's right that I'm the one that should go. With his newfound strength, it shouldn't be too difficult to observe and retreat. He was also personally curious which of the 2 would win. No matter who wins, his actions were predetermined. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Belphegor accelerated down the tunnel. It wasn't difficult to find them since he just had to go through the penetrated tunnels. Before long. Upon arriving in the space filled with shockwaves and roars, Belphegor swallowed. It was literally the scene of a great fight. The ominous energy that was being emanated by the black space was being ripped apart by the collision of the 2. Seeing the scene unfold, Belphegor gave orders to those behind him and breathed out thinly before beginning to camouflage their presence. It's close. No, is one side being pushed back? If one side is being pushed back, this is complicated. Belphegor muttered, watching the scene of dark red energy collide with the black and blue. The silver-colored sword with the shape of thunder fell from the top to bottom. At the same time, the sky near the core of the expanded room was being ripped apart by the trajectory of the blade, heading straight at Hansu. Soon. Boom. A large roar shook out as it collided with the shield Hansu was holding. Clementine jokingly attacked a few more times, seeing Hansu being pushed back with his silver sword. Whenever he raised the silver blade in his hand, the air was cracking before falling towards him like a meteorite. Hansu had to receive all of these shocks. Boom. Boom. Hansu frowned, blocking the attacks with his hammer and axe. He's getting stronger. Normally, you should be exhausted the more you attack. However, he was getting livelier. There was only one phenomenon that could explain this. It was the red jades that were slowly beginning to shine. The moment Hansu looked over at the 18 red jades. How is it? It's nice, isn't it? Clementine, who stopped attacking for a while, smiled at Hansu. As if he had met a rival worth fighting against, it was a voice without much hatred. Hansu grinned as he listened to the voice of the man who he was unaware whether it was a tone of elegance that he was innately born with or confidence. This is clearly worth seeing. The 18 red suns were swirling beneath their feet. The red jades were orbiting, as if they had been stimulated by something, spreading a bright red light across the room. It was a picturesque sight. He had never seen such a sight in his previous life. His interruption had prevented Noah from operating, and in that time, the invasion of the abyss completely destroyed Noah itself. It was the first time for him to look deep into Noah as well. The only problem was that he was not in a great situation. As each red sun activated, the energy that was in Clementine's body was gradually building up. The greatest source of strength that he had was the energy supplied to him by Noah. As Noah's own energy was being activated, his available energy supply itself was going up as well. Seeing Hansu like this, Hansu smiled. Surrender. It's over now. As time passed, he would grow stronger. However, Hansu was different. As time passed, he would grow more and more tired. Hansu smiled from his words. So. I intend to finish this before then. With this, I should be able to use it. He wasn't thinking of playing along for anything. Seeing that the immortal soul having recovered his body and mana to some extent, Hansu uttered a brief word. Come out. The voice was too quiet and brief for the curious Clementine to hear. If someone were to see this, they might consider him a madman. However, surprisingly, a response came out from Hansu's words inside. It was an empty word. As Hansu nodded at his quest, the presence inside, Barmamont spoke in a calm voice. You know, right? If one of us were to descend, you will never be able to use that power again. It was the power of one of the 13 demons. First, if he were to descend, in compensation, he would never be able to use the demon's power again. Hansu chuckled from his remark. Once I win, I don't need to use your power again. Come out. The moment the conversation ended, roar, changes began to take place in Hansu's body. The balance of red, gold, and black energy that had been harmoniously mixed was being shattered as the strong energy quickly caused the entire body to be dyed in black. It wasn't just black, but a sticky black that looked like it would suck you in the moment you put your eyes upon it. His murderous aura and lust for combat increased. Feeling this change, he whispered out one final remark. Fight hard or else your precious contractor will be gone. That was his last sentence. From the drastic transformation, Hansu's expression began to turn bizarrely. The playfulness that had remained at the end had disappeared and was replaced with cruelty. Soon. A short word came from Hansu's changed face. Look who's talking. Hansu, no Barmamont, that muttered in his voice coldly laughed. Chapter 470, Descent, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Roar. Barmamont, who watched the waves of attacks rush toward him, smiled slightly. The others had clamored crazily to come out, but he had come out. He really couldn't stand being curious. It's quite extraordinary that this is a world played around. It had been a long time since he had come out like this aside from when they first signed the contract. Back then, he had to go in quickly since he was bound by the leash due to the guy's collateral of his own life. This was due to the strict agreement of the contract. I should at least pay for the meal before I go, right? The moment Barmamont smiled coldly. Hansu's body began to turn black in front of the attacks. The moment dozens of white spears flew right over Hansu's dark, black-colored armor. Crack. A chilling rupture filled the entire area. The spears that should have penetrated Hansu were dragged into a strange space inside the armor being chewed upon by something. The power of binging. His black-colored body was sucking all the white fluid that had been injected into it and was being chewed upon without hesitation, destroying the blades of the spears. The blue and white spears, filled with the energy that could destroy the ship, was being broken apart with a thud inside the blackened surface by thousands of white fangs nestled within. Whew. Nice. Barmamont smiled as he chewed upon all the attacks aimed at him. When he had descended in the past, he wasn't able to make these holes of binge in the body, but this time it was different. He was able to surround his body with his own power. It was then. Clementine, who was listening to something in his ear, looked at Hansu and spoke, Barmamont. Barmamont flinched when he was called. A human could never possibly know his name. It was understandable that Hansu knew his name because he had come from the future, but ordinary creatures shouldn't even be aware of his existence. Don't tell me he's... But as he watched Clementine with his eyes squinted, Barmamont shook his head because he realized. He was taught. He was taught by the presence synonymous with him. It was certain that the presence must have told him about himself. After concluding his thoughts, Barmamont looked around the space with an intrigued expression. If someone were to know him, who had settled deep in the abyss, it had to be one that had at least descended down below. However, the fact that a substitute that was left behind of the civilization and not even the original creator was to know about him, it meant that civilization knew about him. But, he had never heard of such a civilization or a race like that before. Oh, wait a minute. I think I may have heard of it before. But, as far as he knew, that race had been extinct a long time ago. The moment Barmamont was about to frown. Boom! The red jades down below were exploding, sending out heat. At the same time, the energy surrounding Clementine's body swelled up. In a split second, white fluid grew thickly around his body as Clementine smiled at Hansu. How does it feel to be on the defensive because of the guys you had saved? As if he felt like he had ample time, he stopped attacking and attempted to start a conversation with the guys snooping around in the corner with a look of ridicule. Though they had thought that the two of them would not be able to notice them because they were fighting, that was truly wishful thinking. The strength that Hansu and himself possessed was above what they imagined. He knew already that they were snooping around. However, the fact that they hadn't died already despite him knowing was because keeping them alive would help himself. This was in order for him to block Hansu and stop him from reaching there. The more registrants there were active, the more Noah's power was activated. The moment the guys absorbed the remnants of power, the number of registrants increased, which allowed Noah's power to awaken the remaining functions according to the number of connections in conjunction. If Hansu had not spared the transcendence on the lower floors, these guys would not have survived after reaching this place, and Noah would not be as activated as it currently was. From Clementine's words, Barmamont shrugged his shoulders. Your thoughts are truly similar to mine. He thought it was better for garbage to die as well. All life had three possibilities. The possibility to be useful, the possibility to be useless, and the possibility to be a hindrance. In his experience, it was very tiring to keep the second and third possibilities open in the potential of being the first possibility. There were so many things to pay attention to, and when the situation was drastic or urgent, they would all run away like a herd. There couldn't be anyone more useless than those who try to backstab or escape by running away when a crisis came before them. It may be the same for the abyss I live in. Clementine spoke to Barmamont, it's better to protect my hands, eyes, and strength that I can control. You just dragged people up here that you couldn't even control, which is why you're in that state. Ares was better in that respect. He did not even intend to manage or lead people but referred to keeping them alive and giving them strength in his own stubborn way. It was no wonder why he ended up in such a state. It was then. Barmamont shrugged his shoulders. But, there's no reason for us to fight. This guy had lost his memory. And there's no particular reason for us to be like this. If it was the former Hansu, it may be different, but the current Hansu who had lost his memory didn't have any particular will to save the others. From the 6th zone onwards, he had simply fought together because of the situation. However, from the 7th zone onwards, he had stormed in here with the intention of attacking first before he got attacked. Let's talk it out, Barmamont muttered. Unfortunately, the situation was not very good. If he found out, he would definitely run rampant, so he had to talk it out while his consciousness had descended. What a funny guy. What belief did he had to give me total control? Barmamont laughed. Unfortunately, his wishes were similar with Hansu, but it was slightly different. He must have wanted to see him fight Clementine to a bloody state and destroy the one in front of him. The guy must have wanted to see his opponent be crushed and bleeding. However, he wanted to see him alive for a long time no matter what happens to him. Only then would they be more likely to collect the prize of the contract. Self-destruction. Seriously, what the hell is this administrator, this crazy lunatic, thinking to give this? Self-destruction was a taboo. Clementine shook his head at his words. You are of no use to me. You are no different than being a complete bomb. Whether it was the soul shard, the power of the monarch, or the nature of the contract, all kinds of power that controlled an opponent basically required one condition: a person must be stronger than his or her opponent. If there was not much difference in strength between oneself and the opponent, the control would weaken, and if the situation was reversed, the control itself would be destroyed or released. But, here came the dilemma. The only thing useful from a man who had lost his memory was his physical prowess. What if he controlled him by suppressing his strength? He would be of no use. It was just having another one of him. His core strength was from Noah, not of his own background. Therefore, the speed and growth rate at which he could grow stronger could instantly allow him to overwhelm him eventually. Then, it would be a complete disaster. If he were to put a bomb next to him that was difficult to control, he would pay the price. I will make you explode here right now. To send a bomb away in a bomb-like fashion, all would be worth it when he exploded beautifully. Seeing Clementine staring at him, Barmamont clicked his tongue. This is getting annoying. After trying to have an easier time, it felt like he could hear Hansu's voice belittling him in his head. Come to think of it, there was no way that Hansu would not have known about this. The guy knew that compatibility was impossible. Looks like I'll have to use all my resources. Barmamont clenched his hand with that thought in mind. At the same time, roar. Inside the black, dyed armor, black snakes began to crawl out. These were the pets that he raised. These were the cute pets that ate everything, perfectly compatible with him. Of course, in his eyes, they might be household pets, but if he were to release one of them, a normal world would basically enter an apocalypse. If he had released one of these snakes at Hansu and Clementine's original world, their whole world would be wiped out without a single blade of grass. He had 19 of them. Damn. How regrettable. Seeing the crying greeds, Barmamont had a regrettable expression. He, who was sent up by the human, could struggle and hold on before descending back down, but if his pets were to die here, they would die. Furthermore, from his perspective, it was possible that all of them would die here. No, it was certain that they wouldn't last long before bouncing off since this location was the home stadium of that guy. Barmamont, who was staring at Clementine, relentlessly built up his momentum while gritting his teeth. How have matters come to this? The other 12 demons that were watching through Hansu's body on standby by turn had dumbfounded looks, staring at Barmamont. If he were to lose, he would be the one that would die, yet they were more nervous. The acclaimed losers of the abyss were standing in line on standby to fight the human before them for the sake of this human. This was a great humiliation among humiliations. They never knew that a contract that they had signed with lightheartedness would become such a mess. However, now that it had come to this point, they could no longer pull out since they had already invested up to this point. The harvest was just around the corner. They had to use everything they had to defeat the person in front of them. Damn bastard. I will never allow you to self-explode. To begin with, the guy had said that he would never use the soul explosion seed. However, there was one definite scenario where he would have no choice but to use the soul explosion seed. It was when he would die if he didn't use it. If he were to die if he didn't use it, what point was there for him to conserve it? With the contract that they had signed, they would never allow such a scenario to unfold. If everything works out, we could obtain the administrator's seed. There were a few priceless beings in the abyss that were entitled to rule over the worlds that God had made. Barmamont, recollecting about the fairy, coldly smiled and shouted loudly, then, go die. At the same time, boom! The 19 greeds rushed out from Hansu's body, who was running without hesitation before colliding violently against Clementine. Boom! It seems I had not realized the situation. After seeing the battle unfold before him, Belphegor looked despondent as he saw the collision between the blue and white presence that was pumping energy tirelessly against the red-black one that kept on changing form and running. There's no end. No end. He had thought he was losing, but he had never thought he was hiding such a card. This wasn't a place for him to intervene. The moment Belphegor, who had a despondent look on his face, was about to turn away, he saw a transcendent rush over toward him from far away. The subordinate that was sent out to scout quietly spoke, "We don't need support. Let us get out of here. There seems to be another intruder. He's extremely strong." What? Belphegor frowned. Found it, Sangjin muttered as he saw the bead shining a bright blue light. This was the core facility of the large Noah. This was the core element that had now incorporated itself with Clementine. The reason why Sangjin knew what this blue bead was about was simple. These blue beads were the traces of the owners of the soul shards, who were sleeping in their bodies. The saviors. Shard. Sangjin carefully stretched out his hand toward the fragment. Chapter 471, Descent, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Huge amounts of insect clouds began to pour out from Hansu's body. The endless red-colored fungi waves of pandemic blade resembled that of a swarm of locusts that brought disasters. No, it was beyond that. Normally, locusts would only eat up plants, but the power of Mormat, which poured out of Hansu's body, wasn't limited to that. If they were in the real world, they could chew buildings and penetrate through aircraft carriers. There were hundreds of millions of them. With the power of pandemic blade surrounding the locusts, 5 minutes was all he needed to erase a city. However, despite being able to wield such power, Hansu's expression wasn't that great. To be exact, it was Mormat's expression who was occupying Hansu's body. I'm at my limit. Mormat muttered as he watched his army being reduced at an alarming rate. It wasn't just the insect cloud that swept around the vicinity. The entire area was covered in a delicate, blue haze. The moment the bugs and pandemic blade collided with the blue and white fog. There were sparks relentlessly erupting around. This was from an explosion caused by the enormous collision of the white energy. Even if they were small, the enormous power of the explosions held within the skills were immeasurable. Each time, there were thousands of these shockwaves resonating throughout the room. As a result, his army was decreasing at a rapid rate. Even though this fog was quickly exhausting his energy, every time the red jades from below activated, it had caused him extra pressure. I thought it had ended already. What a disgrace. Boom. Along with the large explosion, his abilities and skills were constantly being cut down. A fragment of his power alone would be more than enough to destroy a country. His current contractor was quite strong this time, so he was able to bring a lot of shards, but he was in this state. It was so bad that he was somewhat regretting belittling Barmamet earlier, who was sent down into the abyss below. Damn. I can't. If he were to die, I don't know when I'll be able to come up again. Mormat, who began to reveal all of his remaining powers, muttered. The underworld. Others might regard this place as a hell, but it was a neighborhood that was 100 to 1,000 times better than the abyss. Moreover, those who were as heavy as themselves needed a truly strong contractor for them to ascend to this place. The vague ones would burst into pieces if they were to bring one strength shard from below. However, those that were capable of summoning themselves were already in a position near God. Of course, it was nothing for them to request and beg to sign a contract, for such an opportunity had come to them. It was a strength that was able to carry 13 of their strengths, and it was one that was born with transcendence. They couldn't understand why a man who could eat and live well enough by his one would crawl into such dangerous predicaments that required their help, but one thing was important. If they were to properly catch him, they would have the right to roam around the worlds freely, breaking some of the limitations that God had restricted them in the abyss. In other words, the shortcut that led directly to the present world could be breached. I definitely have to raise this guy. However, that was Mormat's last thought. Boom. In the white fog far away, a large spear roared through it before rushing straight at Mormat, causing a loud explosion as the ground caved in. Mormat gnashed his teeth as he used his soul to absorb the shock. I must protect this guy's body. Since he had to use all his power, he had to extract not only fragments of his souls, but also forward his consciousness as well. He could feel that his consciousness was being blurred from the recent blow. Mormat, who felt his consciousness being sucked back into the depths of the abyss, looked at the other one waiting to come and take his seat. Then of them had fainted and were thrown into the abyss, and now only 3 of them were left. However, Clementine's momentum and strength had also faltered in the meantime. They could do at least this much. You bastard, if I see you at the abyss later on, I will make sure to pay you back fully. Mormat, who was burning with anger seeing Clementine, soon began to sink deep into the abyss. Boom. Boom. With the incessant roars coming from behind, Belphegor looked at the subordinate that was guiding him. You found him fainted here. Yes. Ugh. Belphegor swallowed back as he looked at all the men lying on the floor. They seemed to have been knocked out by single blows. They were all 3 stars that had received the power of the patterns. It was a little too much for him to knock them all down at once as well. This meant that the fellow was stronger than he was currently. At least 5 star. After a moment's thought, Belphegor found the trail. The intruder, who was in such a rush that he didn't bother to erase his tracks, stretched far into the hallway. If he were this strong, he would be able to ensure that he wasn't trailed or tracked. After contemplating momentarily, he saw Arantel and the other subordinates before shouting. Gather everyone. Are you thinking of chasing? Belphegor shook his head from Arantel's words. That's enough. Let's leave. Something didn't feel right. It wasn't because of the deafening roars that was becoming larger. He had already turned his attention away from that battle in the first place. Something more fundamental was going wrong. Yes. We have to leave. Finally, Belphegor was able to dismiss his last hopes. He needed to realize that if he were to try and devour something too big, it would result in his own belly bursting to his death. And now, he finally knew that this fight, the events that were ongoing in this ship, was not the place for people like them to be involved in. In this kind of unknown situation, if he were to scheme against those that were unimaginably powerful, it would be no less than driving him and his men to death from his own greed. Are we really leaving? Belphegor gritted his teeth and yelled at Arantel's questioning attitude. Yes. We need to leave. Why are you keep asking? Arantel shrugged his shoulder from his words. Well. That would be complicated. What? Belphegor frowned at Arantel's words, who began to quietly mutter. Then, it's complicated. Why don't you understand? All of a sudden, a dangerous aura began to creep up from Arantel's body. It was full of murderous aura. Seeing this, Belphegor clenched his teeth. This guy is truly crazy. He acted before he thought. The murderous aura radiating from him signaled that he wasn't going to let him live. Boom. Belphegor immediately swung his blade straight down to Arantel's face. No, to be exact, he was going to be hit. Belphegor's sword and Arantel's spear intertwined as cracking sounds were heard. Belphegor was shocked at the high tenacity that could be felt from the end of his blade. When did this guy? It wasn't surprising that this guy would bare his fangs since he was always wary of him. However, despite him being wary of him, he never felt that he had improved his abilities to this extent. Unbelievable. He never ate any crystals. There wasn't a scenario where he ingested crystals once he entered the ship. There was only one reason why he became so strong. The tattoo. Rumble. Belphegor gritted his teeth seeing the red tattoo shining on Arantel. He was a bit earlier than me, but for him to get this strong. That didn't make sense either. It was then. This guy was more greedy than you, so he's been eroding quicker. Not everyone was as suspicious as you were. The grotesque voice that began to flow out of Arantel's mouth gave Belphegor a look of disbelief. This guy, isn't Arantel. The shocked Belphegor shouted to the vicinity. Attack this guy. Though they were being pushed back, if the others helped, the story would change. However, the answer to Belphegor's cry was not a reply, but a sharp thrust of a blade. Plunge. Kahook. How come? The moment Belphegor vomited out blood after seeing the attack struck him from behind. Boom. A huck. Riding this momentum, Arantel, or the one that had occupied Arantel's body, without hesitation smacked Belphegor away and laughed. Like I said, not everyone was as suspicious as you were. From his words, Belphegor despaired looking around his surroundings. Mitsumoto, Karnan. Elise. Everyone except him was smiling, including Arantel. It was creepy seeing everyone with the same smiles on their faces. Arantel smiled seeing Belphegor in such a state. Empty yourself. You will now be comfortable. At the same time. Ding. Something began to rise up from deep within him, bumping against his own consciousness. It was like a parasite that had been growing in his head before growing up and eating away all of his brain. In the midst of his consciousness disappearing in an instant, Belphegor mumbled despondently. Of course, there's no such thing as a free meal. After a while, Belphegor rose from his seat and looked around. It wasn't a look of despair, but a face with a smile. So you've succeeded. After feeling his own body, Belphegor looked to be impressed. Arantel opened his mouth to Belphegor. You can be impressed later. We need to move now. From his words, Belphegor frowned before soon nodding. There's a rat. There was someone that dared to touch Noah's central core, which should be theirs. There's not one, but two rats. Boom. Hearing the large roars from far away, Belphegor soon turned his body. It was towards the direction where the trespasser was located at the core, and not towards the scene of the battle this body had seen. That direction should be handled by itself. He didn't think he needed to give it much thought. Let's go. Soon. Roar. Adventurers that were scattered throughout Noah began to gather in the direction of the core. Boom. Damn. A moan of discontent erupted from Hansu's mouth, who was on the floor. It was the voice of the last demon, Kekradon. If I were to faint, this would be troublesome. The contract. However, he had already poured too much consciousness to do that. Well. Hopefully nothing much will happen, in this short gap. It was very temporary. Kekradon, who was mumbling inside for the last time, was dragged back to the depths of the abyss, causing Hansu's body to droop like a doll for a very short time. Ruyumble. Wio. Hansu, who spat out a breath, rose from his seat, stepping on the ground. He had returned to his original consciousness with the disappearance of the demon. Clementine gradually sank forward seeing such a Hansu. Roar. Seeing Clementine come down with a roar, Hansu briefly spoke. To knock all 13 of them, you're truly amazing. You've worked hard. Seeing Clementine like this, Hansu asked with a deeper, different voice from earlier. So. How was I with my lost memories? The demons that had chained up his memories were relieved, causing the contract to loosen. Hansu, who was frantically reminiscing about all the memories that rose from below, smiled at Clementine. Chapter 472, Descent, 4. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. My memories have returned. The gaps in his mind were filled and the distorted fragments that were twisted arose. However, it wasn't just good memories. No, the memories that floated above were overwhelmingly bad. The faces of the colleagues that he had lost while wandering around the abyss came to mind one by one from his past. They weren't necessarily from the previous life either. Thinking of Enbyron, Hansu smiled bitterly. He didn't want to lose the people close to him this time either. However, he lost too many this time around as well. Seeing Hansu like this, Clementine smiled. I had heard that you lost your memories. But, don't you think the differences are too vast? No matter how, even if you perchance returned from the future. It wasn't just the difference in compatibility. If the Hansu prior was a bad-tempered teenager, the Hansu now had the face of an old man who had experienced all sorts of hardships. From Clementine's remark, Hansu smiled. You're quick-witted. It isn't hard to recognize when it's that blatantly obvious. Clementine coldly smiled. It was the guy that had been such a nuisance to him so far. Naturally, he had gathered information about him by all means. Since he had played such a large role at a huge scale, none of the people coming up from downstairs weren't aware of him. Of course, there were many empty rumors and malicious talk regarding him, but they were normally the ones that had watched him from afar and had not met him face to face. The majority were like that, but there were a few that were actively close to him. He used the information he gathered and combined them, which led to a single conclusion. The actions at the start did not add up to the actions and motives in recent times. His goals were too clear and direct to be simply working to become solely strong. It was a goal that one should never have if he had ended up in this world. No, he could understand if it led up to that point. It would be understandable if you had insisted that an 8th grader that fell into this strange world dreamed of saving humanity. He could also understand if the guy knew secrets and myths that others should never have known, and defeat the disastrous monsters that seemed impossible at first glance with his amazing supernatural strength. His talent was superior to Keldian, and his tolerance was better than Ares, with better luck than Kangti. In fact, It was almost impossible to hold all three qualities in one body, but he would not refute if this was somehow maintained. However, he was never convinced of one event. When he had overcome the transcendent wall, the day when the borders of the other world had collapsed and a huge elevator was stuck in the sky, he reportedly gave a number of warnings to all the adventurers as if he was showing mercy to them who would be thrown into chaos before disappearing. It was something that no matter how much of a genius one was, it was one that he should have never known. To have a detailed report on the weaknesses of those who haven't even shown up yet. There was only one way to explain this phenomenon. If he had returned from the future to the past. This alone explained everything that hadn't added up so far. This wasn't a thought that only he could have. However, the majority of the people would believe it to be utter nonsense and skip by that thought. Although they were in a fantasy-like world, the notion of time travel was something even more ridiculous. He knew there were illusions and fantasies that were impossible in an illusion. However, Clementine himself was different. While others might think of this as ridiculous, with how these existences are present, what problem is there to think like this? Clementine mumbled while he looked around. Naropa, the great race that had folded time and space, penetrating to the core of life itself. He wasn't sure how far from the future the guy had returned from, but if he had met races of similar standards in the future, it wouldn't be strange for him to find a means to return to the past. From Clementine's words, Hansu smiled. Then, you should be scared, right? You don't know what kind of schemes I prepared then. Clementine belittled that remark. If everything was possible from simply returning to the past, I would have been stricken in fear. Omnipotence. The word that defined a god. However, the guy was not to that extent. Even if he returned from the future, he did not know everything, nor could he do everything even if he were to know. That was how the current situation was at. The 20-year gap that had been existent between him and the guy had been shortened rightfully by the guy that had returned from the future. Yet, the result was like this. He was still alive and the guy in front was stumbling. 13 unknown existences had fought against him, and he had defeated all of them with his and Noah's power, burying them somewhere below. Now, Hansu was the only one left. Just because he had regained his memories didn't mean that he regained his strength. Seeing Clementine like this, Hansu nodded. You're certainly right. Rumble. Even now, the guy's strength was increasing steadily. The energy of the red jades that had settled below was increasing relentlessly. The 13 demons that had appeared before him had fought Clementine, but they had merely tired him out. The gap between Clementine and his power was still widening. It was then. A translucent panel emerged around Clementine and Hansu. As Hansu frowned looking at the screen showing the scene outside, Clementine spoke with a smile. If you weren't here, all those people from the lower zones would have already died off. Seeing the endless waves of people coming in, Clementine smiled. Noah, a white moon high in the air. More than tens of millions of adventurers were flocking towards Noah. Hey. Let's go. Let's go destroy it. At the forefront revealed the appearances of Hosang and Del Marcus. Besides them, there was Kiriel who had a worried expression, and there were a few familiar faces that he was happy to see around. All of these were the people that he had formed relationships with after returning to the past. Those adventurers, that were armed faithfully, were marching with determined looks on their faces. These were the troops that had grown traveling through the lands that Hansu had cleaned up, whose strengths were increased thanks to the arms Hansu had obtained. Each one of them, who were capable of destroying mountains, covering large distances by crossing through the sky, were flocking towards them. It was a scene that was hard to witness, and he should feel reassured seeing the level of military force that was coming to help him, but there was only a heavy look on Hansu's face. Well? You think that will suffice? Seeing Hansu shake his head, Clementine smiled and spoke. Precisely. You definitely know a lot as someone coming from the future. This place was the interior of Noah, a location that was made with the purpose of creating a resident space. This was why it was impossible to exert any more force, and why Hansu was holding up his own against him. But, if it was outside, the story would be completely different. Originally, Noah was created with the intention of being a weapon. At the same time, the outer surface of Noah began to change roughly. The white surface that was wrapped in blue light strangely curled before soon beginning to change shape. Thorns arose from the smooth surface, changing its shape to that of a sea urchin. Once upon a time, there was a giant organism that was in charge of the fifth zone. There were giant cannons that were on the surface of the Nelkeepus. Noah's surface was changing relentlessly, forming hundreds to thousands of artillery pieces. The red jade soon began to infuse energy mercilessly towards the hundreds of thousands of cannons. Whoa! Now, there were 9 red jades that was spiraling and were charged up, emanating heat. With just a few shots, it was enough to dry up a sea and change the surface of the planet. It can make a continent become a desert, and more of these cannons were enough to destroy planets. Hundreds of thousands of these cannon-like pieces were shining. The goal was clear. It was aimed towards the approaching army. Clementine, who was preparing for the fireworks that would soon unfold, looked at Hansu and laughed. All for nothing? The others had endured and helped up for so long, yet it only takes a moment for them to disappear. It didn't even take long. The moment Noah's self-defense system, which had been dormant for a long time, was ready to play its part, those approaching adventures will disappear into a handful of ash. No, it wouldn't be a handful because there were so many. Perhaps, there will be an unnatural ash storm here in Zone 7. Roar. Clementine, watching the red jades charging up, spoke. Stay right there. It will be a firework show that will be hard to see anywhere else. At the same time. Rumble. Rumble. The Exinium soared from the ground and wrapped around Hansu's body to ensure that he couldn't turn his head and look straight at the screen. Rumble. Clementine, who was watching the red jades getting brighter, looked at Hansu with a look of relief. Since I'm sparing your life, you don't mind if I ask you a question. You returned from the future. How was I over there? From those words, Hansu laughed. You indeed succeeded, most of mankind had fallen into your hands. As expected. Clementine smiled with a pleased look on his face when he heard it. However, Hansu smiled and opened his mouth again towards Clementine. And you died. While you were trying to stop us from riding Noah, you died in my hands. At Hansu's words, Clementine's smile disappeared and remained silent. Hansu, looking at Clementine, spoke. I have a wish. Are Ares and Keldian alive? Oh, and Kangti too. You seem to be close with them. I was wondering if I could see their faces. After contemplating momentarily, Clementine nodded with a smile. I will show you a little later. I do have some time once these fireworks are over. Hansu laughed bitterly at Clementine's words. How unfortunate. What's unfortunate? From Clementine's question, Hansu quietly smiled. I wanted to see their faces once. As long as they were alive, that was enough. Once he finished here, everything would return back to normal. It was a good time. The demons were about to start waking up. If this time passed, there would be no second chance. Hansu, who made his decision, smiled at Clementine frightfully cold. You seem to like fireworks, let me show you one. At the same time, the last seed that was fixed in his chest cracked before beginning to rip open. Chapter 472, Descent, 4. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. My memories have returned. The gaps in his mind were filled and the distorted fragments that were twisted arose. However, it wasn't just good memories. No, the memories that floated above were overwhelmingly bad. The faces of the colleagues that he had lost while wandering around the abyss came to mind one by one from his past. They weren't necessarily from the previous life either. Thinking of Environ, Hansu smiled bitterly. He didn't want to lose the people close to him this time either. However, he lost too many this time around as well. Seeing Hansu like this, Clementine smiled. I had heard that you lost your memories. But, don't you think the differences are too vast? No matter how, even if you perchance returned from the future. It wasn't just the difference in compatibility. If the Hansu prior was a bad-tempered teenager, the Hansu now had the face of an old man who had experienced all sorts of hardships. From Clementine's remark, Hansu smiled. You're quick-witted. It isn't hard to recognize when it's that blatantly obvious. Clementine coldly smiled. It was the guy that had been such a nuisance to him so far. Naturally, he had gathered information about him by all means. Since he had played such a large role at a huge scale, none of the people coming up from downstairs weren't aware of him. Of course, there were many empty rumors and malicious talk regarding him, but they were normally the ones that had watched him from afar and had not met him face to face. The majority were like that, but there were a few that were actively close to him. He used the information he gathered and combined them, which led to a single conclusion. The actions at the start did not add up to the actions and motives in recent times. His goals were too clear and direct to be simply working to become solely strong. It was a goal that one should never have if he had ended up in this world. No, he could understand if it led up to that point. It would be understandable if you had insisted that an 8th grader that fell into this strange world dreamed of saving humanity. He could also understand if the guy knew secrets and myths that others should never have known, and defeat the disastrous monsters that seemed impossible at first glance with his amazing supernatural strength. His talent was superior to Keldian, and his tolerance was better than Ares, with better luck than Kangti. In fact, it was almost impossible to hold all three qualities in one body, but he would not refute if this was somehow maintained. However, he was never convinced of one event. When he had overcome the transcendent wall, the day when the borders of the other world had collapsed and a huge elevator was stuck in the sky, he reportedly gave a number of warnings to all the adventurers as if he was showing mercy to them who would be thrown into chaos before disappearing. It was something that no matter how much of a genius one was, it was one that he should have never known. To have a detailed report on the weaknesses of those who haven't even shown up yet. There was only one way to explain this phenomenon. If he had returned from the future to the past. This alone explained everything that hadn't added up so far. This wasn't a thought that only he could have. However, the majority of the people would believe it to be utter nonsense and skip by that thought. Although they were in a fantasy-like world, the notion of time travel was something even more ridiculous. He knew there were illusions and fantasies that were impossible in an illusion. However, Clementine himself was different. While others might think of this as ridiculous, with how these existences are present, what problem is there to think like this? Clementine mumbled while he looked around. Naropa, the great race that had folded time and space, penetrating to the core of life itself. He wasn't sure how far from the future the guy had returned from, but if he had met races of similar standards in the future, it wouldn't be strange for him to find a means to return to the past. From Clementine's words, Hansu smiled. Then, you should be scared, right? You don't know what kind of schemes I prepared then. Clementine belittled that remark. If everything was possible from simply returning to the past, I would have been stricken in fear. Omnipotence. The word that defined a god. However, the guy was not to that extent. Even if he returned from the future, he did not know everything, nor could he do everything even if he were to know. That was how the current situation was at. The 20-year gap that had been existent between him and the guy had been shortened rightfully by the guy that had returned from the future. Yet, the result was like this. He was still alive and the guy in front was stumbling. 13 unknown existences had fought against him, and he had defeated all of them with his and Noah's power, burying them somewhere below. Now, Hansu was the only one left. Just because he had regained his memories didn't mean that he regained his strength. Seeing Clementine like this, Hansu nodded. You're certainly right. Rumble. Even now, the guy's strength was increasing steadily. The energy of the red jades that had settled below was increasing relentlessly. The 13 demons that had appeared before him had fought Clementine, but they had merely tired him out. The gap between Clementine and his power was still widening. It was then. A translucent panel emerged around Clementine and Hansu. As Hansu frowned looking at the screen showing the scene outside, Clementine spoke with a smile. If you weren't here, all those people from the lower zones would have already died off. Seeing the endless waves of people coming in, Clementine smiled. Noah, a white moon high in the air. More than tens of millions of adventurers were flocking towards Noah. Hey. Let's go. Let's go destroy it. At the forefront revealed the appearances of Hosang and Del Marcus. Besides them, there was Kiriel who had a worried expression, and there were a few familiar faces that he was happy to see around. All of these were the people that he had formed relationships with after returning to the past. Those adventurers, that were armed faithfully, were marching with determined looks on their faces. These were the troops that had grown traveling through the lands that Hansu had cleaned up, whose strengths were increased thanks to the arms Hansu had obtained. Each one of them, who were capable of destroying mountains, covering large distances by crossing through the sky, were flocking towards them. It was a scene that was hard to witness, and he should feel reassured seeing the level of military force that was coming to help him, but there was only a heavy look on Hansu's face. Well, you think that will suffice? Seeing Hansu shake his head, Clementine smiled and spoke. Precisely. You definitely know a lot as someone coming from the future. This place was the interior of Noah, a location that was made with the purpose of creating a residence space. This was why it was impossible to exert any more force, and why Hansu was holding up his own against him. But, if it was outside, the story would be completely different. Originally, Noah was created with the intention of being a weapon. At the same time, the outer surface of Noah began to change roughly. The white surface that was wrapped in blue light strangely curled before soon beginning to change shape. Thorns arose from the smooth surface, changing its shape to that of a sea urchin. Once upon a time, there was a giant organism that was in charge of the fifth zone. There were giant cannons that were on the surface of the Nelkepas. Noah's surface was changing relentlessly, forming hundreds to thousands of artillery pieces. The red jade soon began to infuse energy mercilessly towards the hundreds of thousands of cannons. Whoa! Now, there were 9 red jades that was spiraling and were charged up, emanating heat. With just a few shots, it was enough to dry up a sea and change the surface of the planet. It can make a continent become a desert, and more of these cannons were enough to destroy planets. Hundreds of thousands of these cannon-like pieces were shining. The goal was clear. It was aimed towards the approaching army. Clementine, who was preparing for the fireworks that would soon unfold, looked at Hansu and laughed. All for nothing? The others had endured and helped up for so long, yet it only takes a moment for them to disappear. It didn't even take long. The moment Noah's self-defense system, which had been dormant for a long time, was ready to play its part, those approaching adventures will disappear into a handful of ash. No, it wouldn't be a handful because there were so many. Perhaps, there will be an unnatural ash storm here in Zone 7. Roar. Clementine, watching the red jades charging up, spoke. Stay right there. It will be a fireworks show that will be hard to see anywhere else. At the same time. Rumble. Rumble. The Exinium soared from the ground and wrapped around Hansu's body to ensure that he couldn't turn his head and look straight at the screen. Rumble. Clementine, who was watching the red jades getting brighter, looked at Hansu with a look of relief. Since I'm sparing your life, you don't mind if I ask you a question. You returned from the future. How was I over there? From those words, Hansu laughed. You indeed succeeded, most of mankind had fallen into your hands. As expected. Clementine smiled with a pleased look on his face when he heard it. However, Hansu smiled and opened his mouth again towards Clementine. And you died. While you were trying to stop us from riding Noah, you died in my hands. At Hansu's words, Clementine's smile disappeared and remained silent. Hansu, looking at Clementine, spoke. I have a wish. Are Ares and Keldian alive? Oh, and Kangti too. You seem to be close with them. I was wondering if I could see their faces. After contemplating momentarily, Clementine nodded with a smile. I will show you a little later. I do have some time once these fireworks are over. Hansu laughed bitterly at Clementine's words. How unfortunate. What's unfortunate? From Clementine's question, Hansu quietly smiled. I wanted to see their faces once. As long as they were alive, that was enough. Once he finished here, everything would return back to normal. It was a good time. The demons were about to start waking up. If this time passed, there would be no second chance. Hansu, who made his decision, smiled at Clementine frightfully cold. You seem to like fireworks, let me show you one. At the same time, the last seed that was fixed in his chest cracked before beginning to rip open. Chapter 474, Savior, 1. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. It's not the last. Hansu frowned. Clementine's expression was intertwined with regret, hope, and relief. Hansu gave strength into his hand, seeing him speaking out words with that expression that could be interpreted somehow. There was no particular reason to listen to him. Whatever the answer might be, Clementine must die. All mankind knows what he had done, and they would never forgive him. It was then. Yes, it's not the last. The tone of his voice was completely different from that lingering voice a while ago. Clementine's right hand that was drooping a while ago began to tighten Hansu's right wrist. Crack. What? Aside from the fact that the guy that was dying was behaving differently from before, the power of the grip on his wrist was beyond his imagination. His condition was now eclipsing at the end of the 6th wall and reaching for the 7th. The power was sheer tremendous. He had become so strong that he could go out alone and clean up the large military force advancing toward him by himself. However, the power felt in Clementine's grasp was comparable to that of himself. Just like Hansu when he used Soul Explosion, Clementine's power was also rapidly growing exponentially. It wasn't like when the red jades were activating and powering him up. Just like him, something awakened in Clementine's body, forcefully raising his level. When he had thought this far, Boom! Hansu held his hammer with his left hand and struck Clementine on the head. The large energy burst out from Mjolnir, sweeping through the armor composed of Exinium and red jade energy. However, that was it. Crayak. You're quite short-tempered. Raising his left hand, Clementine coldly smiled. At the same time, whoosh! Clementine grabbed Mjolnir and threw it far away into Noah's inner wall, including Hansu who was holding it. Boom! Hansu, who flew at a tremendous speed, crushed the inner wall and sank inside. Roar! Hansu, who quickly jumped out of the collapsed wall and regathered himself, looked at Clementine walking toward him. That wasn't Clementine. A red pattern began to cover his whole body. It wasn't just on his neck. The red patterns, which began to pop out from his fingers, began to twirl Clementine's whole body like witchcraft. There was a golden energy rising inside those black eyes, sending out a dazzling glow to them. This phenomenon was familiar to Hansu. Nerapa. Clementine, or Nerapa, who was approaching Hansu laughed. Nice to meet you. Please call me Noah. By the way, it's been quite a long time since I've been in the world, Nerapa mumbled as he looked at his own body. Roar. Ack. That damned bastard. To use the soul explosion seed. Mormert, who had sunk at the bottom of the abyss, stamped his feet in anger. Every time Mormat rolled his feet, there was an earthquake strong enough to cause the air to tremble. The shockwave was so strong that it could sweep a continent away. But those standing next to him were looking at him with pitiful looks and weren't particularly frightened. There was no one weak to care about it. What? Calm down? You're telling me to calm down after that bug-like guy sank all of us down and used all our resources? Roar. Every time Mormat shouted with a look of anger, the whole place boomed. He was disappointed because he had high expectations. What kind of man was he? He wasn't just strong. Transcendence. It was the sole existence that could become an administrator's seed. It was the power of freedom and abyss. The ones that had the sole privilege to seize both rights. That was the kind of guy he was. If they had contracted him thoroughly this time, they would have been able to go around the world as an excuse. If this was a battlefield, that place was a playground. They were strong, but the abyss were as strong as they were. He wasn't too friendly with the other 13 demons, including the dragon-looking thugs that were glaring at him. Of course, one needed to train and eat to become strong, being wary of fear that someone might stab them from the back. However, the current situation was different. He could go up and play, enjoying all kinds of pleasure. The number of people in that world was as bountiful as the stars anyways. How could he not get angry when the chance to get hundreds of millions of toys disappeared in that single instant? Not only that, even if there were many transcendents, but only a specific few counted with one hand could become an administrator. It was said that the fairies that were cosplaying in the other worlds, were actually angels that were loved by God. There wouldn't be an opportunity like this even after hundreds of millions of years. From his words, Barmamont muttered. The chains that were lashed onto the soul was becoming violently loose. It was natural that the soul itself was being destroyed. Soon after, the guy would lose his sight. Shit. Seriously. The bitter Barmamont raised his head and looked up at the top of the abyss. With how things had become a total mess, he wanted to see more of the world just a bit longer. What was seen through Hansu's gaze soon came into Barmamont's sight. It was then. What is this? Barmamont frowned. It was clear that Clementine should have been destroyed the moment the boy had used soul explosion. But, the situation had changed. A tremendous amount of energy was flowing from the body of Clementine, who had risen from his place. Even now, the energy was so enormous that it wasn't far behind Hansu's. No, it wasn't only that, but the energy flowing from his body was still increasing as if the dams that had been blocked were bursting as the water rushed out. Hey. This seems interesting. Everyone, come and see. From those words, the demons, who were venting their anger all over the place, raised their heads and concentrated on Barmamont. Then, through the chains that were still latched onto his soul, they began to see the situation outside. What? Why is that guy still alive? He had another hidden card? It didn't look like that. If he had such a hidden card, there was no reason to hide it. However, the demons, who were watching closely, soon guessed what was going on. The body was taken by a certain someone. Who was the person that had stolen that guy's body? It was then. One of the demons that watched silently in the corner spoke. It was the demon in charge of war and destruction, Ixarax. Ixarax, who always preferred to remain silent, opened his mouth with a heavy look. That guy. I've seen him. From those words, Ixarax opened his mouth. It's him. Just before he became an administrator, it's the guy that had his rights sealed for trying to abuse his privileges. Roar. Noah, who had occupied Clementine's body, stood up and smiled at Hansu. It's been a long time. The god that locked me up was quite cruel, but how nice it is to have this opportunity again. Noah looked around and breathed in the air. He was buried in the ship and sealed because he had disturbed God's temper. But, God did give him one chance. I wouldn't touch your efforts since I appreciate them. No, he even connected the things he had made from the tutorial zone to the 7 zones since he was quite curious about what would happen. Normally, it was up to him to do these tasks, but after being sealed, God had done it in his stead. To be honest, while being sealed, he didn't have much hope for Noah. However, for things to unfold so well. Flick. Noah flicked his finger. At the same time, the light of the artillery that was raised in the arc outside disappeared in an instant. Noah looked back and opened his mouth as tens of millions of humans breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Kong. I would really like to send my condolences to you. Thanks to your efforts, you have saved as much of humanity as you can, and as a result, many of our species will now come to life. Noah, who was speaking out, laughed coldly. The swelling cannons began to cool off in an instant. Noah's original owner had turned off the arms. Hundreds of thousands of artilleries cooled and the energy was quickly sucked in by the red jades. Belphegor, or the Nerepa that was in Belphegor's body, nodded and smiled. Savior. You've succeeded. As soon as he saw Clementine, he knew that the body would be the vessel for the Savior. To be honest, he was extremely surprised when the cannon had lit up to the point where he had almost given up on the intruder and ran toward him. The species outside must not die. Of course not. They should never die. Not a single one. They would be the bodies of their own people who were now asleep. However, it seemed that the Savior had succeeded in coming to the rescue. Now, they could really mind their own business and do what they needed to do. Almost all of us had gathered. Belphegor looked around, seeing everyone gather in the huge blue light that covered the large core room. In the middle, standing next to Noah's blue spirit, which shone relentlessly, Sangjin clutched the sickle in his hand. You're trying to do something you can't. You're going to endure. Belphegor smirked, seeing Sangjin. Chapter 475, Savior, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Roar. The speed at which the red jades were awakening was quickening. As a result, the interior of Noah was heating up quickly. However, it had been long since they paid attention to the heat. Boom. The hammer that struck without hesitation continued to hit Clementine. The original Clementine would have been crushed in a single blow. However, the current one that was in Clementine was not him. He was one step ahead, and he was an existence that was now forcefully raising the power in Clementine's body. Like this. Rumble. A long stick in the form of a fingernail stretched out from the tips of Clementine's right hand to block the hammer. Boom. These were the martial arts that he learned when he passed through the orange zone. Though he didn't learn it arduously since he didn't have a hobby in combat, he didn't have much problem utilizing it since he was a good student. I am being pushed back a bit. Noah, who was being pushed back for a while, backed off and created a spear in the air. Since he was bored studying monopools, this was a technique that he had created. This was a spear of destruction created by the energy of the Arx Exinium and the red jades in addition to the strength of his soul and Clementine's rigid body. Noah raised the spear in his hand and threw it toward Hansu with all his might. At the same time. Boom! It was like a meteorite that would sweep away anything in its path. The force was so intense that the surface of the red jades that was shining far away was as clear as a candle in the wind. Hansu, who blocked that shock with his shield, was pushed back before contemplating on Noah's words. The number of people increases in the east. From those words, Hansu realized the purpose for why this world was configured. The 7 legacies in the 7 zones were prepared for a specific objective. These legacies had come out of nowhere and twisted the directions of civilization itself. Whether it was the world tree, body enhancement surgery, the monopool surgery of the yellow zone where the higher races drove the world to destruction, or the spirits of the green zone where they were developed in return for the entire world to be trapped in the game, not to mention the blue and indigo zones where there were obvious traces of these. All of these were done by one person. From the sudden appearance of a genius out of nowhere, like the case with Nepalem, which built a huge tower in the green zone and developed spirits, or the sages of the yellow zone that used body enhancement surgery to raise a king, and even the geniuses that were the Akarans of the orange zone. So that was you, Hansu, who was pushed back, muttered to Noah. From those words. You've truly worked hard. Noah nodded with a smile. The Nerepas were a race that changed their bodies based on the spirit to maintain their immortal lives. The huge civilization that they had built was just a byproduct of their immortal lives, which had been growing and cementing endlessly. They changed their bodies and ate the souls of their opponents to create a more disciplined and advanced spirit, and when the body reached its limit, they searched and moved to another body. After long centuries of repeated behavior, their civilization had reached a point where they could explore the universe and subordinate other races. They had folded time and space to polish their souls to enjoy their immortal lives that were close to omnipotent. The clans and races they encountered were inferior that couldn't even reach their own feet, and the ones that were useful would be developed and be knelt before their advanced civilization. They would destroy, compress, and use the planet as a material before folding it into the ship and use it as an energy source. At this point, there was one definite thought that entered their minds. They were the true ones that deserved to be called. They usually stopped this notion with thought alone. The moment they attempted to translate their ideas into reality, a catastrophe struck. My favorite thing to do is, to step on arrogant guys like you. This was worth waiting for. The moment a certain existence's voice was conveyed into the minds of the whole race, a catastrophe had begun. The bodies that their souls usually entered no longer endured and died off, which quickly swept through their entire race. Normally, the bodies that received them would be able to exert a greater strength since that was normal. Even if they were the same body, the hardware might be the same, but the software was different. The Nerepa also had to protect their souls, so it was natural to give them strength. It was a bonus for the lower races to accept the Nerepas that witnessed this power. But, the moment the catastrophe swept through, the bodies their souls had entered began to decay. The shocked Nerepas kept switching bodies, but nothing changed. They would endure for some time, but within a year, the bodies would be purged as if they had experienced 1,000 years. It was only then that the Nerepas realized that it wasn't just about their new bodies, but that the main source was themselves. They, who were cursed by God, had their souls become poison, and all their bodies were destroyed. The Nerepa despaired. The Nelkipa and the red jades that spread throughout the universe were still strong, with the power to erase tens of thousands of planets and create hundreds of stars, but all of this was to no avail. What was the point of wielding this power if their race would be destroyed? Their souls might be strong, but that was only meaningful if the bodies of their souls were physically present. It seemed that the fate of their species was fixed at the moment they incite the wrath of God. The fate of feeling fear of having their soul being the only one intact in a rotting body. No, it was harder to endure since they had such strong souls. However, they did not give up. They still had a ray of hope. They had discovered one of the seeds of transcendence that God cherished. Therefore, in order to be released from God's curse, they all decided to pin all their hopes on the seed. There was one objective. Don't be picky about means or methods. We are now entering a long hibernation. Please find a way to either release God's curse or create a new body that could endure God's curse. This was why their whole species was sleeping in Noah, and their long vacation had started. At first, with the thought of begging God, he had wandered across the abyss. Normally, a guy like Hansu, who had reached the pinnacle of Transcendence 7-star, would have no problem roaming around the abyss. However, Noah despaired while wandering around the abyss. This god was truly out of his mind. He made all races fight for his own happiness and pleasure to the point where he resented his race for provoking this being. He was pretty strong in the abyss, but there were so many stronger races, and he had witnessed the little success they had requested of God. Seeing this, Noah had changed directions to find a way out with his own power and methods. Abandoning the body he had raised, with his soul, he ascended to the other world. There, he roamed across the universe and researched all the species, developing new techniques. There was a limit to what he could do considering the decline of his civilization and race, and there were difficulties while studying, but recollecting his own species sleeping in ice coffins, he endured. As a result, while he was making a body that could withstand the souls of their species, a fairy had appeared. Tch. Noah, who was frowning at what had happened since then, soon shrugged. It was a bit of a roundabout, but in the end, everything had settled. The contract with the fairy had solved the other minor problems. Humans came up with excellent results of their research and had now appeared before their eyes, and the greatest contributor who would soon be a hindrance to this achievement was on the verge of death. Roar. With overflowing power emanating from his whole body, Noah looked at Hansu, who was pushed far away. Don't worry too much. I'll use that body well. There was definitely some use to a body as strong as that. Wasn't it the perfect body that their kind could handle? They just had to fill that empty soul. Then, Hansu, who regained his posture, looked at Noah and muttered, the fact it's not the last, means that I'm going to have to destroy you. You've hidden so much until the end. Hansu recollected about Clementine and muttered. His strength was not a problem. If he continued fighting, he would be able to win eventually. The opponent's strength was enormous, but it didn't seem like he was used to fighting. However, he had no time. After using Soul Explosion, his power was increasing endlessly, but in return, the soul was burning just as quickly. The soul, which was about the size of a head at first, had now been reduced to just the size of a fist. Now, there wasn't much time left before he became a doll. His opponent, knowing this fact, was not recklessly fighting as well. I don't know what you were thinking. Whether he was trying to help himself or use himself, since there was no way, Clementine was trying to help him, but one fact was clear. He predicted the existence of the being that took over his body and wanted him to destroy that being. He had no intention of reconciling with Clementine, nor did he have any desire to do so, but at least they had one thought in common. The one in front of him needed to be erased, and he was the only one who could do it. I'll play with you. Grip. Hansu gripped the hammer in his hand and muttered. There wasn't much time before he lost consciousness. Even if there was a move, he could only use it one time. But, one time was more than enough. Though he was soon losing his consciousness, his power was continuing to eclipse, up to the point where he was directly below a 7-star. With this much, he could use some of the skills in his previous life. This was the skill that killed Barmamont. The skill that killed the 6th demon. At the same time, the tip of Mjolnir began to roar. Chapter 476, Savior, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruumble. Barmamont. The 6th demon. The others were bizarre and difficult to deal with, but this was only because of the versatility of their powers that had constantly evolved over the years. Despite holding a simple ability, he was the one that had given him most trouble. Barmamont. In the other land, his name was Behemoth. Without reason, he only ate because of his endless appetite, and eventually became a beast that ate worlds. He ate everything and cleared everything. His attacks would become his blood and flesh. It was quite difficult. Hansu muttered before delicately controlling that exploded around him. Boom! There was thunder gathering around his surroundings as it began to twist. In that moment, Noah, feeling that something was unusual, hurriedly began to control the arc around him. Exinimum, a substance that mashed, compressed, and folded planets into the interior of the arc, which was reassembled by their own technology. Exinium, which surrounded the inner space suppressing the red jades, was coming out of every wall, disintegrating like a waterfall. Roar. Exinium, which configured most of the internal materials in the arc, was fluctuating as if it was going to explode, but Noah, as if he didn't care for such a matter, continued to use the Exinium to his control. Soon. Huge torrents encircle the bodies of Hansu and Noah for distinctly different purposes. The torrent of Exinium that centered around Noah's body overlapped one by one before creating a barrier. It was beyond description in compression as the torrent twisted the structure and pressured the core of the arc. At the same time, the twisted space began to expand. In a flash, Noah and the space on the opposite side of the barrier began to widen at a tremendous speed. On the surface, the thickness was about a sheet of paper, but it was already occupied by several kilometers of space of Exinium on the inside, which had been compressed and expanded. Some of the turbulent energies were created to defend Noah through a barrier, while the rest were tightening and compressing using the same core principle. The Exinium began to change and surround Hansu like a dimension prison. If one were to say the space around Noah had expanded, then it was the opposite for the surroundings of Hansu. The space was compressing at a rapid pace. This was a technique that the Narapa used to oppose difficult beasts or aliens through the use of compression. If the space that was compressed fails to destroy and crush the opposition, then they would twist the space and evict it into a different dimensional room. Noah, who looked closely at his opponent, frowned slightly. Did he catch on? There was only one body around him, and there was only one around Hansu as well. He couldn't feel his presence properly due to the thickness of the dimensional walls. In a while, he would become a puppet, but for him to go to this extent. Was it too much? If I used half my strength. Noah frowned at the vibrations he felt outside his own space. At the last moment, he had subconsciously taken the arc apart, but now he thought that he had overreacted. The space that was controlled around the enemy was shaking precariously due to the extensive use of Exinium and the red jades. No. I should let it be a bit looser. After thinking about it, he felt that he had overreacted too much to the situation. Not only that, it was also very annoying seeing the surrounding area being full of Exinium like white clouds, obscuring his vision. The moment Noah, who was surrounded by white clouds in the vast expanse of space, decided to release the Exinium surrounding him. Boom. Noah hesitated when he felt something touch his forehead. What just? In this expanded space filled with white Exinium, there should be nothing but himself and Exinium that should exist, yet something was poking at his forehead. Wiping the blood that was slightly flowing from his forehead, he raised his hand to touch what had poked him. At the same time, boom! Something struck out of the Exinium clouds and headed straight for him. The white metal, which had filled the inside and maintained the shape of the barrier, was quickly becoming ash and melting. Rumble. Rumble. All the metal that kept the space expanded was broken down, and the surrounding walls of the barrier began to collapse as well, causing it to return to its original thickness. As the surroundings collapsed, Noah's body, which had been isolated, quickly returned to reality into the room where the red jades were operating arduously beneath his feet. With the collapsed walls, he was able to see more clearly what had caused the wound on his forehead. It was so full of strength, that even its appearance had changed like his own spear. It was Mjolnir that was connected to a hand, which extended to the arm, which was popping out from Hansu inside a black sphere that had surrounded him. Soon. Boom! Just like how the white space had collapsed around him, the black sphere began to collapse as well around Hansu. The ashes of Exinium began to pour out like a tidal wave from the collapsed space. In the end, the two spaces had been completely shattered, and now the two beings in this room were clearly visible. Hansu was holding his weapon with empty eyes and Noah was standing still with his forehead stabbed. From this scene, Noah remained silent. He had thought that Hansu had attacked while he was being crushed. But, it wasn't like the compressed space had stopped the attack from carrying out since the barrier around him broke one by one. The attack on his forehead had penetrated both barriers at an unresponsive speed. Noah, who touched the blood flowing from his head, clenched his teeth. He did not survive since he had blocked the attack well. He couldn't even respond to the attack. He was simply lucky. If only he had stayed a little bit more conscious and maintained his will for his last attack. Noah, who had an infuriated expression, soon shook his head. But, I'm the final winner. Seeing Hansu, who had stopped moving, Noah muttered. Regardless of the circumstances, he had won and the guy had lost. He had survived and he had become a soulless doll. Now, it was time to wrap things up. Noah, who began to focus on stabilizing the rumbles of the ark by controlling the red jades, spread his message to his own people. It was all over now. The man who had represented the human race died and their species survived. Now, he could plant the souls of his species and take over the bodies of the human race. If this were to occur, the curse on their species will be lifted due to the contract that he had formed with the fairy, and the god that stood behind. I can't move around for a while. All the Exinium used for control and defense had been reduced to ashes in a single attack. He had to fill the void that was made here with the red jades. It was then. Matters are not done over here. There is an annoyance here. Noah looked puzzled from those words. The purple army rose without hesitation, sweeping the surrounding area like a tidal wave. A loud roar was being heard from the troops. Boom! What an annoying fellow. Belphegor frowned as he continued to fire his attacks. He took over the body, and even though he was getting stronger thanks to this, he was still being pushed back in ability. The body of the one he had eaten was a 4-star, while his opponent was a 5-star. He also looked strong enough to be in the elite categories among the 5 stars. No, despite this, he was unusually strong. The opponent, who was controlling an army, was wielding a sickle in the middle and was guarding the ark's core, but despite this, he was still too strong. However, it was now over. Once the savior had stabilized the ark and come over here, everything would be over. Belphegor shouted at the man who was making such a needless fuss. You bastard! Give up! The man who represented your people is now dead. Now adapt if you wish to keep your body intact. The core that was in the center was precious, and it was definitely an invaluable material. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the reason why this ark needed 18 red jades was due to that core over there. It wasn't that the core was prepared to be used by Noah, but rather the opposite. Noah's ark was created with the purpose of protecting that core. It folded time, ripped space, and reassembled the soul. With enough energy, it was a core that can radiate a power similar to God. It had to be like that since that was what drove their race near extinction. Belphegor looked at the guy guarding the blue jade in the distance. It was an object made by them gathering all their personnel and technology to challenge God's power. Their efforts weren't in vain as it provided them 3 abilities that only God could wield, but in return, it had brought the wrath of God and plunged their species to a downfall. It wasn't as powerful as God, but it didn't mean that it had no value to them. That was something that only they can use with the soul of their own race. Boom! Belphegor looked at Sangjin, who didn't even listen to their shouts and continued fitting. Wait. That guy. Belphegor had a shocked expression looking at the neck of Sangjin. At first, they were being overwhelmingly suppressed, but now they were slowly able to see his real figure, and why he was able to wield such great power. He has the shard. The guy had their own shard. However, Belphegor soon burst into laughter because it was so ironic. If the fragment of the soul was eating up his body, he will be entitled to control the blue sunlight jade. But, that meant that he would already be one of their own. He would not be able to have the right to wield the blue sunlight jade if he were to suppress the shard too. Pathetic. How pathetic. Whether it was Hansu, or this guy, these were the last rebellions of their species. If we let him be, he'll eventually be an ally. It would not be long. Realizing this, Belphegor began to slowly hold back his attacks. I have always succeeded, and I will succeed again this time. I look forward to your cooperation. Reading Clementine's letter, he stood up. Chapter 477, Savior, 4. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyumbal. Sangjin, who blocked the attacks from the surroundings, breathed out quietly. It was evidence that attacks from the sides were loosening. Until now, it was hard for him to find time to breathe, but now the attacks were lessening. However, Sangjin knew that nothing would get better from this situation. Tremble. The soul shard of Naropa was becoming bigger that had settled within his chest. So far, he was able to withstand the desires of using its power, unlike Arantel or Belphegor, who did not try to suppress it, to begin with. This was why he had not been devoured by the shard and had endured up to this point. However, it was now too much. Tremble. The soul of Naropa that had been dyed with red was beginning to bloom and devour his own soul. When will it be? The moment Sangjin muttered to himself. Crack. Damn. His right hand moved freely and disrupted his left hand. At the same time. Boom. The attacks that came his way caused his whole body to fly back. Block. While barely blocking the attacks with his sickle, Sangjin had a calm expression. Erosion already. It wasn't just his right hand. It was his whole body that had been out of his control and had been operating independently. Seeing Sangjin like this, Belphegor approached him with a relaxed look. You have endured for long. Now, there was no need for them to attack any longer. If they take their time, he would eventually become one of their own. Since he would be one of their own people, there was no need to harm the body. I'm not sure who's inside of him, but that friend has the right to witness and live in this new world. Belphegor looked around and breathed in deeply. There was a brief commotion, but it was finally coming to a close. No, the Ark was damaged quite seriously to call this a brief commotion, but this was nothing to what they would obtain in comparison. Inside the Ark were their fully preserved knowledge and civilization. It had all the different races from the planets that they managed formerly, and even their own people who were dormant, but had their souls remained intact, were present as well. With all of these alone, rebuilding their civilization was simple. And, that is the key. Belphegor looked ecstatic as he saw the blue jade that was behind his body. Blue sunlight jade. It was the jade that had brought themselves closer to extinction, who had longed for divine power. In other words, it can be said that the jade has so much potential that it could mimic some of God's power. Everyone who woke up knew the contents of the bet that took place between the savior and the fairy. As long as they won this bet, they were free from the curse. This meant that they would have a chance to use the blue sunlight jade, which was the cause of the curse which led them to not even dare to use it previously. Then, their civilization will soar again to an unprecedented level. It may even be possible for them to intrude the abyss and unify it, a place where they could only look from afar and dare not enter in before. They would use the 7th floor as their territory, utilize the hells of fire as energy, and would keep all kinds of races and species as pets. What a sweet future this was. This was all due to the triumph of their savior. Although they had to spend more than thousands of years in frozen coffins, in return, they had received a huge opportunity to leap forward. With such an opportunity before them, there was no need to overdo themselves. Overextending and dying will just be a dog's death. It was more than enough to just stall time from afar. Crack. Ugh. While Belphegor was smiling, Sangjin had already knelt down to one knee at some point. He was trying to fight the bacteria that was rampaging his body and trying to take control of. Belphegor walked over and put his hand over his shoulder. Now, get up. It was then. Boom. Something fell out of the sky and hit Belphegor directly. Struck, Belphegor threw up blood and rolled on the ground. What the hell? Belphegor regained his posture and urgently looked around his place. There was one woman. Read more chapter on our VIPnovel.com. She had ripped the floor apart as she stood in front of Sangjin. The moment the woman looked at Sangjin with a complicated expression. Sangjin, who had suddenly sat down, swung his sickle and aimed for the woman's neck. Seeing this, the woman sighed before deflecting the sickle away. At the same time. Boom. Kahook. Sangjin, who had caused all sorts of trouble for the Naropas, had his sickle deflected far away before settling on the ground. Ruyumbal. After deflecting the sickle away, the woman grabbed Sangjin's neck and looked straight into his eyes. The pupils were dyed in red. As if there was some consciousness left, the eyes were not fully shining in gold, but there was not much time left. It was obvious from how he had attacked her just now. The presence that began to occupy Sangjin's body spoke out as he looked at him. Don't resist. Even the one you followed, is now part of our race. Surrender and accept us. He knew that the woman in front of him was strong. However, it wasn't normal. His whole body was covered in blood and his muscles were ruptured, yet the wounds had yet to recover. The most serious problem lied in the curse. They, who had received some abilities over time, were able to see that the time around the woman was twisting and accelerating like a snake. It might be different if they were fully adapted, but it was hard to beat her in their conditions. From those words, he spoke with an apathetic expression. That's something that we will know at the end. At the same time. Ruyumbal. Kahook. Something rose from Teehee's body and penetrated Sangjin's body directly. Ruyumbal. Teehee watched the inside of her body. Originally, she had 7 soul shards. One of them disappeared from the yellow zone, and the other from the green zone. 2 more disappeared in the blue zone. The 2 that were possessed by Magnus and Agnes in the violet zone had also disappeared. They were originally located in the indigo zone, but had come up and settled in the violet zone before disappearing. This was why there was only one left. Save it. You'll never know when it will come of use. Teehee did not take Clementine's words lightly and nodded. As Clementine had mentioned, they had no reason to use it at this location. The reason they left their colleagues downstairs that had their bodies planted with the 7 soul shards was to control the places that were beyond their reach. Not to mention after Agnes and Magnus came up from below, their power was replenished. There weren't that many that were useful. He muttered. Kangti and Keldian were a little too strong for them to plant the 7 soul shards, and the ones below them were not worth planting the soul shards either. However, it was clearly written in Clementine's letter. Clementine, is this truly right? He muttered as she watched Sanjin's soul being swallowed up by her own soul shard. She was already a 6-star. The Narapa soul that had settled in Sanjin was only a 5-star, so he could not resist her soul shard. Belphegor shouted loudly when he saw this and realized that something was going wrong. Stop her. You must stop her. At the same time. Boom. The attacks relentlessly tackled Tihi. Tihi, who bit her lips while watching, stood up from her seat and stood in front of Sanjin. Boom. The attacks that were pouring towards Sanjin's body who was knelt down was blocked by Tihi's body. Boom. Boom. There were thunderous blasts as she gathered her mana and blocked the attacks. She wanted to strike back, but she couldn't. Time was intertwining itself in the aftermath of the skills that she had used earlier. Although she was a 6-star, speed was one of the most important factors in battle. Due to her battle with Hansu, her body was in a state of chaos. Ruyu. Tihi, who clenched her teeth while looking at her body, looked at Sanjin and spoke. You know, the way. At that moment. Maybe I do. Sanjin, whose golden eyes had sunk away and allowed his black eyes to return, nodded with a tired look. This was the only opportunity. Now that the fragment of Tihi's soul was stifling the consciousness of Narapa's soul, its disruption was gone and allowed him to regain his consciousness. Sanjin took a deep breath. I'll play in your faction. Clementine. At the same time. Boom. Sanjin, who held the spirit of Narapa and Tihi at the same time, put his hand on the blue sunlight jade. Chapter 478, Savior, 5. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyu. The blue jade rotated without hesitation before beginning to scatter its powers. The essence of Narapa civilization rotated inside. Sanjin, who was concentrating on keeping his soul from being swept away, swallowed back. If this fell into the opponent's hands. Thinking of such a situation, Sanjin felt a chill in his spine. Inside the blue jade, there was a small universe. The jade was rotating freely, reassembling and decomposing souls as it willed. His hand, which he had placed inside, grew old, became young, disintegrated and merged in a repetitive manner. It was a different dimension, which could be seen as another isolated world. There were different laws in the small world dominated by different powers and physics of law with rules that were completely different from the current reality. His thumb extended onto his index finger while the back of his hand and his palm merged together. Just as those who didn't understand the rules claim that they didn't understand their own strength, a cogwheel was detailed yet spins quickly and brutally. What if one didn't understand the rules inside at all? Aside from not being able to activate its power right away, his hand would be torn apart in this space this instant. No, he would be grateful if it ended there. This bizarre, altered universe and its laws could possibly put something inside him like cancer that would eat his whole body, or maybe expose him to radiation. Ruyu. Boom. Damn it. Hurry up. Tihi, who was blocking the Narapas that were flocking in like flies to a lamp, shouted at Sanjin. From that remark, Sanjin swallowed his saliva and quickly focused on this power. Tihi, who was watching it, began to focus on the Narapas rushing in. You've got to endure a bit longer. Otherwise, they would both end up dead here. One of the Narapas, who was focused on Tihi, wrapped his spear with energy and aimed at her vital point. As soon as Tihi tried to avoid his attack. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Boom. As if there were heavy chains entangled all over her body, Teehee was held up. Teehee sighed in the slow-flowing time. Damn bastards. It's really hard fighting you knowing this would happen. As if she knew this would happen, she smiled as he saw her opponent attacking her slow self. She could see the scene in more detail because everything around her was slow because it was clocked up. Although it could be said that it was a minor problem that she was slowed by the entrapment of time. Clementine. Today's quite an unusual day. Looking at the slow stabbing spear, Teehee recalled Clementine's letter. In the dark consciousness, trapped inside, Clementine looked outside through Noah's gaze. Normally, the moment Nerpa ate a soul, the host's consciousness should disappear altogether. However, he was a bit special since he was the owner of Nirmaha's ring. Well, it won't be long. It was peculiar how he was able to breathe within this body, but that was all. Perhaps, once the situation was settled, he would disappear as well. Ruyumble. Clementine laughed as he saw Hansu, who was emanating unreal energy, and Noah who was shocked by this attack. It was a long journey. Clementine recalled what had happened so far. It was then. Ruyumble. Something popped up from the consciousness space where Clementine was located. It was the sudden appearance of a stranger, but Clementine was not surprised. He knew that he would be here soon. Clementine. What scheme did you plot? Seeing how he was asking in a respectful tone, it proved to Clementine that he had not lost his composure. However, Clementine knew that he was quite taken aback. Seeing Noah, Clementine smiled. A self-proclaimed administrator doesn't even know that. How did you know? Noah frowned at Clementine's words. It wasn't because of the fact that this guy was stuck inside of him. How could such a man know what had happened more than 1,000 years ago? But, Noah shook his head. There was something he was more curious about, which was what led him inside. How did you know the method to use the blue sunlight jade? The situation was now being told inside himself. In the place where the blue sunlight jade was located, two humans were preparing to contact it and exercise its power. The target was Hansu, who had lost his soul and had become a doll. Something was going against his expectations. No one else should know how to use the blue sunlight jade but himself. In case someone from Naropa was overambitious and had different plans in the first place, he had decided that he would be the only to have the knowledge of how to use it. Yet, a person who was clearly instructed by Clementine was handling the blue sunlight jade properly. Moreover, it was very annoying that something remained inside the body of Hansu, which should have been an empty doll by now. A soul, which was supposed to be burned and become ashes, had become a big grape, which caused uneasiness for Noah. He would move it away this instant if he could. He wanted to crush the body of Hansu and destroy the bug-like creatures that were playing with the blue sunlight jade. However, he couldn't. If he failed to control and suppress the red jades, a massive explosion would happen that would be more than enough to sweep the entire ark away. If that were to happen, then the blue sunlight jade would be destroyed and God's shard, which they had tried to protect as they were driven to destruction, would eventually be destroyed as well. It wasn't just that. All of their species around the blue sunlight jade, who barely glimpsed the light in front, would die as well. The Exinium, which had been well preserved in every corner of the ark, would also be swept away, including their preserved knowledge and technology, which were pivotal for the integration and reconstruction of their civilization. Lastly, all of mankind, which were the new vessels of their own kind, would be swept away and killed. No, there would be two people who could survive in this presumed seventh zone. Himself and Hansu, who was absent-minded like a doll. This was why he couldn't act personally. Aside from moving toward the blue sunlight jade, it was difficult for him to even destroy the body of Hansu in front of him. The body that had reached 7-star was essentially castle walls. Even if he didn't counterattack, it would take a long time to destroy it. All he could do now was split his consciousness and talk to Clementine inside. Noah growled, slightly impatient with Clementine's silent attitude. It would be best if you reply immediately. I have a lot of means left for you. His soul was currently bound by Nirmaha's ring. In other words, the soul and his self have changed. This was the inner space of Nirmaha. That was why Clementine, unlike other hosts, had not lost his soul yet. This was why he could do many things to Clementine. Disappearance was the simplest way. He could make his soul suffer for eternity while intact. He could also lock him into a white space with no life, no senses, no will, and accelerate time to make people go crazy by experiencing millions of years of boredom. I can immediately give you a new body. I'm not sure why you're going this far. If you cooperate well, I could even give you that body over there. Noah answered, pointing to the body of the empty soul outside. A whip was hard to move humans. This was the best bait to present to Clementine, who was destined to perish. Let me ask you again. How did you know the method in using the blue sunlight jade? Clementine smiled from those words and spoke, I know since I've used it. You used it? Noah had a look of disbelief at Clementine's words. The blue sunlight jade was one of the relics that they had never used once after it was made. It couldn't be helped. How could they dare use the blue sunlight jade when their people were pushed toward extinction? No one in their race would even have the thought or notion to ever use the blue sunlight jade to overcome the situation, especially when they have God's permission that he would erase the curse if they had won their bet. Only now were they even thinking of using it or not. Therefore, the blue sunlight jade remained unused and was stored in Noah. But, for him to use it? Unbelievable. At that moment, Noah's face was horribly distorted. Boom. Defending the attack, he recalled the contents of the letter. It was a life marked by victory and a single defeat. Thanks to Noah's arrangement, they were able to succeed, but in the end, they lost everything because of Noah's arrangement. To be exact, it was because he had failed to suppress those that were full of expectations for the promised power of Naropa. All of their bodies were taken away and had failed in the end. It was not the abyss who drove himself and his loved ones to death, but their own people who had given up their bodies because of greed. In the meantime, he had managed to escape only once by using the blue sunlight jade. The letter contained passages of Clementine's feelings. It was a letter of regret and frustration, one who could not overcome Noah since he was not born with transcendence. There was a wall that blocked him no matter how much he struggled. This was why he had chosen this extreme path to protect the people he loved. Meanwhile, a light appeared before my eyes. Then, it would be right to choose the better path. He chose this path instead of the best. However, if he had the opportunity to choose the best path, it was correct for him to be willing to turn to that direction. You bastard. Now go back. It will become busier. Clementine smiled at Noah, who had lost his composure. He wanted that. It was the distorted face of the man who used to laugh haughtily that everything in the world was going his way. Clementine looked outside through Noah. Inside Noah's gaze. Crack. Hansu, who had fallen asleep like a dead man, began to move again. You finally arrived. Our savior. Clementine smiled at Hansu. You know who's going to win, right? Damn it. Noah looked at Hansu, who spoke calmly with a dejected look. Chapter 479, Third Life, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. It was a white space with no one. Clementine, who was looking at his soul, was slowly falling apart. He sat down. It's been long. Clementine smiled, recalling Noah, who left him to hurry and go outside. It had been truly long. First life. He didn't know whether it was luck or skill, but he had somehow obtained Nirmaha's ring. No. It was definitely skill. Clementine laughed. He didn't want to say this out of his own mouth, but he was really great. They had gathered humans and broke through the 7-colored zone. He got good comrades, raised an army, and established an empire to conquer the land one by one. The first zone took about 10 years to conquer, and then it was 5 years for the second and 3 for the third. The fourth zone didn't even take a year. They were overflowing with experience and numbers. The bonds and relationships they formed allowed their skills to reach their maximum potential, and there were the artifacts. They didn't just ascend a zone. They literally conquered and devoured everything before going up. They had to obtain all the Nerapa relics that had been scattered starting from the world tree from the 7 colored zones. With their army of men as strong as they were, even when the abyss opened, they weren't afraid. He had traveled to the abyss with Noah's Ark and fought relentlessly, which he got from the last zone. With Ares and Keldian by his side, and Tihi and Kangti fighting ceaselessly in front of each other, they were working toward the survival of mankind. It was amazing up to there until they found that Noah's legacy was only prepared for their species. The face of Clementine, who he could recall at that time, was distorted. It was a memory that was buried deep below. Those who had fallen out of his control during the fighting coveted the power that had been dormant inside the Ark. Even with Ares saying that we should not touch this power until Keldian's research was completed was effective. Unfortunately, the number of humans they saved was too great, and the power they held in their hands were too great for a few to control. Clementine, who tried to control the masses failed, and the people willingly chose to abuse their newly acquired power to escape the terrifying abyss. No, it didn't end with that much. Enthusiastic with the newly acquired power, they turned their blades to each other to try and monopolize the power. Afterward, reality struck them. In overwhelming numbers, all of their comrades were hunted and killed one by one. Obviously, they could have fought back somehow with the abilities they possessed. But, Ares, Kangti, and even Keldian couldn't. They were unable to turn their blades toward their comrades who they fought together for more than 3 decades. This was how they died. Ares died in their hands. Keldian tried to use Noah's power to somehow turn the tide of the war but was swept away by the surging forces. Kangti, unable to fight, ran out of Noah into the abyss before dying bitterly while fighting with various species alone. Clementine himself had no choice but to watch this all in order to counter Noah, the existence that was struggling madly to occupy its own body at the time. It was then that he had returned with the blue sunlight jade. Taking advantage of Noah's carelessness to occupy his body, he planted a fragment of his soul into Tihi's body just like how she did to Sangjin and managed to return to the past to avoid making the same mistake twice and despair. He realized that he was able to return to this time with the blue sunlight jade that was bound to the Nirmaha's ring. The reason why he was able to use the blue sunlight jade despite not being qualified in the first place was because he acquired Nirmaha's ring, which contained fragments of Noah's soul. The moment one obtained Nirmaha's ring, one couldn't escape this fate. The fragments of the soul erode users from the moment they equipped the ring. It was all the power of Noah's ring that allowed him to use the 10th numbering skill in the first place and display such ridiculous power. He couldn't tell anyone. After all, his fate was set. They were ascending up, to only have their bodies taken away by Noah. No one could stop Noah when he woke up. Who could block such a monster that smashed through the early transcendent walls and reached 7 stars? Clementine, who realized this fact, contemplated heavily for a long time, reminiscing countless times of the scene where the Nerapas tried to take their bodies away before his eventual return, and the humans who betrayed each other at critical moments, driving all of them to death. All of these people were picked up by Noah. This was why Clementine had decided. If this was a fate meant to be, I'll end it from the start. He chose a more radical option. With great anger at the man who killed them all, if he survived anyway, Noah would retrieve all the authority over the remaining Ark and replace all the remaining humans with Nerapas or repeat the history prior by allowing humans to accept Nerapas patterns. He couldn't let this happen. This was why Clementine made a simple plan. With the knowledge from the future and the power that Noah had given to him, he would finish everything from his own position. With the trustworthy Tihi at the forefront, he would kill all of the useless people. He would not open his eyes to the smashing of Noah's Ark, but rather kill and destroy all of the foolish beings that betrayed them and coveted power, and he would kill himself after destroying Noah's Ark at the end. He threw away the naive hope of the fact that having more diverse knowledge would allow him to fully control them since Clementine's first life was so perfect. He didn't believe in personal compassion or solidarity. He only believed in the laws and rules that God had created. If only they were gone, the elite members who worked under Tihi would be completely controlled and there would be no attempt of possible treason, and Tihi would be able to get through the abyss with Ares as well. Then Ares and his companions, whom he cherished and loved, would not suffer. His plans would have definitely been maintained, if it weren't for the discovery of a new possibility. Hansu watched silently at the soul that was growing and wiggling in his body. It was a fragment of his soul that remained intact in the midst of all of his soul burning. So Nirmaha's ring didn't disappear after all. It wasn't that it disappeared, but that it had been eaten and cleared away. The moment he crossed the wall of transcendence, his soul should have been fully burnt and traversed to the afterlife. Yet, he remained due to a mixture of his own soul and Noah's. Thanks to him, he was able to survive despite using the soul explosion seed that should have surely killed him. He didn't know what had resumed his soul, but the contract that was tied to his memories was completely broken due to his soul regeneration. It was because this was the old soul that had remained before signing a contract with those demons. Ruyu. Hansu, who savored the force that erupted all over his body, slowly walked toward Clementine. Let's take it easy. What kind of damned occurrence is this? Noah sighed as he looked at Hansu approaching. They were the same 7-star. However, their skills were not the same. Though he was transcendent as well, he was the type that had slowly and steadily raised toward this status and state throughout the long years. He, who had always oppressed his opponents with his overwhelming civilization, thought that their power and intelligence was greater than others, and he continued to maintain this ideology while traveling and studying around the world. While he studied and researched as he traveled around the world, although his soul had naturally become stronger and disciplined, he rarely had to fight in the forefront. In reality, there was no need for him to fight at all. Transcendence was more powerful than ordinary creatures in the first place, so there was no need to lower oneself to learn their techniques and skills. However, the guy in front of him was on the same level as him. If one were on the same level, all that remained were their abilities and skills. The one who stood before him was literally a monster that fought relentlessly in the future and had raised his level through the accumulation of battles. Noah, who took a long breath, looked at Clementine located within him. You've schemed this plot for a very long time. You crazy bastard. The plan to remove all beings that posed a threat to a person was insane, but it was not impossible to understand. However, for him to raise an existence to kill a man that would conquer and eat his own body. The memories of Clementine, which had been wrapped up and stored until now, were now flowing into Noah's head as if it was to tease him. Does he know about how many chances he had to kill Hansu? Clementine could have killed Hansu several times if he had made up his mind. It wasn't that difficult. It was simple. A tiger would be scary when it grew up, but it wasn't harmless when it was still a baby. As a transcendent, all he needed to do was wait by the elevator and kill him as soon as he got off the elevator. Kong Hansu, he was the wild card that was raised by him. If Kong Hansu succeeded, it would be perfect, and even if he were to fail, he could have just proceeded with his original plan. Deducing this plan, Noah had a despondent look. So I was being completely played in his hands. Noah breathed out before regaining his stance. It wasn't over yet. Their objective was victory. But, now it changed from domination to survival. We can't be driven to extinction here. Clenching his teeth, Noah looked at Hansu. Let us go. Why would I? You humble. Hansu, who was crushing the ground with each step, shrugged his shoulders. Why did he have to spare them? If he caught him now, then he could kill him for sure. However, if he were to let them go and allow them to rebuild their civilization somewhere else. Although the abyss was so vast and wide that there was no reason for them to fight, if they have any aspirations of revenge, then it would become very annoying. Noah clenched his teeth and opened his mouth. If you don't, you will all die. The last resort remained. The Ark itself. The moment he rushed toward him, the Ark would become a huge bomb that would kill most of the people in the Ark as well as all the humans that were approaching outside. If that were to happen, he would be the only one who was in front of him to survive the blast. Who? Hansu whistled. Chapter 480, Third Life, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Hansu quietly asked from Noah's threats. What do you want? From those words, Noah began to ponder momentarily. Come to think of it. He's not self-centered. In a literal sense, he was not an egoistic person since he had regained his memories. He had returned back to the past for a greater cause. That meant that his threat could work out to be more effective than he had thought. Although this threat might be empty for the previous Hansu that had lost all his memories since he could have survived the blast if Noah's core were to explode, the current man in front of him would never sit idly to such a phenomenon. How could a man who had come to save mankind see all of his species die except himself? Thinking up to this position, Noah made a decision. Let's be a bit more greedy. First, let all of the remaining survivors of our species leave, including all of the souls that are contained in the corpses. First. That meant that there were the following requirements. What next? After a short breath, Noah slowly opened his mouth. Allow us to depart with the Ark. Ark. It was the gem of their civilization that anyone couldn't help but covet. In fact, it was more like an adventure for Noah. The guy who had eaten Nirmaha's ring had some authority over the Ark. In other words, if he were to disappear, he could control the Ark. The Ark was an object that anyone could not help but covet. It had the ability to provide a comfortable haven for all of mankind and had the firepower to destroy approaching foreign enemies, not to mention the countless information that was contained within the Ark itself. Although the barrier between the abyss and the other world had not completely collapsed, this Ark would be a great aid to humanity if the wall that stood against the abyss were to fall in the future. In other words, it wasn't strange if Hansu coveted the Ark. Yet, that was precisely why they couldn't give up this Ark. What was the purpose of the development of this Ark? It was because they did not want to fight directly in battle. No matter how strong they were, no one would be willing to enter a fight with bare fists without a gun. Their strong power, mana, and soul were more adept to deal with enemies with the power and knowledge of their civilization. However, if they didn't possess the Ark, even if their species were to survive, they must wander around the abyss with their bare bodies. He really hated that. If they were to leave traces of their power, civilization, and the blue sunlight jade, even he was aware of how long it would take to rebuild their civilization again. For all those years, they would have to wallow in the abyss like primitive men. That would be too shallow. That kind of treatment would be enough for the wild animals in front of them. They didn't want to go that far, which was why he decided to ask for more. Seeing Hansu staying silent, Noah opened his mouth once again. Anyway. We have no choice. We have no future without this Ark. If you refuse, I'll just bury everyone here including you. In a way, this was a bluff. It wasn't like they would all die without the Ark. However, he must make him think that he would not step down any further. Only then would he accept his threats. Hansu, who was contemplating momentarily, nodded. All right. Prepare. Noah's expression was brightened by Hansu's words. Rumble. Watching Noah working on the process of stabilizing the large red jades, Hansu flew toward a presence that he was familiar with. I can't do that anyway. Whether he was bluffing or not, it was undeniable that only he could stabilize those red jades. On the surface, the red jades seemed crude, but they were delicate crystals of technological prowess. It was not something that could be controlled simply by force. It was proof seeing how the seven-star man was doing all he could to suppress the red jades. He could never do that. If he were to kill him, the trembling red jades would have burst in place and have swept over the entire place. It's ridiculous to have such events occur when it's so close in front of you. Hansu, chuckling, quickly traveled through the holes of the ships. Soon, a pair of a man and a woman was seen around a blue jade. Sadly, neither looked well. Kahook. He was throwing up blood and Sangjin was barely holding onto his soul. Looking at the fragments of two souls embedded in Sangjin's body, and the blue jade that Sangjin had his hand on, Hansu could roughly calculate how the situation was going. This saved my soul. Inside his body, it was Nirmaha's soul shard, which had become the seed of his soul, was pounding whenever the blue jade beat. Although it was getting weaker little by little, his shard and the blue jade was clearly connected. You've worked hard, Hansu, who had been silent for some time while watching the bloody two, muttered to the surrounding Narapa. Retreat. I won't attack since I've already reached an agreement. From Hansu's words, Belphegor and the others slowly stepped back, holding their breaths with cold sweat all over their bodies. I really thought I was going to die, Belphegor muttered with a frightened look. When the savior was defeated, despite having a sense that they should leave now, Belphegor could not believe it. Their savior was the star of transcendence. His strength was beyond description. If they were to fight with the aid and support of the Ark. His mouth ached to repeat. In the first place, he didn't even hear a crash, so Belphegor thought he was still a doll. But, if this guy came back to life, there was no way that they didn't fight. But, he knew the moment he saw him that the savior had given up fighting the moment he saw this. Belphegor would never dare to call their savior a coward. He was sure anyone would have done this. The ominous aura encircling his whole body. He was a literal artificial weapon designed for slaughter with that level of bloodlust and ferocious energy. While looking at the man in a trance, he felt his whole body being torn apart from the increased bloodlust on the opposite side. Damn. For us to leave such a guy alone and depart. Although he didn't want to fight at all, it was quite burdensome having such a complicated, bad relationship with him. However, what was most important was to vacate. Belphegor quickly moved and headed into the direction of the savior. The moment everyone disappeared. Flop. Teehee, who was barely holding on, fell onto the floor, and Hansu knelt down in front of her. Whoa! The energy that stretched out from the inside of Hansu gently enveloped Teehee and Sangjin's body. Their mana, which had reached the bottom, were slowly springing up as their body began to steadily regenerate. Unlike Teehee who was slowly beginning to breathe with his energy, Sangjin remained in the same position as he was sitting on the floor. Hansu, who raised his hand and straightened Sangjin, asked Teehee. Is recovery impossible? Seeing Hansu with a troubled look, Teehee briefly spoke out, why do you ask? You can see he's a complete wreck. From Teehee's words, Hansu looked silently at Sangjin. To be exact, he stared into Sangjin's soul located inside. After accepting the soul of Narupa as a human, he used the fragments of Teehee's soul to invoke the jade in an expedient manner. Blue jade. As if to prove that it was an object, he paid the right price for the user that invoked it in an unjustifiable way. A cracked soul. If I ask Noah, could he bring him back? If the blue jade had the power to make his soul whole, he might be able to revive the soul of Sangjin. However, Hansu, who looked at it for a while, clenched his fist. Impossible. He knew the moment he saw that the blue jade ensured that the soul of the arrogant man who dared treat it in such a rude way would never have his soul undone. There was no way to fix the cracks of that soul. Teehee, who looked at Hansu and Sangjin alternatively, replied again. I could wake him up for a minute, so say your final words. As soon as Teehee finished talking, she focused on her mind. Whoa! Teehee's soul, which was located in the middle of Sangjin's body, was tying up the cracks in Sangjin's soul. At the same time. I told you that you would see me again, right? Sangjin opened his eyes, smiling at Hansu with a quiet chuckle. Why did you? Sangjin smiled from his remark. I'm not sure. I didn't know that I would go this far. The beginning was quite vague. He didn't understand where the end was or what it would potentially look like. He just silently followed Hansu without any knowledge or notion of what he should do or could do. The picture became clearer as he moved on, but he still didn't know how big the picture was. Then, he missed Hansu that was walking in front of him. It was the first time that embarrassment and despair had struck him. However, the situation did not wait for Hansu, and he was forced to take a step forward to make the way for the one who led him. It was then that he saw. Surprisingly, as Hansu emerged from behind and stood forward, a big picture was slowly being drawn. Things that he could not see when he had followed silently from behind. The things that he could do, and the things that he needed to do, and what would happen if he didn't. We won, right? Did we win? He asked Hansu in a voice that was gradually decreasing in tone and volume. Without me. You wouldn't have won, right? Yes. Sangjin spoke with a grin at Hansu's words. Look. That's how it's supposed to be, right? In a fate that would not have been strange if he had died on the first day of the tutorial, they had reached this far. With this much. I was quite okay. With those final words, Sangjin closed his eyes quietly with a smile. Hansu, who quietly put Sangjin down, slowly rose from his seat. If you do this, it's too much of a loss. Crack. The ground beneath Hansu's feet began to rumble and crumble. Preparing for a dimension leap. All in place. I'm glad that I was able to talk through him, Noah muttered as he watched his kind busily move. It was then. Boom. Noah paused at the eerie momentum that resonated from the side of the blue sunlight jade. Then, from within Noah, Clementine, whose soul was now vanishing, squeezed all of his strength and belittled him. Chapter 481, Third Life, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Damn. I'm dying of curiosity. Mormat, who didn't understand how the situation was unfolding above, muttered as he walked in circles. Not all of his anger had subsided yet, but his curiosity was greater. One guy was on the verge of being an administrator. This meant that there were two rare men with transcendence fighting with all their power. One came from the future, and the other from the past. Regardless of which one had won, it would result in an exciting conclusion. However, Barmamont spouted briefly at Mormat. Don't expect too much. They might not fight. Huh? Why? Barmamont, who looked at Mormat like he was a bug, shook his head and spat out. If you're on the level of an administrator that has the right to rule a world in a secure manner, why would you fight over a small piece of land? Just leave for another neighborhood. Mormat nodded at Barmamont's words. It was certainly true. Neither of them were egoistic in the first place, and both of them were fighting for their own race. There was no reason to push ahead in a fight that may cause damage to each other. This meant that both have no real incentives to fight each other. Not only that, Noah had the arc so moving across dimensions could be executed swiftly. This meant that such a battle won't occur. What a rare occurrence. For a being that enjoys battles to create such peace. In the first place, Mormat himself speculated from the time he heard that God had given Noah a chance whether it was a plot to build up for a more intense, large fight. Normally, a battle would be extremely grand and pivotal the more each one has a lot at stake. Compared to two normal men fighting in comparison to hundreds of millions of species or animals fighting for their lives so as to not be destroyed by one another, could any intensity be possibly compared in such a fight? This was why he thought Noah was like God's favorite snack, for intense stimulation and entertainment when he was bored. However, when he heard Barmamunt's deduction, it seemed to end too calmly. It was then. Porororong. A face of something floated before their eyes. Seeing this face, the demons frowned. From those words, the fairy grinned and spoke. The big match is about to start. I have come here personally to give you a special ticket to spectate. The demons, including Barmamunt, had looks of disbelief. Ruyu. Noah frowned from the sudden rushes of energy. This crazy bastard. When Noah was shocked, Belphegor also looked at Noah in shock. Have I been caught on? From those words, Noah shook his head. It can't possibly be. In fact, they were planning something before they had left. It was one of the last hidden attack functions on Noah. Red Jade explosion. It was a bomb made of the combination of the red jade, which would explode as soon as it reaches outside the dimensional space. In reality, they only need 12 of the 18 red jades to sufficiently use dimension leap. This was why they were prepared to blow this place up as a parting gift before departing. What better spectacle could there be than recording the face of a man who would have all of humanity he cherished wiped out before completing their mission and leap through dimensions? He would survive, but with all of the world destroyed, what could he possibly do to find them? Even if they were to somehow find them, with the authority of the blue sunlight jade, red jades, and the privilege of the administrator, they would have their civilization grow to an unprecedented level so they would welcome him with open arms then. His distorted and crying face will be recorded and be permanently engraved in their history as an example of a civilization that opposed the Nerapus. However, he suddenly went crazy. There's no way I got caught. It was then he heard Clementine speaking in a belittling tone. Don't lie. You would go to such lengths to see his distorted face, for people as egoistic as you. From Clementine's words, Noah hesitated. You are simply afraid of him. Noah laughed. What nonsense. Why would we be scared of a guy that's been made a puppet? From those words, Clementine laughed loudly. Ahahahaha. Ahahaha. Why are you laughing? Seeing Noah's confused look, Clementine coldly smiled. Then, why are you trying to drop 6 red jades? Isn't one more than enough to wipe out humanity? You feel it too, don't you? The fact that you need to kill him now. From Clementine's words, Noah could not retort back. It was the truth. That ominous, chilling energy from before had changed the moment their treaty had ended. It was as if he had missed something. That change had rather caused the guy to be more unpredictable than when he had found his memories originally, and the warning in his mind had transformed to a raging storm telling him to kill him before he left. Clementine laughed at such a Noah. This was why he was able to control him. It was much too easy to deal with a person that had a clear goal and had many to protect. However, his leash was now loose. He said that I had succeeded in my past life. From what he inferred from him, he was successful since he had destroyed the Ark. However, there would not have been a plan for him to have died in their hands. Read more chapter on VIPnovel.com. He would have rather chosen to commit suicide judging by his own personality. If he was truly more impressive than him in the previous life, then why did he lose his life to him? Clementine smiled coldly, feeling the ferocious, ominous energy being released mercilessly. Ruyu. You, what are you going to do? He asked seeing Hansu concentrating his energy. Hansu replied briefly. Now it's time for me to deal with personal business. You should go out. He frowned before soon nodding and rising from her seat. It seemed that there would be nothing good from staying here. I should take Iris and the others before leaving. This was Clementine's last request. So, at the spot where he disappeared from, Hansu silently watched his inner self. The 7 seeds began to break down one by one, blurring the boundaries and walls. Crack. As the space around his body crumpled little by little, the space underneath his feet also began to cave down. Looking at his body, which was slowly changing, Hansu looked at the blue sunlight jade, which looked like the eyes of God staring at him with fiery eyes. Is it fun? He would now be looking down from above and be entertained to death. The 2 saviors of the 2 tribes that he had raised so preciously would now clash against one another. You damned bastard. Hansu took a deep breath. The treaty with him was to become the savior of mankind. However, that role was now over. The salvation of humanity ended here. From now on, he was a human with a personal revenge to avenge for one's dead comrades and himself. I'm sorry. Sangjin. Enbairin. And everyone. Ruyu. Hansu, who was watching his changing body, clenched his fist. He had ran non-stop for his old friends. For their requests, he had saved and carried old comrades, and had fought ceaselessly to save all of mankind. However, while he was running forward, his friends that aided him silently died. There was no turning back. However, he should be the one, to at least wrap things up at the end. Ring. Then, a window appeared before his eyes. What are you doing? Did you not sign a treaty to let me go? Hansu smiled coldly at those words. Don't worry about it and go. I'm just personally crazy. This was Noah's last card. The explosion of the red jades. Hansu sneered seeing Noah like this. On second thought, even if I come out like this, there's no guarantee that it won't be the same from your side either. He put down the load on his shoulder and began to look at the situation from a different angle as anger filled his chest. If he were to think rationally, it was right for them to leave. But they're supposed to be rational creatures. If reason was God's gift for growth and prosperity, then emotions was the bomb planted by God to use that prosperity and strength to fight each other. He could clearly read the emotions from the eyes of the Nerapus as they passed by. Anger. Fear. Caution. Hate. Since they were beings that were close to godly, I had expected them to be somewhat different, but there's no difference. That's it. Seeing Hansu like this, Noah had a cold expression. Then, it wouldn't be bad to sweep half the humans out to start. It was then. Rumble. Hansu put his hand on the blue sunlight jade. Seeing his, Noah flinched but soon laughed loudly. Don't do something pointless. You can't use that. From Noah's words, Hansu laughed. I may not be able to use its power, but if it's a conversation. At that moment, Hansu looked at the blue sunlight jade and delivered his message. If he will wipe out the humans, I will not fight eventually. I will commit suicide right away. From Hansu's words, the blue sunlight jade trembled. Seeing the blue sunlight jade like this, with a satisfied expression, he delivered his purpose once more. Provide us a battleground to fight in. You like spectating battles. I'll show you everything. They were not like them. The opponent was Noah and the entire Narapa race, including the Red Jades and the Ark. The one that would contend was himself, the representative. At that moment, the jade that resembled the eye of God was trembling loudly as if it was delightful. At the same time, the entire space centered around Noah's Ark was isolated before beginning to disappear somewhere else into a space of pure whiteness. It was a huge battleground designed for everyone to see. Hansu, who smiled elatedly at such a change, smiled at Noah, whose eyes were dyed in golden madness. This is my advantage. You know that, right? You crazy bastard. At the same time, boom. The large moon that was floating was devoured by the vast sky itself before disappearing somewhere. What? Like a lie, everything had disappeared. The people stared blankly at the sky with nothing left. And, 3 years have passed since. Chapter 482, Third Life, 4. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. It's been a long time. You're right. Aries and Kiriel looked at the red moon floating in the sky. It has already been 3 years. The day when the white moon tried to kill everyone, glowing as if it would burst. The shock of the battle resonated all over the zone centered from the moon, and then the moon suddenly disappeared with everyone inside. What happened? Aries recalled the last moment. It was Tihi's voice, who had released them, that was stuck in the white moon before speaking. From those words, Aries asked as they left the Ark of what she would do now. From Aries' words, Tihi answered with a sad smile. What can I do? Now, I can't live with you. I'm going to see the captain. With those last words, she jumped in the Ark before disappearing completely with the white moon together with Hansu, the Narapas, and their entire race. Thinking up to this point, Aries asked Kiriel. They had gotten so close over time, so she didn't hesitate. Was he really that great? There was only one name that she heard when she had woken up. Hansu, Hansu, Hansu. Kong Hansu. Hearing it, she thought that he was some person that had ascended with a cheat key. There were dozens of achievements that he completed that could be called legendary if a person was able to do one of those. In reality, after the disappearance of the Ark, Kiriel collected her memories with the verbal rumors from others and wrote a book based on major events, yet it was still a very thick volume. From Aries' words, Kiriel nodded. It's true. He truly was amazing. But Kiriel slowly cut back on her words. It was hard to continue these words. He was amazing. So why isn't he returning? She wanted to see him lead them in front of them without hesitation. If he was going to disappear without saying a single word, she would have forcefully held onto his face and converse with him lots. She thought she would be able to say a lot of what she had in mind when the fight was finally over. Hurry and come. It's hard, for us. With a deep breath, Kiriel got up from her seat and corrected her posture. It was almost time for them to move. Here they come. Let's get ready. Sure. Roar. Aries got up from her seat, looking up at the sky that began to rip open. Then, she shouted loudly in a strong voice, which one would never think such tone and volume would burst out of that slender body with that weak-looking face. They're coming. Ready. The moment those words were shouted. Boom. All the adventurers, who had a military presence around them, breathed out and emanated their battle spirits as they raised their spears. There were hundreds of millions of humans behind the two. It was no exaggeration to say that it was a grand spectacle to see the rows of humans that lined up behind them to no end inside like a desert composed of black sand. All of their bodies were surrounded by dark armors and were armed with 3 types of equipment. The shining golden light in their spears began to spread out and roar like lightning throughout the masses of people that could literally not be counted. Seeing this, Aries loudly shouted, Fire! The moment Aries' cry swept the whole play. Boom! The rain of lightning began to soar through the sky from the ground. They were aimed to destroy the sky, or rather destroy and rip apart the alien species that were invading through the ripped sky. The black rhinoceroses, which tore through the air, exhaled blue liquids from their mouths. Like waterfalls, huge blue waves poured down from the sky onto the ground. At the same time, boom! The thunder and the waterfalls collided, causing a large explosive roar. Between the heavy noise and light that exploded between the sky and the ground. Kangti, who jumped into the sky without hesitation, cut through a rhinoceros without hesitation and roared loudly. Kill them all. Defend them. If you don't think you can stop them, use your bodies. You bastard. To say such ignorant words. They were led by John Stone and Kangti. The whole black desert began to turn into a battlefield. Humanity. A race that temporarily won the final battle against the Narapas in the other lands and had been incorporated into the Abyss. It had been the 3rd year of the Abyss trip. And, amidst the constant struggles against the various races in the Abyss, one part of the Abyss, the Black Desert, was literally being destroyed by a grand war of 2 races. Hansu looked at Clementine in front of him. To be exact, he was staring inside Noah. I didn't expect it to take 3 years, Hansu muttered. It was true. He truly thought that it would end soon. He had underestimated too much of these guys' potential. These guys. Transcendence was just a part of their civilization. However, the one that had a look of disbelief was not Hansu but Noah. Kaha. This is truly unbelievable. Noah, who was lying on the ground while vomiting out blood, dryly laughed as he looked at Hansu before looking around the surroundings. There were tens of thousands of ships broken into two and embedded on the ground. The surface of the planet was devastated and dented, as if hundreds of meteorites had fallen onto this place. The satellite city did not have a single building that maintained a normal shape. Even the great war weapons, the Nelkepas, were slowly dying on the ground with painful groans. All of these were what their civilization used to boast about. And, all of the great civilizations that their planet possessed. For us to lose. Noah looked dispirited seeing all of these being destroyed. Suddenly, this was created as a battleground of God. He despised the God that had dragged him in here. Maybe he was confined for 1,000 years for this moment. If he was going to side with him, he should have killed him sooner than making this happen. However, the moment he saw the battleground made by God, Noah realized immediately. God never favored him. This was the planet that used to be the motherhood of their most prosperous days. Although it had now stopped operating, their civilization, weapons and their origins had remained in that place. He couldn't forget the overwhelming emotion that he felt when he first arrived at the planet, looking at the metal planet that still maintained its magnificent shape. In addition, he even pulled a guy named Hansu outside the ark and was thrown somewhere on the planet. Therefore, everyone who was worried initially was filled with confidence. Even if he might be strong, he was only one person. God decided that they had achieved half their purpose and released the curse, immediately acting and awakening their own people. A vast number of their dormant relatives woke up and filled the ark. No, not only that, but it also spread throughout the planet and began waking up the sleeping civilization and its weapons. The red jades that lay dormant in their hands began to operate once more, spreading out that brilliant red light. They might be less adept than Noah, but the destructive power was comparable to that of atomic weapons as they rose without hesitation and began to look around the entire planet. As if they were determined to unleash all of the desires they had dreamt of while sleeping, they roamed around Oropia without hesitation and began to wake the others. The most revered people of the older generations. Even Noah was overwhelmed by the touching sight, so what would it have been for the others? At this point, there was full of hope that their old territory and regime, which had been spread out and dispersed in space and across dimensions, could be restored once more. They were not worried of the immediate war at all. The opponent was Kong Hansu, and there were only a few humans who could not get out of the ark. It was a battle that no one could see as remotely balanced. However, they soon came to realize the power of their civilization that they regained that was truly fair, and the balanced penalty that God had gifted them including the home ground advantage all began to be destroyed one by one. Of course, if they were to fight head to head, they would win. But there's no way he would do that. He chose the battlefield arbitrarily, and fought where he wanted to fight and when he wanted to fight. However, this could not be used as an excuse. It could be said that he fought as he wanted, but he had to fight thousands to tens of thousands of times just to win against them. Among them, just once. If they had won only once, the victory would have been theirs. But the result was what they were seeing now. The civilization that they had boasted had been completely ruined. The whole satellite city, which was floating in the sky, was burned to the ground. The tens of thousands of people of their own colony that they had sent up to live were all slaughtered. The heads of the Nelkepas burst into the ground from the hammer he wielded, and the sea of Exenium, which covered the seas of the surface, was now completely dried up. They were all burned by his hands. The pure white sea had disappeared, and all that remained were grey clouds made of ash. It covered the entire surface of their beautiful planet. Well, is that better? Noah, who was dying, smiled despondently. Maybe it was better. Their beautiful planet was now no more. Now, this was only the sight of the defeated, trampled upon by the victor. If those grey clouds that float in the sky hide their defeat, it wouldn't be bad to keep others from seeing this. Concluding his final thought, Noah quietly closed his eyes. Noah, no, the land where Clementine's body remained, one woman walked over. As soon as Teehee stroked Clementine's body, a small blue sphere popped out from the inside. Looking at the sphere, Teehee, who looked sad, held the sphere in her hands carefully before looking at Hansu. Go. Rumble. The victor and loser of the battle against Noah had gracefully ended. Hansu, seeing the dimension entrance door that had brought him to this place originally, looked at Teehee and spoke, let's go together. I'll try to convince the others. From those words, Teehee shook her head. At those words, Teehee shook her head. It's fine. At least I need to guard him at the end. Hansu, seeing Teehee, was stroking the fading blue sphere next to Clementine's body. While sitting down, he nodded and said, you worked hard. From those words, Teehee smiled. As for you. With that short conversation being the last. Rumble. The entire planet, Oroboia, began to fall. The remaining battlefield, which was not worth, was now starting to be scrapped. On top of the trembling earth, Teehee carefully stroked Clementine's face and stroked the blue sphere in her hand. Looking at the soul of Clementine with no consciousness or spirit, she recollected Clementine's final letter. I failed once, and never will I fail again. I will only succeed. And I will succeed again this time by all means. Thinking of Clementine, Teehee smiled sadly. Yes. You succeeded twice. Clementine might not know. But Teehee knew. She heard from Hansu. In his second life, he had destroyed the ark. In his third life, he had killed Noah. He couldn't deny that he was a bad man. However, he was a hero to her. Clementine had fought for them. Thank you. Now rest. I'll rest as well. In the collapsing planet, slowly stroking the blue soul, Teehee closed her eyes quietly. Chapter 483, Angel, 1. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ruyu Humble. The air ripped open in the dark space. Hansu walked out from it and looked around. Where is this? It was a space of pure whiteness. It was not the violet zone or the abyss before he had left. There were several furniture in the vast space. Chairs. Tables. And TV. Various scenes were flowing out of the constantly changing channels on the TV. There were also images of various species living in peace. He also saw a civil war where there was a race constantly at war. He also saw a race nearing extinction after crossing a line. In front of him, there was a couch. Tick. Tick. It's no fun. There was a being that was constantly changing channels with the remote control on the TV. The scenes on the TV looked peaceful by side alone, yet the being was pressing the remote agitatedly, changing channels. He was fixed onto the channel with popcorn next to him as if he was interested in seeing slaughter and killing to the point where he frowned. Of course, this didn't last long. As the being fixed onto the channel, the screen inside began to flow faster and faster. As if time was flowing thousands to tens of thousands faster, the time on the TV quickly went by, and there were hundreds of millions of fights that occurred within, but it quickly ended. When the world collapsed and the fight ended, the being let go of the remote control. It was then that he finally turned his head and looked at Hansu. Huh? You're here. Seeing the being raised from his place, Hansu gulped. He looked to be an extremely ordinary person, but he didn't know. He could not figure out anything, nor be able to deduce anything. He could not discern whether he was a man or a woman, a creature or a human. Simply, there was one piece of information that was constantly being injected into his head as if to persuade him. It was to recognize that he was a human male. Although he was not able to know anything, he was clearly able to understand what the being in front of him was. God. Oh, yeah. It's your first time seeing me after only seeing the fairies, right? The man, who got up from the sofa, sat down in the chair next to him and smiled at Hansu. Once the man swung his finger, something popped up from the floor in the form of a chair. Sit down. It was then. Boom. Hansu, who walked near the chair, swung his hammer emanating lightning. Boom. It had split ships, the Nelkipas, and had destroyed the satellite city. The hammer that had more destructive power than a meteorite hit the man's head and roared. However, that was all. Rumble. If it were to strike properly, it could make the entire satellite city turn into ashes. This would certainly be the result against a man. This would include the TV, sofa, and even the chair that the man was sitting on. The man, who was hit on the head, stared at Hansu before laughing with a pleasant look. Ahahahaha. What a funny guy. The man, who lifted the teacup next to him with the hammer on his head, sipped the tea in his hand with an expression of amusement. Hansu, who was looking at such a man, sat down on the intact chair and withdrew his hammer. Why? Aren't you attacking more? From his words, Hansu shrugged. You're enjoying these kinds of stuff, so I don't want to entertain you more. He wanted to see his distorted expression once. No. You cocky creature. Perhaps, he wanted to hear this once from his mouth when he met God. But, as expected, it was too much. The man smiled at Hansu. You're quite a funny guy. It was worth it sending you back to the past and raising you. From the man's words, Hansu shrugged his shoulders. Why? It shouldn't be too hard to make someone like me. From those words, the man shook his head. No. It's truly difficult. When God had made the world, he wanted to see conflict. However, it was not fun to watch a fight if he could predict what would happen from what he had created. This was why he wanted to look at battles and violent conflicts that were flowing so far that even he could not predict whether it was the weak or the strong, or the bad and the good mixed together. Therefore, he gave 3 things to the creatures he created. First, the free will to choose between fighting and growing. Second, a reason to prepare for the future to help survive and grow. And lastly, emotion to drive men into struggle, hatred, and battle even when it was not needed. Of course, after planting these 3 things, the world began to revolve violently without God needing to interfere. Of course, if he looked at one world, it might be a bit boring, but if he made and dispersed billions to hundreds of billions of worlds, there would be no time to be bored. It was then that God realized what the most entertaining fight would be. Literally, it was boring to watch a fight between the strong. No, to be exact, he was not pleased with the expressions of the defeated. Those looks that implied that it couldn't be helped since they had lost to someone stronger. He didn't like that. He wanted to see the expression where the defeated was shocked at how the situation had come to be. He wanted to see the expressions of the strong when the weak that the men had deemed as bugs step over them. He wanted to see the weak struggle desperately to grow and become strong to defeat those above them. But, that was truly not easy. The laws of the world were more strict than he thought. The races that he had set as strong were too strong, while the races that he had set as weak were too weak. It was no wonder that it was impossible for a weak species to grow faster than a strong one if they were allowed to grow under the same conditions in the first place. It was ambiguous for him to intervene either for his own entertainment since that kind of situation was rarely created. In that kind of situation, you succeeded. Hansu might not know who he was. But he was a rare case to see even in the vast abyss. Born to mankind that was on the weakest axis of the intellectual races, he had smashed the greatest demons and dragons that he had created in the grand, peerless abyss. The moment dragons were born, they were born with fusion-capable organs in their bodies that allowed them to break through a new height with every 100 years of age and possess a level of strength incomparable from before. When they were over 500 years old, they would attain the energy to fuse and conduct materials of the human civilization and be able to survive for 10,000 years without eating anything. With dragon scales that could endure the heat of the sun, they were so strong they could easily destroy a planet. However, for them to be destroyed in a mere 70 years. No matter how significant transcendence was, there wouldn't be a guy like him, nor there would be a guy like him going forth. You are the creature that I deem most perfect from what I've seen so far. It was not that his personality, goals, motivation, or abilities were perfect. Those kinds of qualities did not matter at all. Whether his goal was to kill all humans or possess God's power in his body, the most important thing was the result. He was the lottery ticket that had won the greatest jackpot he ever created. Within the shortest time, he had gone from the weakest to the strongest. He even returned back to the past, and the result was as expected. The guy who already had such quick progression had now pedaled at a pace greater than before. It had only been 6 to 7 years since he returned to the past. Despite that, he had become strong enough to destroy a single civilization that was prosperous and powerful beyond imagination. Well, you roughly know, don't you? You have the right to become an angel. His words were greeted with a heavy nod. Transcendence. It was a seed born with the potential to transcend walls. However, this was slightly different from the truth. Transcendence. It was the administrator seed that he had planted personally. It was impressively strong, and if it grew brilliantly, it was the angel seed that would eventually return to him. It would be too boring if he intervened personally. However, if he didn't intervene at all, it would also be boring. Why? A fight was more suitable if it was unpredictable and tense. If he intervened personally, it would be too perfect and boring, yet it would be too unpredictable for the world. The seed lives in if he did not intervene at all. Therefore, wouldn't it be comfortable if he made creatures that worked in his stead? They were sufficiently powerful to twist and overcome a world by themselves. They might be strong, but they were not perfect, so the world that they touched would be a little unpredictable. So, what do those guys need? Diversity. Therefore, God carefully produced and scattered seeds in each world so that these angels would grow up in the world and have various purposes, motives, personalities, duties, families, and loved ones. Angels born with such diversity would shape the world in various ways that suit their character and purpose. If such guys were able to handle the world in their own different ways and carry out his orders, the fights would become more intense and fun. It was fun because the guy in charge of your world was also entertaining. If he was truly fair, he should not have favored Hansu. However, the guy, after returning to the past, had emotions and loved ones. He became strong in that state and had received the right to become an administrator. Within his authority, he favored Hansu and made sure to take care of him. Oh. Maybe not. Maybe he intervened since he was on his mind. Mumbling inwardly, the smiling god looked at Hansu. You have succeeded in getting a perfect assessment. He deserved to be an angel. Before the abyss opened, the seed of transcendence must be sowed before entering the abyss. The guy of the past had failed. He might have been stronger than the current one, but he was strong enough to get into the abyss. However, he succeeded this time. Though he had fought tooth and nail by invading the abyss, he was not yet ready to enter that place yet. In order for that to happen, the seed must be fully sowed. Just like how the owners of Dragon Essence Blade, Nirma and the Pandemic Blade were, 1-star, 2-star, etc. were all transcendent walls that were stepping stones for the sowing of the seed. The guy had broken all the walls and succeeded, qualifying as an administrator. Normally, he would be an angel right away. But, God smiled and spoke, I gave everyone free will, and that is no exception to those that had become administrators. God, who put down his tea in his hand, spoke looking at Hansu, I'll give you a choice. Whether you will be an angel, or to live on as a human being. God had an amused expression. Chapter 484, Angel, 2. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Hansu asked back from God's words, what's good about being an angel? God smiled from that question. Your heart will be very relaxed. Wasn't that natural? No matter how strong one was, the abyss was a neighborhood where one could not be comfortable. This was a neighborhood that he had created for that purpose. Even if he was strong, there was always a chance that one would see someone that was just as strong as him, albeit stronger. This was why he could not let his guard down for a moment. He had to constantly fight and struggle to become strong. However, if one were to become an angel under his control, the story would be different. There would be no scenario where he would end up as the victim. No matter how strong a creature was, he or she wouldn't touch the administrator that he had raised so arduously, and their responsibilities and tasks would be different to begin with. The beings that he made into angels would not be operating in the abyss but in the modern world. The reason why he created them was to shake up and incite conflict in the worlds that were living in peace, making them fight and struggle for survival. The abyss was already operating in such a state, so there was no reason to assign angels in it. Rather than a victim, he could live on as a perpetrator. So, Nirma and the owner of Pandemic Blade, who had some fairly obscure tastes, chose to be administrators. On the other hand, the owner of the Dragon Essence Blade and the guy that was born with the seed Mad Demon had not chosen the road to become administrators since there were many things that they hadn't done yet. Recollecting those four, God had a sour expression. He had made them in order for them to be unpredictable, yet it was too easy to predict their choices. To be honest, he was somewhat predictable compared to the guy in front of him. If one looked at what he had shown him in the first place, that would be the correct answer, and this was what made God sour. What were angel seeds and transcendence? In simple terms, they were his alter egos. If other creatures were toys that were made out of clay, then they were masterpieces that were mangled and made out of his own flesh. Since he created them out of his own flesh and nails, there was only one in each world. Otherwise, he could just create and put hundreds of millions of transcendence in each world. No matter how low the probability was, if the number of cases increased, one would win eventually. However, there was only one reason why he collected administrators and angels born through such low probabilities while waiting the years of hard work to bear fruit. It was not easy to make oneself. As much as one's own flesh was in it, he could not be compared to other creatures. Ducks and swans might not be able to distinguish themselves from each other when they were young, but just as there was a huge difference between them when they grew up, even if they were mixed together and grew up in the same world, they would be vastly different later on. It had to be. They were like his own children. Naturally, they had infinite potential that could not be compared to normal creatures. It was the same with dragons and demons. The dragons and demons were well made, but there was a limit. However, there was no limit or ceiling to those that were his own. Just like how parents could not force their children, it was also possible for children to whine at parents. That could be seen from just a moment ago when Hansu had struck him in the head. He thought it was possible since he had courage. But what if he wasn't an administrator? As soon as he had seen him, he would be groveling and crawling on the floor. It was not a matter of whether he overlooked the situation or not. It was a question of origin and birth, not of strength. Ordinary creatures couldn't even lift their heads in front of him, including the creatures, demons, and dragons deep in the abyss. He was able to strike his head since he was the administrator. This was why, despite being extremely strict and harsh on the seeds of the administrators, he had always looked at them with a heart of expectation. Though they might have been born as children with clear purposes, he had thought that with his own flesh, they could emerge beyond his expectations as they were mixed in their births with his own flesh and his own self, which was why he had looked at them affectionately. However, that affection was now shifting toward disappointment. They lived on as an administrator in peace with God's seed. Or, they abandoned his seed and lived free and intensely. If those that he had raised to grow up in such diversity were divided into two different paths, no matter if it was himself, he could not help but be disappointed. My expectations were too great. God clicked his tongue. It was wrong for him to expect too much just because he had made them with his own flesh. Of course, he didn't have much complaints to those that have descended below and shook the abyss, or to those that incite conflict in the modern worlds. What will you choose? Hansu answered briefly, looking at the god who asked with sunken eyes. I will go down. I see. As expected. If he became an administrator, he couldn't be involved with the guys below. It would have been more of a twist if he, who had returned from the future into the past for his comrades, to abandon his loved ones and friends and remain as an administrator. Come to think of it. What are his comrades doing? God turned the channel on the TV. Boom. Eek. Sophia, who was pouring out her skills without hesitation, was swearing. She had swiftly made her way through the world with her library trait. In addition, since other humans were fond of her trait, she was one of the leaders that were currently leading humanity and had received many skills through apprenticeship under Chaldean. She was the only apprentice, so to speak. However, it was tough. After creating a small sun through her fingertips, Sophia threw it straight into the air. These powerful skills that were incomparable to her past self were all skills that were instructed to her by Chaldean, including this current simple one. However, it was only their third year in the abyss. Their opponents were powerful races that had trained and wandered around the abyss for thousands of years. The air suddenly ripped open as a head began to push outward. The dragons that were flying around were neither small nor big. They were over 100 meters in size per dragon. However, the head that had just ripped open the air was entirely different. Each tooth in its mouth was over 100 meters long. Naturally, the size of its head was large enough to be counted in kilometers. Boom! Sophia, who fired her spell, caused the surrounding area to turn into ashes. The beast that was ripping through the air, as if they were suffering, opened its big mouth and screamed in agony, but that was all. With his front leg now coming forth, it glared down at Sophia, who had caused scratches on its front leg. Eyes dyed in red. Inside, there were great waves of bloodlust and seething hate. Sophia, who retreated back with a petrified expression, looked at Chaldean beside her and briefly spoke, "Is that the boss?" From those words, Sophia quickly activated her trait to discern whether or not it was the leader of that race. Soon. I'm right. That is the primitive dragon of their species. Primitive dragon. The dragon species were quite diverse. The dragon species in front of her to the other dragons deep in the abyss, they were all subspecies of dragons. However, all dragon races had something in common. Primitive dragon. It was the first of its kind, the mother of its species, who gave birth to dragons that belonged to its classified species. They were dragon species that could exist because it could lay eggs since it had no gender, so it was guaranteed to live near eternity. Therefore, to completely destroy a dragon species, one needed to capture and kill the primitive dragon, or else that race would continue to live on. From those words, Chaldean grabbed onto his sphere. Then. We need to kill that guy. It wasn't easy. Roar. The dragon that had now fully ripped open the air and emerged out, was now tens of kilometers in length with large scales. It wasn't the size that was the problem. It was literally the unimaginable difference in strength. When Chaldean swallowed, looking at the immense aura all over his body. The blue aura that was fluttering all over its body transformed to lightning before striking all around. When Chaldean saw this, he clenched his teeth and shouted loudly, "Everyone, get into formation and block it with your energy shields." If they were to try and defend against this individually, it was certain that they would be wiped out. Everyone gathered their strength and mana to configure one large mana shield. At the same time, boom! The translucent golden shield above their heads was pushing down onto those below in the black desert, pressuring the shield down onto some of their heads. Pang. Arg. Ag. Hearing the groans and screams as they continued struggling to maintain the shield with their mana, Chaldean clenched his teeth. It wasn't a new sight, yet it continued to make his heart ache. Until when do they have to wander around the abyss like this? Compared to the other worlds, that place was a gentleman's world compared to here. As one rose in strength, so did the difficulty and vice versa. It must have affected the other races as well. With dimensions folding and space compressing, the result had become like this. They fought and fought again. Although they were fighting with their lives for now, there have been more days where they fought for their lives within the past 3 years than days where they didn't. That evidence was the number of people that remained. The number of humans that started out in billions was almost halved in just 3 years. If it weren't for the world tree and other legacies that they brought before coming here, their numbers would have decreased even more. What would they do if they survived in this battle? In 3 years, their numbers were halved. The strength of their enemies was overwhelming. They had to win dozens and hundreds of fights with a 50-50 win rate. If they were to lose just once, they would be destroyed and wiped out. They were literally stuck in a high-risk game. It was then. What else is coming out now? The air ripped as something else prepared to come out. Seeing this, Keldian had a look of despair and closed his eyes. If something else were to come out, then there was really no hope. It was then. At the sound of people's surprise, Keldian opened his eyes. Ahahahaha. What a truly crazy bastard. God looked at the TV screen with a look of excitement. Inside the TV. Above the battle against the black blue jade dragons and the human race in the black desert, the sky was torn as the presence of 3 wings of pure white, which symbolized God, descended from that place. The sword that was exposed in that black atmosphere of the abyss became black as its 13 wings were dyed black instantly as well. If you make me an angel and send me to an abyss, I will kill you. I'll be your only opponent. Crazy bastard. The being who called himself God stared at the TV, unable to take his eyes off of it. Chapter 485, Species, 1. Rumble. The sky was torn and an angel descended. Everyone who had an enraptured look at the majestic scene soon faltered back. The presence of the white-colored wings, which seemed to purify them just by looking at them, began to rapidly blacken. The change was even faster when it was originally white. In an instant, the energy of the being from above with its blackened wings began to gradually become stronger. This was not an air that calmed the hearts. The air and energy was power to shake everyone's heart, more than sufficient to sweep the entire place as the aura stretched out from the black angel. Roar! The primitive dragon that saw the black angel from above cried roughly. It instinctively knew that existence was dimensions different from themselves. It was an existence more noble than any of its own kind with their noble roots. It was a being from God. The moment it reached this thought. Roar! Hailing a voice full of fear, the primitive dragon tore up the space in the air as it tried to retreat. It's hard to kill someone like that, and even if you do, you shouldn't dare to kill. It was a precious being created by God. It was not confident of bearing the consequences. The moment the primitive dragon was about to disappear as it tore the space apart. A playful tone could be heard by the primitive dragon. No, it didn't simply reach the ears of the dragon. It could be heard by the entire species of the black blue jade dragons and the humans that were fighting them. It resonated down in the underground of the abyss where the devils lived in the depths, and even the tribes that lived in the shallowest parts of the abyss. His message was transmitted throughout, and everyone who received this message knew that this God, the God that had made them, and the one that teased them. Then, they heard an additional voice. The moment the primitive dragon heard the words of God, he was relieved. Although God made them fight amongst one another, but at least he didn't lie. That meant that it didn't matter if it fought him right now. However, why would he try fighting this man who was emanating such an ominous aura from a glance alone? There was no need to embrace this risk and fight. Growl. The primitive dragon slowly ripped the air open as it relayed a message to its children and kind. Retreat. It was then. From that shocking message, the retreating primitive dragon paused for a moment. You could absorb all of its energy. That meant, they have the right to become an angel as well. This means that they have the right and power to overturn and perpetrate the entire modern worlds after leaving the abyss. No, even if that weren't to occur, the strength and shard that was within him was enormous. It was God's shard which was endless in potential. That meant that they could overcome their potential and be infinitely stronger. Although the abyss was made for that purpose, this was way beyond that state. In simpler terms, they could become stronger and grow beyond the other dragon species. Roar. The eyes of the primitive dragon glistened with greed. Then, with that glare of the primitive dragon aimed at Hansu, God's voice was heard by him. From God's words, Hansu nodded. He was prepared to begin with. It now starts. Hansu recollected the suggestion that he had come up with God. I will kill you. From that ridiculous suggestion, God had a look of disbelief. You don't think I can kill myself, do you? If he thought the reason why he was bored and couldn't stand boredom, which was why he had made this world, then he was really mistaken. To begin with, even if he stood still, there was nothing that was really boring. It was just that he was trying so hard to get a bigger stimulus, which was why he went to such lengths. A variety of stimuli in a diverse everyday life. He had done countless things over the years. He had polymorphed into a normal person of some hybrid dragon breed and had traveled the world. He had also destroyed countless worlds as well. Although each had their own different enjoyments, what was most entertaining was when all the creatures thought and fought against one another, which was why he had made this decision. From those words, Hansu laughed. You've only spectate, but don't you have any thought of fighting? From those words, God was about to retort as if to say that he had not done that. Until now, he had done countless things. However, he soon realized what the guy meant by fighting. God was deep in thought for a moment. God was curious at how stimulating the experience of battle would be, which he had never done before. It was as if he had opened tens of thousands of boxes and believed that he had opened all of them, but there was that one remaining box that hadn't been opened yet. What if what was inside the box was something better and greater than what he had thought was best? Then, his remaining eternity would be more bountiful even if the gift box that he opened would bring ruin to him. Therefore, in God's head, two options went back and forth on a scale. He was curious about continuing to watch fights and battles for the rest of eternity, or the curiosity of experiencing a new stimulus he had never had before. If the latter option was more entertaining, then he had no reason to choose the first option. God, who had reached to this point, grinned. You're truly a crazy guy. The latter option meant that he could die. Ordinary creatures were typical creations that he could erase and be done with it. However, the guy in front of him, regardless of what he had done or what he was, had his own shard. If he had reached that height, then even if he regretted his choice, it would be too late. However, it was attractive. Surprisingly, there was only one that entered his mind. Read more chapter on VIPnovel.com. If he can't enjoy to the fullest, then it wouldn't be too bad to be erased either. God, who thought of this, opened his mouth towards Hansu. I cannot wait long. So. I'll push you as hard as I can. Just this. Boom. The thunder was directed to him by the primitive dragon. Hansu clenched Mjolnir in his first. Boom. He struck the mouth of the primitive dragon hard. The large primitive dragon cried and screamed in pain. Roar. Seeing the primitive dragon bounce back, Hansu chuckled. It would be nice if this was the end, but it wasn't. Rip. There was a gathering of primitive dragons. No, to be exact, there were primitive dragons around him. There were hundreds of large heads that were pushing through the torn space. Some looked like demons, and others looked like snakes. Some were huge enough to cover entire plains, while others had thunderclouds around their heads. There were all sorts of different races with various characteristics. However, they had two common traits. First, they were extremely strong. Second, they did not hide their greed for him. I did miss you guys. Hansu looked below his feet. There were familiar and unfamiliar faces. There was Ares that was blankly staring at the sky. There was Keldian who had a look of disbelief. There was Kangti who didn't know what was going on, but was fighting first to think later. Then, he saw quite a few familiar faces by the side. There were longing faces of Kiriel and Mihi who were looking at him. There were also Del Marcus and John Stone who was looking at him as if there wasn't anyone crazier than him. Old familiar and new familiar faces shook the heart of Hansu. This made him reconsider whether or not he should have simply made the choice of living as a human. With them at his side, it wouldn't have been bad to keep fighting in the abyss. However, Hansu shook his head. I will end all restraints, completely. Hansu, who concluded his thoughts, opened his 13 pairs of wings and formed his stance. It was time for him to leave. At the same time, a door to a new dimension created by the power of the 13 pairs of wings was formed. With the upcoming battle just ahead, his comrades wouldn't be able to handle the aftershocks. He had come here in the first place to say goodbye. Hansu, who took a step forward to the dimensional door, relayed a message to those that were staring at him from before. With those final words, Hansu walked into the hollow crack of the dimensional door. Soon. Ruyumble. Boom. Countless shockwaves erupted as dozens of hastily closing hollow cracks appeared as if they would not dare let him go. Soon, all the cracks were closed. Now, they were the only ones left in the black desert. Kiriel and the others had blank expressions from Hansu's final remark. This is the story of the Black Angel. Is that true? Well, I'm not sure. It's been more than 1,000 years ago. The child pouted at Grandma's words. But, isn't he a bad guy? He seems like a fallen angel. To rebel against God, it wouldn't be inappropriate to call it corruption and not black. From those words, Grandma quietly laughed. Well, if God was not a nice being, don't you think the fallen angel would be on the side of justice? The child, who was hesitating at the words, soon grabbed his complicated head and shouted. I'll be back from the zoo. All right. Be careful. I'm no child. At the same time. Pa. A blue circle was drawn underneath the child's feet before quickly swallowing the child's body. Seeing this child like this, the woman smiled gently and walked towards the window. Although she was called Grandma, she was so young and beautiful to look like one. The woman muttered as she stared at the large white structure that was floating in the air. By the way, what's the sudden mention of a zoo? Trying to see Barmamont. Well, the guys in the zoo had the worst personalities, so it was quite a sight to behold. The woman laughed as she recollected about Barmamont. Chapter 486, Species, 2. Nice. A white structure. Minsu muttered at the sight of the huge white moon, which was modeled after they had defeated a certain species. No matter how many times he saw it, it was always beautiful and wonderful. There were 27 white moons that brightened the darkness of the world and created barriers for humanity. It was not just used to set up homes, it also provided light and energy to humans. This large interior was made to provide all humans a paradise. Of course, it wasn't being used like this. Ares, the first president, had left those words. Although, she was now retired. In any case, the paradise-making functions might have been closed, there was still one function in this white moon that was originally an ark that was configured well. This was the zoo. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr There were various species inside the transparent rooms. Over tens of thousands of different species that were located on each floor of the abyss were in these enclosed spaces. There was the incinerator operated by the red jades that was flowing 24 hours a day in preparation for any sudden emergency. In simpler terms, a strict defense was applied to the various species trapped inside in the rooms. Now that mankind had conquered most of the abyss, some say that the treatment of these species was too cruel, but those comments never came to effect. Keldian, the second president, had always shouted loudly. Those guys are not poor creatures. These are the creatures that massacred your father and mother, your grandfather and grandmother, and all of your brethren. I would like to exterminate them all, but there is only one reason why I have kept them alive. It was for the people to see and stay alert. It was actually called a zoo, but the name of this place was written as a dangerous species archive. Walking around the noisy corridor, Minsu looked at the species on the left side of the hallway. Roar. In the vast space that stretched several kilometers long, huge black-scaled dragons were flying inside. They were scratching each other's backs and taking a bath peacefully in the artificial sea. The babies that were in the lake were so cute that the female tourists who were walking next to him couldn't take their eyes off of them. Cute. Can't we somehow catch them and raise them at home? From this, Minsu thought. They're that cute. But they've done such things before. Minsu looked at the description in front of the sheltered space. Black blue jade dragons. Residence, second floor of the abyss. Captured date, AA 28 to 35. Current number of surviving species, 115. Casualties, deaths, 11,130,921. Injured. A race that was successfully suppressed with the sudden death of the primitive dragon. Their unique traits are their scales that are similarly compared to K3. Wow. Minsu frowned. The death toll was in the tens of millions. This was the number of humans that were killed in the species war against these guys. However, they were the weaker ones. I better go further inside. The moment Minsu decided. Pa. A transportation device that operates in all areas of humanity's residential area carried Minsu's body towards somewhere. The destination was the zoo. No, it was the 7th floor of the Dangerous Species Archives. It was a place much deeper than now. And it was a place where mankind was able to subdue these species at war only recently in 100 years ago. Actually, it doesn't really affect me. Minsu, who couldn't believe there was such a violent war until 100 years ago, shrugged. 100 years might seem short in a way, but it was in fact a long time. Apparently, there was a war here in Korea, which was his origin, according to the yearbook of the A calendar based on the entry of humanity into the abyss and the other world. Most people did not understand the war, even though it was only 50 years before they had shifted over to the abyss. Not to mention 100 years. Still. It's quite fun watching. Minsu, who began to walk on the 7th floor, muttered. In fact, no matter how hard one shouted to the guys above, one couldn't reach them by sound. Even himself, who had been born less than 15 years ago, would be able to subdue all 115 of the black blue jade dragons. There was only one reason why he came here. It gave him the chills. Ugh. Whenever I come here, I don't feel so good. Walking in the hallway that was dimly lit, Minsu muttered. Unlike the noisy place upstairs, there were a few people on this side of the floor since no one really likes the feeling of the darkness. There was also a reason why this place was dark. Unlike upstairs where the species were isolated and neglected, down here, every single creature was bound to a powerful gravitational field. The powerful prison that was created by overlapping gravitational fields in the dimensional space absorbed light in the surroundings. It was then. Eek. Minsu panicked at the voice coming from the dark and stepped back. As Minsu focused on his eyes, he began to see the appearance of the opponent coming out from the dark. There was a human-like object floating in the air with hundreds of layers of tightly knit black membranes wrapped around its body. It was clear that it was not human. A human would neither be 10 meters tall nor have horns on their heads. Minsu, who saw Barmamont, breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you reveal some of your presence? Barmamont mumbled bitterly, looking at the prison surrounding his body. Damn bastards. To make something like this, Barmamont muttered. Though he was speaking in a nonchalant manner, it was certain that this thing was unbelievable. A single movement blocked their movements. Keldian. Kiriel. Sophia. For them to make such a toy like this. Looking at Barmamont with a curious expression, Minsu asked, well. I wanted to ask, but are you really that strong? Barmamont snorted from those words. Wow. From your own mouth. Minsu silenced Barmamont as he read the writing that was underneath him. 13 demons, Barmamont. Residence, 7th floor of the abyss. Captured date, AA 931. Current number of surviving species, 1. Casualties, deaths, 15. Injured, 191. He doesn't seem all that much. Even if he were to count all surviving numbers of the black blue jade dragons, the number was still lower than that. Furthermore, though the black blue jade dragons at times showed fierce tempers when they were angry, as he watched Barmamont constantly over the years, he had never shown his angry side before. The feeling was more mutual in the context of a next-door neighbor. He was grumpy, but he always gave him advice on how to get stronger. Barmamont asked Minsu. Minsu nodded. It's crazy. It's like an ultimate move. His power increased significantly when he mixed his mana techniques with the power that Barmamont taught him. Even his teacher was surprised and asked where he had learned it. Of course, this was a secret that was shared between himself and Barmamont. I will become stronger. He would become stronger so that no one could look down on him. Barmamont smiled and spoke to Minsu. Minsu's heart went compassionate after seeing Barmamont like this. He is a bit pitiful. All of the creatures on the 7th floor were all separated and isolated. In addition, he was indebted to Barmamont. Minsu, who was wondering if there was any way to repay him, asked, is there nothing you're curious about? Barmamont shrugged at his question. If it's just that. He would have no intention of bringing him the information to unlock the sealed prison, but this much was possible. But, he must be really lonely. Minsu, who was mumbling to himself, looked at Barmamont and began to talk extensively. I'm late now. I'll be going. Seeing Barmamont like this, Minsu smiled. I'll come again. At the end of that remark, Minsu disappeared through the quantum transmission. Soon. In the hall all alone, Barmamont grinned. Since he now knew everything he was curious about. And his preparations were almost complete as well. After touching the gravitational field of the dimension that had locked him in, Barmamont looked at the panel in front of him. Creature, Barmamont. Injured. 191 people. Barmamont smiled coldly in the dark. There were 27 arcs that enclosed the human residential area. Among them, there were key facilities. Arc 1 was to observe the external dimensions and prepare for threats. Inside, there were hundreds of people busily moving around, observing the blue screen. It was then. One jumped up from his seat and shouted with a look of disbelief. The sealed realm is about to collapse. From those words, one man at the top of the control room wearing an eye patch shrugged his eyebrows. The sealed realm. Sealed realm. It was a huge dimension where all kinds of monsters gathered. Tails, the 8th president that was in charge, wriggled his eyebrows. Unbelievable. Tails was a man competent enough to be a chief. Of course, he was fully knowledgeable about the state and history of the abyss. To be honest, mankind should have lost the war. The abyss was full of unending forces and strong species before mankind had intruded. However, there was only one reason why they had managed to overcome the seven-floored abyss. It was because all of the monsters and elites crawled into the dimension that was called the sealed realm. It was a dimension that did not allow any external observation, external interference, or anything else in large part to the dimension rebound coefficient. Therefore, 5 of the 27 arcs were used exclusively to measure the condition of the sealed realm. If what was inside were to be released, it would become a disaster. What the hell is going on? Miss Aries is sleeping as we speak. Tails, who clenched his fist, opened his mouth quietly. Enter the third stage of security. Move cautiously so as not to alert the citizens. Yes. I understand. Soon. The interior of the arcs began to get busy starting from Arc 1. Chapter 487, Species, 3. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ha. As soon as Minsu's fist struck the practice sphere in front of him. Boom. There was a roar from the practice sphere. At the same time, the practice spheres made of exinium were crumpled and scattered across the floor. It was a destructive power beyond the belief of a 15-year-old. However, Minsu, who was the one that caused this result, looked dissatisfied. Not enough. Not enough. The adults always praised him, saying that no one at his age could achieve that much, saying that none of his peers could be compared to him. However, Minsu was dissatisfied with that. He didn't care about him being the strongest in his age group. He was only 15. He didn't necessarily want to say this, but there were a lot of humans who were nearly 1,000 years old. Those that were older than him were greater than the stars in the sky, and those that were stronger than him were as bountiful as the sand on the beach. This was why Minsu was not satisfied with the compliments of being the strongest among his peers. His goal that he wanted was to become the best in the world. Whew. Cheer up. Minsu, who organized his thoughts, once again concentrated his energy throughout his entire body. The red dragon jade, located inside his body, provided enormous energy and helped form mana and coagulate power. This power intertwined with the power taught by Barmamont with the techniques that he had learned from Grandma allowed his growth to become quicker. Let's go. Minsu clenched his teeth while looking at the regenerated lump of exinium. This time, he was determined to destroy it so that it could not regenerate. It was then. It's not here. Huh. Suddenly hearing a voice, Minsu subconsciously lost his concentration. Oh shit, no. The blue sphere that was in his hand was exploding loudly, causing Minsu to be taken aback. This blue sphere was not a stable mana technique that was taught by his great-grandmother. He arbitrarily boosted his destructive power by combining his own power. Of course, the destructiveness was great, but it resulted in making it less stable. Eek. Minsu clenched his teeth and used all of his human strength to try and suppress the sphere. If this were to explode, it would cause a great mess. The current residential area might have protection, but this explosion would at least cause his whole house including the houses up and below theirs to be all swept away. However, this was in vain. The blue sphere, mixed with the power of Barmamont, caused his control to collapse at an outrageous rate as it continued to grow larger. At the same time, a hand popped out behind Minsu and grabbed the blue sphere. Seeing this, Minsu subconsciously shouted with a pale face. Nope. Whoever grabbed the sphere was probably unaware of what would happen. If that person grabbed it like that, it would explode. However, it was already too late. Pajajajajak. Looking at the blue sphere protruding in the person's hand, it caused Minsu to close his eyes tightly. It was then that his life passed through his memories like a film. Training, and more training. It was a short life. Seriously. If I knew this would happen, I would have tried dating. However, 1 second and 2 seconds passed, yet there was no explosion. When Minsu had a look of confusion. You can open your eyes. He heard an unfamiliar voice from above. When Minsu opened his eyes to the voice, the man he had seen for the first time, who was slowly cooling his blue sphere with his hands, descended below. Who is he? When Minsu made a puzzled look toward the man he had never seen before. Isn't this Aries' house? Who are you to be looking for my great-grandmother? Minsu unknowingly spat out a question. You're an old friend. Yup. Minsu looked at him with a look of disbelief. His great-grandmother was over 1,000 years old. To be exact, she was 1,047 years old. But, for him to be an old friend of his great-grandmother. I know all the friends of my great-grandmother. No, to begin with, there was no one that did not know of his great-grandmother's friends. All of them were recorded in the history books. There was not a single person who lived in that era that was not included in the history books, not to mention famous people like Keldian, the second president, Kyriel, Johnstone, and even Dale Marcus. Even if they did not try and memorize their names for testing, they were often reprocessed as original creations, so there was not a single person that did not know of his name. If you tell me, I'll tell her. What is your name? Tell her it's Kong Hansu. He had never heard of his name before. Minsu's doubts grew bigger. And? You don't even have a registration number. Minsu had a look of shock. If he didn't have a registration number, it was one or the other. A foreign species or a criminal. It was a presence that should be reported immediately. However, there was one reason why Minsu did not consider reporting him. I don't think I should do that. He was plain and inconspicuous. His failure to recognize his presence proved when he suddenly heard the man's voice from behind. However, seeing him in front, it was different. There was a strange sense of oppression that weighed down on him. To express this feeling in a simple sentence. I don't think I should oppose this man. To be honest, even having that thought caused him to be stricken in fear. He should not even think of trying to cause harm to this man at all. After concluding his thoughts, Minsu had a look of shock. Unbelievable. It's not like he's God. He had sometime seen his great-grandmother's comrade, Kiriel. Kiriel had said that she would definitely rank among the top 10 of the human race, but even he had never felt this way in front of her. I must be mistaken. There's no way. Seeing Minsu like this, the man calmly opened his mouth. Ares is sleeping. Yes, sir. His great-grandmother, who he had never seen before, had been asleep for 100 years. He did not know why. Well, she is old. For beginners, he knew that age was nothing more than a number, but for some reason, he also thought that this might be the case. At Minsu's response, the man asked another question again, do you know where her other friends are at? My great-grandmother's friend. From those words, the man nodded. There's just one person that I can go find. There was just one warrior who had lived for more than 1,000 years that shared the history that mankind was written about in the abyss. Some had died in the middle of fighting, and others got sick and retired. Others supported humanity by fulfilling their duties in order to support humanity based on their individual strengths. Of course, those sleeping like his great-grandmother were excluded. They might be said to be sleeping, but they were more like quarantined in a very secure dimensional space that was preserving and helping them recover. Therefore, there was only one person that he could go find. I will guide you. It wouldn't take long to go there since they could just use teleportation. However, Minsu, who was trying to activate the quantum transmitter, realized that the man did not have a registration number. It's going to be a mess. Though the man would be able to teleport together with him if it was known that he was an unregistrant, security would definitely rush and arrest this man. He didn't know why, but Minsu felt that such a situation should never happen. When Minsu was hurrying along, the man quietly opened his mouth. You can walk. I want to take my time to take a look around. Okay. Minsu, who nodded at the man's words, began to walk before suddenly being curious about something. So, he looked back and asked, but, for what matters are you trying to meet the person for? From those words, the man smiled. I wasn't able to properly say my farewells. Well, the place is quite nice. Hansu smiled gently as he looked at the human empire that was built around him. Arc 1 was in a state of turmoil. Read more chapter on VIPnovel.com. Sealed Realm. It is completely destroyed. Looking at the distorted and defeated face of the deputy director, the observers swallowed their saliva. The surrounding barriers were being smashed and crushed by the collapsing debris. They could not imagine how powerful the beings in that vessel were. Tails, who had a heavy look from the words of the observers, slowly opened his mouth. Is there no intel from the inside? It is impossible to observe. One of the observers opened his mouth with a look of misery. They tried to look inside by all means with what they had. Whether it was ranged observation to unmanned machines, they all failed. Whatever the realm made, it did not spit back whether it was light, sound, or machine. They would at least have some hope if there was some kind of information that could be retrieved from attempting this, but since nothing came out, they could not do anything. The last resort was people. However, who would raise their hand and volunteer to enter that place? When the control center in the Ark entered a state of silence, Tails opened his mouth. Are there no presences that have left the place? There are no observations of such presences for now. Tails, who heard the intel until now, opened his mouth calmly. Return all the spare troops now defending both the interior and exterior walls and direct them to the sealed realm. You mean both the securities that are defending the residential area and the borders? When Tails nodded at those words, the deputy spoke with a worried look. The war has not yet finished. That would definitely cause problems. Literally, they won and had dominated the abyss. However, this meant that they have trampled upon the other species, not eating and melting them. If any of the opposition forces were to rebel and resist the current forces and release the 7 floors of alien species that were defeated and hidden deep inside the dimension, including the dangerous species that were sealed in the prison-like places, there would be countless of places where the opposition would overwhelm them beyond their numbers if they were to send out their troops. From those words, Tails spoke briefly, even if you put all of them together. The ones inside are more dangerous, aren't they? Yes, that is so. Then quickly move. Also, if we fail to get any additional reconnaissance for the next 2 days, we will set up a scouting team that will enter the realm. Understood. Soon. The 27 arcs and the troops and sentries in all the 7 floored zones inhabited by mankind began to get busy. It's here. This is where Kiriel lives? Oh. Looking at the enormous tower, Hansu gave a brief exclamation. Chapter 488, Species, 4. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. The Grand Tower. The reason why Kiriel spent her own money to make a 229-story Grand Tower was that she really wanted to try something she had read in the Manhui prior. On each floor, there was an elite. The challengers had the right to challenge the elites of each floor. If they win, they would have the right to occupy that floor and accept new challengers. At the top was where Kiriel herself lived. Well, there hasn't been a challenger for the last year, so it's quite boring, Kiriel muttered. I think the reason for this cause was because she thought that the guy that attacked her was too cocky and had smashed him down. But, how come there's not a single person that could defeat her? As soon as Kiriel stretched and tried to lie on the bed. Kiriel. I've come. On the 229th floor, from the garden outside, Kiriel shook her head from the loud cry. What a reckless guy. To call her Kiriel, there would only be people that could be counted with her fingers that could call her that way. Of course, this was even more certain considering how a little kid called her out. He must have come again with the excuse of wanting to duel. But, I did tell him to come through the entrance. Seeing this, it was clear that he found it bothersome to ascend starting from the first floor and had come up. Kiriel, shaking her head, decided to play with the little boy. He definitely had talent. Seeing how he always looked at her with eyes full of motivation and passion, it was a bit burdensome, but that much she could tolerate because he was Ares' great-grandson. As she walked toward the door, Kiriel opened it and shouted. Kid. Next time, come from the first floor. However, at that moment, Kiriel had a look of disbelief. Long time no see. Huh. 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 Looking at the man standing next to Minsu, Kiriel looked dumbfounded. Go downstairs and play. Sir John Stone will play with you well. Phew. From Kiriel's words, Minsu was full of complaints as he walked down. If not, he felt that he would have truly been thrown out of the tower. No, he felt that he should not intervene between the two. He must really be a friend. Thus, once Minsu disappeared toward the 228th floor, Kiriel returned to the reception room and sat in front of Hansu. She still couldn't believe this reality. After a long silence, Kiriel slowly opened her mouth. What have you been up to? There were lots of things she wanted to ask, but she couldn't think of anything else to ask first. From those words, Hansu chuckled and answered, well, I've been doing what I always have done. When he said that, Kiriel had an expression that she had needlessly asked that question. At least, Kiriel and the rest of humanity had no more major battles 100 years ago when Barmamont and the rest of the demons were finally captured. However, Hansu was different. Kiriel knew that Hansu was somewhere in the sealed realm. It was the Abyss's second dimension, created by a collection of all kinds of demons. Is the fight over? From those words, Hansu shook his head. There's still one. I just stopped by to say hello. There's always something I don't understand. Hansu, who smiled at Kiriel's small sigh, opened his mouth with a look of curiosity. But, it seems everyone is unaware of my name. He didn't want to say this, but it wasn't strange to see what he had done in front of a history book. In terms of history, what he did was close to myths. But, once he had arrived here, there was no mention of himself at all. No, he couldn't even find a trace at all, as if they had destroyed records about him. From those words, Kiriel nodded. Everyone agreed to stay quiet about you. Why? Kiriel laughed bitterly and mumbled from the single word. Everyone had been relying on you too much. That day, when Hansu tore through the sky and descended with an angel's wings, humans thought they were now being saved. Everyone could not help but think like that since they were on the verge of being destroyed by the large primitive dragon. However, Hansu, who suddenly appeared, had disappeared even quicker. Those 13 angel wings had been dyed black in an instant and Hansu had disappeared into another dimension. But, did you know? Despite that, none of them gave up on you. Kiriel laughed. After Hansu had disappeared, it wasn't like it had reached a peaceful era. The mighty monsters might have gone away, but their opponent, alien species that were terrifying to even look at, continued to rush at them. It took more than a decade for them to completely subdue the black blue jade dragons that had lost their leader in the primitive dragon. There were over tens of millions of deaths, and several times of that were the numbers of those injured. Those kinds of species continued to rush at them. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. While they were fighting like that, in their hearts, they had hopeful thoughts. And just like they thought, their expectations were cruelly betrayed. Every time they faced a species, they fought so hard that they were prepared for annihilation. Whenever they contended with a species, they wished thousands to tens of thousands of times that Hansu might appear once more. When their war against another species was about to end, it was then that they realized that empty hopes were worse than despair. Humans got more tired whenever their expectations were betrayed in difficult situations. What was worse was that despite this, they could not get angry or forget. How could they be angry or forget when Hansu had made a decision for them, knowing what kind of harsh environment he was in? This was why they had decided to at least not instill hope to the younger generations that would be born later. This was why they had decided to slowly erase Hansu's existence from the history books, records, and even orally. The first 100 years or so, the stories were passed down orally, but even 1,000 years was a very long time. Well, it seemed that it had been adapted into a fairy tale of a fallen angel and was spread throughout. Fallen angel. Kiriel, who saw Hansu like this, quickly changed the subject. Let's stop talking about boring stuff. Shall we talk about events that are more amusing? The moment she saw Hansu, she instinctively realized. No, she knew the moment he said he had one fight left that he would leave again. The time to laugh and talk like this. It wouldn't be long. But, she couldn't talk like this. It had been 1,000 years since they had last seen each other. In that time span, neither lived in peace. They both fought and struggled to survive. If she wanted to tell a bad story, there would be no end to the night. But, a good story was different. With that much, she would be able to sufficiently tell him everything before he left. It's likely that I have more to tell you. Kiriel chuckled. What was there to hear from a man who had fought for 1,000 years? I've smashed some guy's head, I've beat down some demons. She didn't want to hear anything like that. I can do it myself. Mumbling quietly in her mind, Kiriel slowly opened her mouth to storytell the night away. Iris and Kangti married. Yes. Why are you so surprised? From what I knew. Keldian liked Iris, Hansu who was mumbling soon shook his head. It was 1,000 years. In that time span, whatever happened, it wouldn't be strange. What about Keldian? He married Sophia. He was criticized a lot for marrying his student. From those words, Hansu chuckled. Well, it seems that everyone has been settling down. What about you? From those words, Kiriel pointed to a frame on the wall. Congratulations. 1,000-year anniversary of being single. There was a picture of John Stone beat up hard by Kiriel. When Hansu looked at her with a puzzled look, Kiriel shrugged. I like someone stronger than me. Hansu laughed. There should at least be 10, right? It was known that Iris, Kangti, and Keldian were all stronger than Kiriel. There would also be a few with specialties and talents that could be stronger than Kiriel. But, Kiriel shook her head. They're all sleeping. They're sleeping. From those words, Kiriel had a bitter expression. Since this topic has surfaced, let's go see them. Over there. You could see them all at once. 100 years ago, the war of demons and humans. As most citizens knew, the war ended in a really bland manner. The battle was not set in the territory of mankind, but since they were the ones that invaded first, the war took place in the territory of the demon tribe. Under the guise of keeping other races and tribes in check, only very strong warriors, at least 800 years old, were deployed in the war of demons and humans. With the few numbers that were mobilized for the war, perhaps it was the smallest number ever fought by mankind. It was quietly executed, and the war did not last even a year, so it was nicknamed the. It meant that the war shed the least amount of blood. However, reality was a bit different. Humans had lost more than 80% of combat weapons that they had accumulated in secret. The weapons and arms that were managed in the dark under the control of Sophia and Keldian, each of which was so powerful that it was feared by the citizens that sought safety, were all lost. And, among those, Ares was included. Well, she didn't die. Come this way. Kiriel rose from her seat and led Hansu. Ha. You've talked for a long time. Don't tell me. They have a strange relationship, do they? With a look of jealousy, Minsu looked at the floor above before lying back down. Nothing's coming out. Kong Hansu. No matter how much he searched, there were no results. It was a complete mystery. Then, suddenly, a good idea came into Minsu's head. If it's Barmamont. Maybe he knows something about the man. Concluding his thoughts, Minsu immediately activated the quantum transmission and teleported to the zoo. The teleportation was instantaneous. Minsu, who was at the tower, moved to the basement of the 7th floor of the Ark. However, the moment the teleportation was completed, Minsu realized that something was awry. Hook. Juhuk. Minsu, who had teleported over, was suffocating. It wasn't a level of ominous aura. The whole place was filled with black mana, and in the middle, he was able to see Barmamont, who was not bothering to hide his presence. Minsu, who was on the floor, saw Barmamont and muttered, he's still locked inside. It was fine for now. As long as he used quantum transmission, he could escape and transmit the truth. It was then. There was a voice mixed with laughter and teasing from Barmamont. I was going to call you, but you've come. By the way, child. Did you come to help me? Now is the time. Power diet. The power diet that was delivered by Barmamont to Minsu wriggled inside his body. All the white spots in Minsu's eyes began to dye black. Chapter 489, Species, 5. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Ack. Rumble. Crack. A groan came out of Minsu's mouth, whose eyes were blackening. He struggled to fight against the power that was swallowing his body somehow, but it was useless. The power diet that he had learned from Barmamont literally blew up like a balloon and was eating up his entire nervous system. His hands and feet dragged Minsu's body forward. Looking at his body, which gradually went closer to the black sphere that locked Barmamont, Minsu, who was in despair, quickly gathered himself and shouted at Barmamont. You. Even if you get out of there, what do you think would happen? We let you live since you looked pitiful, but you're trying to do this? You're going to die this time. From those words, Barmamont laughed. I'm going to die. Minsu shouted loudly at Barmamont's words, yes. Do you know how much progress we've made while you were locked up? You'll probably die as soon as you get out. Minsu gritted his teeth and shouted. The bloodless war that occurred 1,000 years ago. In 100 years, even the mountains would change. Naturally, there had been many changes in mankind as well. He lived for only 15 years, but he was amazed by the world and society that changed day by day. But, if it was 100 years? He looked confident thinking about this. As soon as he came out, he would be burned to ashes by the power of the army. From those words, Barmamont had an amused expression. Ares was very considerate of you, it seems. Well. Some things are easier to live without knowing. Ares can't sleep because these stupid people are of their own descent. Well, it's natural that there would be stupid ones under a stupid girl. From Barmamont talking in a belittling tone, Minsu roared. Don't say that. Ares spared you since she felt sorry for you, and you're saying this. From those words, Barmamont's corners of his lips went up to its limits. Ares spared me because she felt pitiful. Who told you that? Barmamont laughed as he looked at the dimensional gravity fields opening up. Ruyu. The 27th Ark. It was the most recently built Ark, armed with the latest technology. Once upon a time, there were hundreds of coffins that were in place where Noah's people were asleep in the deepest part of the Ark. The number was not much compared to the past. However, everyone at the top knew that those that were sleeping here were more than half of humanity's power. This was what happened to them when we fought Barmamont and the others. There was only one reason why the war of the humans and demons was called the Bloodless War. They were afraid that the casualties would be too great if they took the troops that were in the lower echelon. Therefore, they had gathered all of their weapons and tamed beasts, employing strong, elite warriors to invade them. And that judgment was right and wrong. Kiriel, recalling that time, swallowed her saliva. The strength was unimaginable. If they had brought warriors and soldiers that were average and below, everyone would have been swept away and killed like autumn waves. However, it was also true that it was overwhelming without their help as well. Therefore, Tails, who was the current president that overlooked the army, had requested for reinforcements after seeing the strength of Barmamont and the other demons, although Ares refused. She then mobilized most of the remaining people including Keldian to use self-sacrificing spells in exchange for giving up their time near eternity as payment. It was a huge sacrifice spell that overpowered all those that existed on the 7th floor. Thanks to them, those who were deployed to the 7th zone was able to overpower the demon tribes and go up. Although it was still too much to kill them. Recollecting about Barmamont and the others locked up in the Ark, Kiriel slowly approached the coffins while muttering. Ares was seen asleep as if she was dead in the coffin. Her beauty and strength were still the same, but she was asleep since she invoked the spell in exchange for the remaining time of her own. Lined up, there was Kangti, Keldian, Mihi, and the others all sleeping, frozen in time. Kiriel, who remained silent for a while, looked back at Hansu. I know you missed them a lot. But, I'm sorry this happened. No one knew, but Kiriel heard roughly that Hansu's ties with them had let him return from the future and choose to engage in this path of hardships and solitude. This was why he had chosen to subdue the 7 colored zones alone in the other world and decided to fight the Nerapa alone for 3 years. Therefore, he chose a path full of hardships and suffering, which required him to fight against all sorts of demons and species for 1,000 years. I'm a bit jealous, Kiriel muttered while looking at Ares. Someone could fight for someone for 1,000 years. A path that was difficult to walk in for a year, he had traversed that path for 1,000 years. From those words, Hansu shook his head. I did not come to see Ares. Yes. At that moment. Boom! A large explosion roared outside the ark. When Kiriel was in a state of shock. Emergency. Miss Kiriel. Please return immediately. It's an emergency. Kiriel heard an urgent voice through her personal line. Ruyu. Ak. Kayak. The 3 arcs that were used as zoos had large holes. Tid was a single blow. However, Noah had a large hole that was penetrated deep. The bodies of the screaming people began to be forcibly transmitted. This meant that a first-degree emergency has been summoned. The people were immediately dispersed and summoned to other arcs regardless of their individual roles. At the same time, each arc that could contain over 1 billion people had activated mass teleportation. It was a first-degree emergency. This meant that the entire residential area could be destroyed. Of course, citizens with low combat abilities would be automatically transmitted to the arcs. However, at that moment, boom! Along with a great roar, black clouds rushed out from the 3 arcs. At the same time, teleportation failed. The dimensional field is unstable. Cancel the leap. Convert the remaining energy into a protective barrier. Hundreds of panels emerged one after another inside the ark in front of people's eyes. The words were very lengthy, but to summarize it, there was one key topic. It meant that they had failed to escape. What the heck? Seeing this, their faces went pale. Ak. What the hell? Why is this happening? Damn. What the hell is happening? Barmamont was able to hear the screams all around him. Hundreds of millions of voices could not evade the ears of Barmamont. That was the kind of existence he was. It was not because he had stopped them from escaping because he wanted to listen to their screams. With one kick that shook the dimension, Barmamont looked to his side. To be exact, he looked at the boy that was staring at him with eyes full of hate. How is this? Do you think that they are better than 100 years ago? In my eyes. No. It was better 100 years ago. Back then, every human being was aware of extraterrestrial beings as clear hostile threats and never stopped training themselves to fight them. Yet, 100 years later, although they said they were citizens, it wasn't like they were powerless since they possessed power like this child. Like the boy had said, considering individual strength, they might be better today than they were 100 years ago. However, for them to cause such a ruckus from this much interruption of broken peace. Peace in the abyss. What nonsense, Barmamont muttered. He didn't know when the abyss had changed like this. The abyss was a place that was always full of fighting that occurred at any time. In fact, God had made it like this for that purpose. But, seeing how these guys were emphasizing on peace, Barmamont watched them as if they were strange creatures. Well, that's quite new. This was why you guys made zoos like these. Kayak. Seeing the guys starting to cry, Barmamont laughed. From Barmamont's strike, the energy of the red jades inside Noah had been destroyed. Naturally, it meant that the energies that had confined the alien species had all shut down as well. Rumble. Boom. The alien species roared as they continued to destroy and crawl out from their confines. The windows were destroyed, and the hallways were collapsing. Even though there was no energy supply, compared to the original model of the ark, these arks had durable structures that were incomparably stronger, yet they crumbled so helplessly. Even the black blue jade dragons, which Minsu had mentioned were cute, were crawling out of the structures, crushing anything in their sight, without hesitation. However, their disturbance was not long. Be quiet, you bastards. Barmamont's heavy voice resonated throughout the area. At that moment, the alien species that were full of anger and were on the verge of smashing everything down lowered themselves, shivering from the overwhelming mana and energy that were pressuring them. Barmamont, seeing this, had a satisfied expression. Well, they're not as good as the guys under me before, but with a bit more, it would be enough to save him some face. Rumble. Barmamont, laughing at the countless species that gathered under him, spoke, relaying his message through the system he ate. Nice to meet you all. Especially the child named Tails. I heard you're the president. I think you ran away peeing then. Barmamont looked in the air and smiled. I'm going to faint. Tails looked dispirited as he saw Barmamont greeting him. How did all of this happen when all of their troops were dispatched out? No, in a way, isn't it a good thing that they're all out there? The security director looked at Tails with an incomprehensible look and spoke. Don't we just have to capture him? From those words, Tails shook his head. It hadn't even been 100 years since that young warrior was born. Thanks to that, he didn't have to go through the war of the humans and demons. This was why he didn't know the situation. The present situation was more desperate than that. At the time, Ares and the other weapons were all preserved. However, except for Kiriel, the rest were damaged and now asleep. He had been trying to repair the damage for the last 100 years, but less than 10% of the damages incurred at the time had regenerated. For those who didn't know the situation, that 10% might seem to be a great improvement. But, even with all their power, they could only seal him away, not to mention the current situation. Clenching his teeth, Tails brought up the transmitter and shouted. Kiriel. I'm repeating my message. Please come to the control center immediately. Wait. This is important. What do you mean? What are you? When Tails was about to scream, someone unusual caught Tails' eyes. Who is that? Tails frowned, seeing the man next to Kiriel. You came to see me. From those words, Hansu nodded. Chapter 490, Species, 6. Translator, Aries. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. You came to see me. Kiriel looked dumbfounded when Hansu nodded at her words. However, Hansu originally came to see your friends, didn't you? Whether it was returning to the past, and fighting today. In the end, all of these were because he was fighting for his friends of the past. From those words, Hansu shook his head. It was originally like that. This was why he had decided to challenge God at the end to cut off this large mess once and for all. However, before that, he wanted to see Ares and the faces of everyone else before that long fight. This was why he had appeared above all of them when they were fighting in the Black Desert. But, the moment when he saw the others looking at him when he had come to say goodbye, the moment when he saw their surprised but strange eyes, he realized then that he was nothing but a stranger to them. So that's why you were disappointed? Hansu shook his head at Kiriel's cautious question. Disappointment? No, it was just that I was mistaken. Yes. He was merely mistaken. To himself, they were targets of longing. However, to them, he was nothing but a stranger. It was ridiculous in itself to try and tie them together in the first place with his past ties. The world that he had returned to the past, and the world that he would run to, was a world completely different from the past, and the battles that soon followed. Over the past 1,000 years, he had fought. He had also become stronger, but his opponents, who he had constantly fought in what they called the Sealed Realm, had also become stronger by fighting one another. In the first place, there were already powers powerful enough to covet the Shard of God. It was certain that the situation in the realm would allow the creatures and species to increase their power much more than the abyss. This was why the time of battle that he fought in had been much longer than he expected. But, thanks to that, he was able to think a lot. He was able to organize his thoughts and emotions. He cut away the self that fixated on past relationships and allowed himself to focus. That was why in that difficult predicament, I kept thinking about you. In the midst of constant fighting, if there was anyone else who came to mind in that chaotic environment, it would be right for him to come and see that person. As soon as Kiriel was trying to say something after being dumbfounded. Boom. Deep in the ark, she could hear another loud, clear explosion. Rumble. There was a large hole in Ark 1 that was controlling everything. Kayak. Various creatures were rushing recklessly between the destroyed defense systems that were struck down in just one blow. The long-standing, unmanned defense facilities, which have been studied to reduce the damages and casualties against mankind as much as possible, were directed to the beasts and dragons, but it was to no avail. Due to the black clouds and energy, all of the defensive arms were unable to properly wield their power as they were torn and destroyed in the hands of the surging dragons and monsters. Between them. Step. Deep in the ark, one presence walked out from that penetrated hole and smiled coldly at everyone. It's been a long while, Tails. Seeing Barmamont, Tails quietly armed himself with the 7 white commandments. This was a special type of armor that only those that could enter the 7th floor of the abyss were qualified to equip. Everyone in the vicinity exclaimed. That weapon was simply a symbol of power. It was the greatest masterpiece of Chaldean, given only to those who have proved that the individual could exert an unprecedented strength, and to help such a person exert a stronger power. Seeing the people exclaim like that, Barmamont had an amused expression. You. What is that? It's actually lower in standard than what you had worn previously? What happened to the black armors you wore then? You damned bastard. It broke in your hands. All of them. Tails clenched his teeth and spoke. There were 500 copies of black armors that were made and produced by Chaldean and Sophia in preparation for the war of the humans and demons. It was not a normal armor. Each one consumed resources greater than the white ark, Noah, that was in the sky. They ground countless planets and stars into a dimensional space before creating them in the model of an armor. It was provided with energy so unimaginably greater than the red jades as there were 18 black jades planted in each one. Yet, all of their armed men and armors were destroyed in the war against the one before their eyes. There was only one set left. Kiriel. Damn it. Where are you and what are you doing? Rumble. Hearing the explosion far away, Hans arose from his seat. It was time for him to go. I need to go for a moment. At that moment, Kiriel grabbed onto Hansu's arm since something didn't feel right. Where are you going? Hansu smiled gently from those words. I told you before. There's still one left. He wanted to spend a bit more time here if he thought about it. Like he said before. He himself had spent too much time. The patience of God above was very low, so it was time for him to go. At that remark, Kiriel gave a look of disbelief. Did you come back here only to make me suffer under empty hopes once more? For him to appear and say one sentence before leaving once more after appearing after a 1,000 years. Hansu smiled gently once more. I need a new motivation as well. Hansu, who finished talking, breathed in. Good. It was time for him to leave. Be well. I'll be back for sure. What? At the same time. Rumble. Hansu slowly began to melt toward somewhere. Rumble. Kahook. Tails groaned at the strength of the hand gripping his neck. It was a single strike. From that single strike, all of his white armor was destroyed, and he was grabbed by the neck. Barmamont laughed at Tails. Stupid bastard. Does peace in the abyss make sense? Look at what you've made. Then, Barmamont looked around. There were numbers reaching in the tens of billions. Each of them possessed great strength. If each of them ran at them with their lives on the line, it would be certain that it would be quite problematic even for him. If Tails and the other leaders of the humans constantly pushed humanity to war and trained the elites constantly, even he would have suffered considerable damage. However, in the end, they made the wrong choice. The elites decided to shoulder all the burden of humanity and preserve most of them at the back in a tranquil place. This was the result. They were a flock of sheep that had lost their will and way to fight, whose sharp fangs had been pulled out. They had mistaken their enemies as teachers, and mistaken the alien species that existed in front of them as pets without even knowing how much their ancestors had risked their lives to overcome them. Grip. Ack. Now I'll make sure that you properly feel it. Barmamont, who grabbed Tails' neck, laughed violently. He was definitely going to make them feel how the abyss should work, and they would know what the devil who ruled the seventh floor was like. Ha 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 ha. The moment Barmamont laughed out loud. Rumble. The sky blackened and thunder struck down. Black lightning struck the now empty residence of mankind without hesitation. Hua. Huh. Realizing that the situation was unusual, the people stumbled back. It was only then that they started to feel that the reason why they had easily overpowered the seventh floor was never because they were developing and evolving in strength. The moment the people faltered back. An extraordinary event began to occur. The blackened sky quickly began to return to its original state. The black lightning, which was falling from the sky to the ground without hesitation, was quickly sucked back up as if it were going back in time. As if to dye the whole world black at any moment, all the 7 black clouds that were dispersed without hesitation were being sucked into Barmamont's body. The citizens looked dumbfounded as they watched the world being restored to its original state, but Tails, who was watching it, gritted his teeth. You bastard. If you're going to joke around, just die. How dare he try and do such a thing here? However, after seeing Barmamont's expression, Tails realized that something was different than what he had originally thought. It was a look of bewilderment. That guy knows how to make such an expression. Even when they had gone after him with the best of mankind, and even when Ares had sealed him with a self-sacrificing spell, he never had that look on his face. When Tails had a look of curiosity seeing that arrogant expression, which had looked down on humanity countless times, had turned in a state of shock as he was hurriedly looking around. Suddenly, the air on one side made a rough sound before splitting, and a man from within walked out. Isn't that the man standing beside Kirial? When Tails had a puzzled look on his face, the man that split the air walked over and smiled at Barmamont. You said something amusing earlier. Go on. You're not dead. Barmamont blinked his eyes, unable to believe that what he was looking at was a dream or lie. The one in front of him now was the one that should have died already. 12 of them among the 13 demons had rushed inside to catch this one person. All of the dragons that had settled opposite them had all invaded to capture this man without a single one of them staying behind. That was a matter that had occurred hundreds of years ago. To begin with, if all of them were currently present on the 7th floor, there would never have been sealed to begin with. What happened to everyone else inside? No matter how strong he was, he believed that he would not be able to beat the others. That was why he had chosen not to go inside to avoid being swept away. However, he couldn't believe that someone had come out from there. Seeing Barmamont like this, Hansu laughed. You want to see them? At the same time. Roar. A great roar exploded out from Hansu. There were huge lightning storms incomparable to what Barmamont had created scattering around. The floor was splitting as there was an endless pit opening up. Inside the abyss-like crevice, deep inside. Deeper. Below. Roar. Coo. There were cries and roars that rang out that could cause an ordinary person to be driven mad. It was incomparable to the abyss. It was a real hell. You're coming with me now, right? Hansu laughed as he watched his army swarming down below. Chapter 491, Devil. Translator, Ares. Editor Group, Liber Reverie. Rumble. Tails had a look of disbelief at the sudden phenomenon. It had been a long time since Barmamont's hand, who had tightened his neck, had become loose. Tails, who fell onto the floor with the white armor shattered beside him, watched blankly at what was happening before his eyes. The man appeared, and the entrance of hell opened beneath their feet. And, the black darkness that escaped from the black crevice was destroying the ark as it was eating up all the alien species one by one. Crack. Rumble. Kayak. The beasts that were screaming tried to resist and escape from the darkness filled inside the ark. The species and tribes that smashed the ark tried to escape desperately with all their might even while their own bodies were being shattered. Rumble. The darkness that was stretching out from below dragged all the races deep inside the ark from under their feet, except for one being. Ack. Don't bullshit me. Boom. With the rough cry of Barmamont, all sides inside the ark were turned upside down. At once, a powerful magic twisted all the dimensions of the residential area in all directions as it tried to resist the black darkness trying to entangle himself. The great burst of light and explosion rang out, causing all the humans that had not escaped yet to see and hear, though it didn't mean much. Rumble. The black darkness, which had been pushed back momentarily, swallowed up the energy that was trying to resist it as if they were futile presences. At the same time, the darkness, which crushed the other races below, crawled up again and wound around Barmamont's body before beginning to drag it down. Crack. Ack. From the intense compression of the darkness that crushed his whole body, Barmamont screamed. Unbelievable. After I just barely freed myself. In order to escape that place, he had waited patiently for 100 years to crush and erase the whole bunch of humanity who had caused him great humiliation. Even when they were looking at him like monkeys in a zoo, and even when they were advancing forward while he was sealed, he had waited patiently in the prospect of crushing them all by his own hands. However, for everything to end this way. Damn. Barmamont, who was about to be dragged down, had a spiteful heart. He wasn't sure what would happen to him once he was dragged down. However, he needed to at least see the pained expression of the man that was making him like this. At the same time, crack. The core heart, which was used to make up the core of Barmamont, slowly began to swell. A bright red light began to cell from the black-dyed heart inside. As if it was about to burst, it gradually increased its tempo and pumping, and soon began to swell up as if it would fill Barmamont's huge body from the inside. Now, the core heart was fully swollen up inside him as blood began to pour out from his mouth and eyes as it burst out into a frenzy. Ha 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 ha. I don't know what you're trying to use me for. But you'll never get your way. He would rather die than be his servant. He would rather leave a huge mark on this place, the human race, than be his servant and live a miserable life. Bloodless war? After more than 20 billion people die here, they would not be able to echo such a word. Seeing the red light filling up the arc clearly, Tails looked dumbfounded. You crazy BAS. Are you saying that his one body could hold that amount of energy? In the past, it was no coincidence that all of their black armors were crushed, and the decisive weapons that they had created with all their might and resources were smashed. It was an overwhelming difference in power. The enormous amount of energy, which was incomparable to that of a red jade, was slowly building up in his body. Not to mention that he was one of the last demons that was burning his own soul, life, and body. If that explodes, we will all die. No, they would not simply die. No one would be able to remember that there was a human residential area here. The returning army would probably have puzzled looks. They had initially, since it was marked on the map that this was the human residential area, but there would be nothing left then. That was how great the energy was in front of him. It was enough to erase the remnants of a civilization that they had built up for decades and centuries in a single moment. The energy was so intense that the darkness stretching out from the crevice that was constantly feeding on the energy from his body was also slowing down due to the sheer pressure and momentum of the energy. It was like a sun shooting out from the darkness. Ahahahaha. Try and block this. Barmamont looked at Hansu and smiled brightly. If he tried to block or prevent himself from being dragged down, he would at least grind down half of humanity. It was then. Crack. Barmamont looked down at his core heart from the sound. Through his own black mana, which had not been scratched by the attacks of Ares and Kyriel, there was a hand that was gently penetrating through his chest that was surrounded by that powerful black energy. Beat. 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 The sound of the beating core heart reverberated everywhere from the hole in his chest. Ugh, ugh. When Barmamont looked at the hole in his chest, Hansu frowned and spat out. I have to use the method long ago again. At the same time. Crack. Hansu, who pulled out the shining core heart from inside Barmamont's body, swallowed it into his mouth. What's happening? When Tails had a dumbfounded look, the man approached Barmamont and took out a heart. No, he took out something similar to a heart and swallowed it. It was a sphere that had enough energy to wipe out all of the human residential areas. What came out from the mouth was a small smoke. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS briefly to Barmont, who was staring at his chest in a daze. We've dragged on for too long. Let's go. At the same time. Barmont, who was staring blankly at his chest, was roughly pushed down into the crevice, toppled upon by the darkness. Darkness filled the empty hole where his core heart originally was. Before long, Barmont, whose pupils turned black, slowly began to walk down below through his own will and feet. The black hole that had swallowed Barmont began to slowly close. The man, who had caused all of this brief scene with his own hands, spoke briefly to Tails, "Please take care of the rest." With those final words, the man, like a lie, went through the air and disappeared from the spot. Tails was absent-minded, recalling the series of events. Is this a dream? The species that had turned humanity upside down over and over again, and Barmont, who supposedly was about to destroy humanity, and the man who ate him, had all disappeared as if it were a nightmare. However, what had unfolded before his eyes, and the broken arc that had resulted from this proved that it was not a dream. Tails, who rose from his seat, suddenly remembered the fairy tale that had been passed down orally. Long ago. There was a truly strong person. This would be the story of the fallen angel. It was a man who deserved God's favor but had given up all of that and had chosen to challenge God with that right. He had skipped by it thinking it was a ridiculous fairy tale. It was merely a fairy tale to give hope to mankind who had endured and struggled in war endlessly. But, now that he thought about it, at the time, his father that had spoken this tale was too serious and too sentimental about it. I don't think he was a fallen angel. Barmont, who claimed to be the devil, was swallowed up along with hundreds of millions of monsters and creatures. This was why he was extremely curious about that strong man and for what reason he was leading that great army. No way. Tails, who was looking up at the sky, laughed. Realm. It was the highest realm in the highest place. In the great white space, Hansu who had arrived looked ahead. There were hundreds of thousands of white angels crowded in the air. In this vast space, it might seem to be a small number, but they were all of God's shards that had shaken worlds by themselves. The amount of energy and aura that they emanated was extremely intense that it wouldn't be weird if it burst out. The administrators that were floating in the sky in an organized manner was staring down below. Some had a look of disbelief, and others extremely nervous. Seeing a few familiar faces among them, Hansu chuckled. There was an administrator that had managed their realm 1,000 years ago. It might have been a love-hate relationship at the time, but he couldn't feel any emotion of it anymore. In the first place, they were in different positions. The opponent he was looking at was a different one. Hansu's glance shifted to the front. The man sitting on the couch, frontmost of the angels, stood up with a smile. It was close. It would not be good if you're late for the appointment. He was wearing something different from what he used to wear. He was armed with armor shining in bright gold with a brilliant spear. No, he was not holding a spear, but thunder. The thunder was so great that it could be justified as the thunder of the world. All of his strength shards were configured into that one hand. With one strike, it was certain that 10 dimensions and 5 layers of realms would be crushed sideways. How about the armor? Each chain of armor looked to be like it was intertwined by dimensions. There were hundreds and thousands of those chains, woven in 3 layers, that comprised that armor. The man that walked forward fully armed looked at Hansu and asked, "What would you do if you were to beat me?" Hansu laughed at the remark. "Just like you. Like me." At that remark, Hansu raised the darkness in his hand and spoke, "Yes. I will desperately work hard, to be happy." The movement of the two, who were walking slowly toward each other, began to steadily pick up speed. Crack. Crack. The solidly built dimensional realm that was beginning to crack under the great pressure trembled. Soon. Ahahahaha. You'll have to be worth waiting for. Boom. The man's rough laughter began. The huge space began to roar with a mixture of white and black. The manager, Uncle, who was watching the scene, murmured, clutching a white spear in his hand, "I will kill you." For a fallen angel to be looking above. He deserved to die for that sin alone. However, the administrator, Uncle, realized that there was no gap for him to throw his spear. Boom. The black darkness spread around the collision between the two. Something popped out of the darkness that was dyeing the entire place black and penetrated his heart. It was Armamont, a man with black eyes and a black heart. Uncle, who was looking at his pierced heart, touched Armamont's hand that was in his chest. Starting from there. The darkness began to devour the white space as something began to pour out without hesitation from the darkness. Armamont and more mad. The 108 dragon species that had crystals. Mad demon that had wandered the abyss. Soon. Boom. Uncle looked on with a look of disbelief as he watched the demons crawl out of hell from the crevice. Damn. No way. Then, the gaze of Uncle, who was slowly fading away into the light, saw the great clash of light and darkness that engulfed all demons and angels. Chapter 492, Return. It's been a year. Already. Looking up at the sky, Kyrielle shrugged. Will it take another 1,000 years again? She will not expect anything from the start. That way, she wouldn't be disappointed. Then. Russell. Kyrielle screamed from the sudden appearance of a person outside. Hey. Minsu, I told you not to come through the garden. She had told him repeatedly to come up from below. Kyrielle, who rose violently from her seat, headed for the door before momentarily pausing. In front of Kyrielle. I kept my word. A man who was carrying 10,000 flowers on his back in full bloom smiled quietly at Kyrielle in the garden. According to the fairy tale passed down orally, there was a man who was born as a human being and had killed God. The man, who hated the world created by God, became the devil himself. Amazing, the world where the devil stood tall. It is said that the world was much more peaceful than what God had created. Author's remark. The novel is complete. Truthfully, since this chapter is extremely short, it wouldn't matter if I had combined this with the previous chapter, but since I feel like it is best separated due to the flow of the chapter, this is why I had decided to make an extra chapter. I do have a few supplementary biographies that I am contemplating for my next novel, but I will carefully and steadily take my time to think about it. I would like to express my condolences and gratitude to all of my readers that have taken the time to read my long book. I am truly grateful to those that have endeared my book and read what I've wrote in this long journey. Also, I cannot hide my deepest regrets to my readers that have been disappointed by what I have wrote. TT. All of this is due to my shortcomings as a writer. TT. I am reading all of the comments and replies that are posted below this, so I will read all of this with care, and truly work hard to ensure that my next book will be even more exciting and pleasing to the eye. I hope to see all of you in my next book on Munpaya. I hope that all of you have a pleasant day, and thank you once again.